Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
The Bachelor's Baby. A Second Chance Romance Audiobook. Book 5 of the Accidental Love series. By Jessica Fox. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I joined a billionaire bachelor reality show to find a wife. And the last thing I expected was to find the woman I'd left years ago. So many years have passed, but I'm in love with her as soon as I see her again. The heat between us is still alive. Passion was right back to where we left it. We separated once, and I'm not letting that happen again. But I forgot to tell her that I'm engaged. To make things worse, my college sweetheart slams me with a secret she's kept for 13 years. And after revealing I'm a father, she disappears. Do I pretend she never told me what she did, or do I find her and make her mine again?
Chapter 1. Theo.
This must be some kind of joke. So, you think I would want to be on some reality show where I end up getting married? There was not even one part of me that wanted to entertain the thought of getting married. And to a virtual stranger to boot. No thanks. Hear me out, Mr. Decker. Randy had introduced himself to me as the producer of a steamy, new reality series. Although he tried desperately to keep my attention, the word marriage had any interests I might have had waning at supersonic speed. Imagine yourself on a secluded tropical island paradise, surrounded by gorgeous women, all of whom only want one thing from you. My money. That had to be what the women who had signed up for this thing wanted. No one could actually fall in love in such a short amount of time. Especially not me. Well, no, that's not what I was going to say. You are only asking billionaire bachelors to do this thing. The women who agree to come on the show are all looking for one thing. Money. I was not some foolish young kid, believing anything anyone told me. Love, he said as if correcting me. Which was truly absurd. Crap? No, he countered. These women have been thoroughly interviewed. None of them are in it for the money. They merely want the chance to connect with men, maybe fall in love, maybe even end up married to a man who has experienced success to a higher degree than normal. These women want the father of their children to be at the high end of the gene pool. Surely you can understand how some women want only the very best for their children. Now he's bringing up kids? Look, you are barking up the wrong tree here. Marriage was bad enough, but kids too. Forget about it. Randy, you do not know me. I am a busy man, and this appointment is over. I do know you, Theodore Decker. No, you do not. People who know me. He quickly interjected, call you Theo. Yes, I know that. I know more about you than you even realize. You graduated 13 years ago. By the time you were 26, you had made your first billion. Anyone with a computer who knows how to use Google can find that stuff out. I was not impressed. I drummed my fingers on the dark oak finish of my 100-year-old desk. I had grown bored of this conversation. You can see yourself out. He leaned forward. It was obvious the man had training in sales and did not know how to take no for an answer. Theo, being on the show does not mean that you have to get married. Steepling his fingers, he rested his elbows on the desk and propped his chin on them, obviously trying to look studious. There will be an awful lot of grade A women on that island. Those girls will do anything to gain a husband. You get where I'm going with this? Laughing, I couldn't help but be amused by the man. Randy, if you are insinuating that I need help getting my needs met, you could not be more wrong. I practically have to beat the willing females off with a stick, if you get where I'm going with this. And that's why you would be perfect for this series. The girls are going to fight like hell to be the one you pick in the end. You'll get to date as many of these women as you want. Then you will narrow them down to just a few, then two, and then just one, the one you will spend some alone time with. That was not anything I even remotely wanted. I'm good. Thanks for the invitation, but this is not for me. Having beautiful women at your beck and call is not for you, Theo. Come on. Tell me the real reason you're turning down the opportunity of a lifetime. I had to hand it to the man. He was persistent. Randy, I like your style. Unfortunately for you, I am also a well-trained salesman. I haven't sold thousands of properties by taking no for an answer. But you are in over your head with me. Sorry. When I say no, I mean it. He shook his head. It seemed I had finally gotten through to the man. But then he opened his mouth and outspilled words I had not expected to hear. You're in your mid-30s. There have been no long-term relationships in your past. What are the chances that in the next 5 or even 10 years, you'll find a woman who you want to have a real relationship with? He held up his hand, gesturing that he was not finished telling me what he thought of me and my situation as a single man. Don't try to answer that because you don't have the statistics that I do. Chances for a man who is 34 and has never had even one serious relationship are phenomenally low. I had to stop him there. I have had serious relationships. He cocked one dark brow at me. Not on record, you haven't. I had a life before I became a success in the real estate industry. So, what are the names of these women you had serious relationships with? He looked a little too eager to hear this information. I have no intention of telling you about the women who were in my life so many years ago. They have lives now, and I don't think it would be right of me to bring their names to light. So, these relationships are more than, let's say, 13 years old? He asked with an expression that indicated he was busily doing mental math. I am not going to discuss that. His eyes narrowed in on mine. Theo, if it's been that long since you have been in a serious relationship, then the chances of you ever finding true love, lasting love, the kind of love that stays with you all the way through your entire life, are slim to none. Come on the show. You might be surprised to find that some feelings have been lying dormant inside of you. I had no desire to feel things that I had not felt in many years. Again, thanks for the invitation, but I do not want to go on television, play footsie with a bunch of chicks, then leave without a wife, breaking more hearts at once than I have ever broken. I am not an animal. I do care about women's feelings. The kind of women I keep company with are like-minded individuals who have too much going on in their business lives to spend much time on personal relationships. That sounds like a pretty empty life if you ask me. It's not empty at all. I can have a date within minutes. If I want one. Sounds like you've been hiring escorts. Not at all. I don't need to pay for my dates. There are plenty of women who will drop everything to spend some time with me. What about love? He asked with dancing eyes, thinking he could intrigue me with those 3 little words. Love, I whispered, letting the word slither around my tongue as it escaped my lips. It had been a very long time since I last uttered the word. Once upon a time, I had said it many times each and every day. For 2 years, I had told one young woman that I loved her. And she had told me the same thing. Our love was true. It was the kind of love that a person never forgets. It was an honest love. It was a purely unselfish love. Loving that woman made me the man I was today. We let each other go when I graduated from college. She had 2 more years to go before she graduated. Neither of us wanted to get in the other's way of making a success of ourselves. Our breakup had been amicable, and we wished nothing but the best for each other. The last day I saw her was the last time the word love came out of my mouth. So, what do you think about love? He asked, pulling me out of my reverie. I have experienced it. Was it a good experience? Or did it end badly, making you never want to feel like that again? It was the best experience I've ever had. And to be honest, I don't think any woman can make me feel the way she did. And her name is? I had to laugh. I am not going to tell you that. And why do you want to know anyway? With a slight shrug, he said, no reason really. Curiosity, I suppose. Theo Decker has never had a serious relationship with anyone, as far as the records on you state. If there was one that got away, that might make a good story too. She did not get away. We were young, with our futures ahead of us. We didn't want to get in each other's way. Our careers took us in different directions, that's all. But the love we shared was the purest kind of love. She didn't have a selfish bone in her body, and she made that happen within me too. She had this way of making me feel good all the time. Honestly, she made me a better man. Even when I had to leave her to pursue the right path for me, she left me with a smile and a wave, the words, I love you, on her sweet plump pink lips. She was perfect. No woman has ever stacked up against her. Aha. He jumped to his feet, slamming his hands down hard on my desk. That's it. You are pining away for this woman, who you felt you had to leave behind. No woman will ever be able to take her place. I knew there was some explanation for your bad boy ways. My bad boy ways were kind of a funny thing. I had never acted that way before I met my one and only love. Maybe Randy was right. Maybe I was afraid that no one could live up to the woman I had loved. Well, none of that matters. And I'm not pining away for anyone. I'm sure she's not pining away for me either. But how do you know that for sure? He asked as he sat back down. Have you tried looking her up on social media? I am much too busy for that sort of thing. I have accounts that one of my assistants takes care of course. I have to keep my name out there, and that's the best way to do it. I wonder if she's one of your followers, he mused. I hadn't even thought of that. I don't know. I have this guy who takes care of that sort of thing, and I don't ask about things like the names of my followers. But I would assume that if she were following me on any social media, she would reach out. And my assistant would relay the information. Are you sure about that? Mostly. Social media was not on my radar. Anyway, like I said before, thanks for asking me, but the answer is still no. Pulling out his phone, he swiped the screen, then slid it across the desk to me. Here are some of the women we already have lined up to be on this series. I just thought you should see what you're missing out on. Going through the photos, I had to admit that the ladies were indeed lovely. I see you found some of the prettiest girls on the planet. Looking up, I asked, how many billionaire bachelors have signed up for this thing? We have 10 so far. We are only bringing on 12. So if you don't accept now, you might miss the boat on this series. Think about it. 10 men in the same league as me had signed up for this thing. Is it possible they know something that I don't? My cell rang, and I saw that it was a friend of mine and fellow billionaire investor calling. This is my friend Jay Briggs calling. Let me run this idea by him, before I say anything else to you, Randy. He's a wealthy investor just like me, and got married not too long ago. Maybe he can tell me if this is something I should do or not. I respect his opinion on most matters. The smile the man wore told me he was happy that I was finally contemplating his offer. But it was not a done deal yet. Hey Jay, I'm actually glad you called. Are you not always glad when I call you? He laughed throatily. Yes, I'm always glad to talk to you. So, I have this guy in my office right now, and he has made me this really weird offer. Like what kind of offer? He wants me to come on this televised reality series. The objective is to find a wife out of the many women they bring onto this island. Marry a stranger. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, me neither. I've said no. Don't be so hasty, he said. You haven't had anyone in like forever. As a married man with kids, I can tell you that there's a lot to be said for having a partner in life. Have you asked him if you can just quit the show if it's something you don't like? No, I haven't asked that. Looking at Randy, I asked, so if I don't like doing the show, then what happens? You can leave at any time, Theo. We're not going to force anyone to stay and participate, especially someone who doesn't want to. And if you don't pick one girl by the time that's supposed to happen, you'll be going home anyway. You know what, Randy, you should have opened with that information. I could only shake my head at the man. So, did you hear what the man said, Jay? I think you should try it, Theo. You have nothing to lose. Married life can be great if you find the right woman for you. And so far, all you have found are wives for the night. Maybe it's time to go about things another way. The grin on Randy's face told me he was about to be a very happy man once he had my answer. Come on, Theo. Your friend is right. You have nothing to lose and so much to gain by being on this show. I can't believe you made me change my mind, Randy. It's not common for me to switch a no into a yes, at least not this fast. So that is a yes then? He asked with hope in his dark eyes. Nodding, I gave the man what he had come for. That is a yes. I'm in. Hey, what is this show going to be called anyway? Matches Made in Heaven, he said with a beaming smile. You know, 'cause the island is like paradise and heaven is paradise. Well, Jay, I'll let you know how things go. Hope your advice helps the way it has so far. Me too, Theo. Me too. I hope this doesn't bite me in the butt.
Chapter 2. Beverly.
Torching the 50th and last creme brulee that morning, I looked up as a woman entered the kitchen. You must be Megan, here to talk about your upcoming wedding. I'm just finishing an order, I'll be right with you. Please take a seat at the table there. I will wash up, then be right there. Well, okay. She took a seat, clasping her hands in front of her and resting them on the table. It smells amazing in here. Creme brulee has such an intense aroma when freshly torched. I love the scent myself. They should make a perfume out of it. I agree. But it would leave me feeling hungry all day, I'm afraid. You're right, it might do that to most women. There's coffee in the carafe. I filled it up just before I got started with these. Help yourself, Megan. Well, okay. Thanks. Picking up the coffee cup in front of her, she filled it up and then held the cup in her hands, inhaling the thick stream of pale white steam. You are Beverly, right? Yes, I'm Beverly. My business partner, Delaney, is out today. She's buying fresh veggies from the farmer's market. Our catering company, Savaro, is known for using only fresh ingredients. I'll be helping you with the menus for your big event. You said it was in May of next year, right? I came and took the seat across from her, then pulled my laptop off the chair next to me and placed it on the table. Looking over her shoulder, I recalled that she had said her fiancé would be attending the meeting with her. Oh, should I wait for Josh to join you? Who? She asked, taking a sip of the hot coffee. Your fiancé, Josh. I found it amusing that she had forgotten the man she was to marry in less than a year's time. Oh. Looking a bit sheepish, she put the coffee cup down before going on. I'm not Megan. I didn't make an appointment. I'm not getting married. Confused, I said, you asked if I was Beverly, so you must have come to see me for some reason. Yes, I did come to see you specifically. Extending her hand across the table, she said, I'm Jasmine Winters. I'm an assistant producer on a reality television show that is due to begin filming in 2 months. So, why do you want to see me? I didn't sign up for anything like that. I'm not really a fan of reality television. Oh, she said with a frown. Well, I am sorry to hear that. See, it took us a while to track you down. We have signed on a man from your past. You do remember dating Theodore Decker when you were in college, right? Whoa. Talk about a blast from the past. Theo? I asked. He's going to do some reality show? I had not really thought about the man in a long while. But then again, he was lingering in my mind and heart at all times. It was a strange thing, my feelings for the man. Yes? She wore an enthusiastic expression. See, he is going to be one of our bachelors. That sounds a lot like you plan on hooking him up with some woman. I was not interested in being that woman either. That's the plan. I mean, he gets to pick which of the women he wants to marry, if he picks any of them at all. Anyway, the thing is that if he does end up picking one woman to marry, we are going to throw in a plot twist to make things interesting. And you would be that plot twist. You called him Theo, right? Right. Anyway, we would toss you into the picture to mix things up a bit. It's going to make great television. I can assure you that you'll have the absolute best time too. The island is like paradise. You will have your own room, of course. And all the food and drinks you want. Anyone would love to be on this show, I can promise you that. Great, I said with a smirk, because there was no way in hell that I was going to be on this stupid show that seemed like it was just about ruining people's lives. If anyone would love to be on the show, then it won't be hard for you to find someone else to get in Theo's way of finding love. But we want you, Beverly. Randy, that's my boss, gave explicit directions that I am to get you to agree to be the ex that we bring in for Theodore. I mean Theo. Well, I am not going to do that. I was not one to be ramrodded into doing anything. Let me tell you something about me. Once I put my foot down, I do not move it. The answer is no. I have a lot of work to do, and my real appointment should be showing up any time now. Beverly, I'm sorry I sprang this on you like this. I can give you time to think things over. We haven't begun filming yet. No one has even been brought to the island. There's still time to think this over. I mean, do you not want to see Theo again after all these years? No. I had good reason not to want to see that man again. From what my boss said, Theo had nothing but nice things to say about you. Yes, I would think so. We got along very well. To be perfectly honest, he was the love of my life. But that was a very long time ago. Yes, it's been 13 years since you last saw each other, she said. That's what Randy said. He found you by looking up the registry of the college you and Theo attended. You were a couple of years behind him. He graduated, leaving you behind. The breakup was amicable, I believe is what Randy was told by Theo. It was, yes. We were young, with bright futures ahead of us. But there was no way to connect those futures. He must be doing amazingly well if you guys invited him to your little television show. He's a billionaire, she blurted out. I was stunned. I had no idea he had become that successful. Well, good for him. Wow. That is amazing news. And he's still not married? I hadn't seen that coming. The man was attractive, handsome, clever, funny, regal in many ways, and now rich to boot. How could he not be married by now? He has never married, she informed me. And he has been tight-lipped about the women he has dated. But he told you about me, I said. No, he didn't tell anyone about you. My boss is amazing at digging up things on people. He said he found some pictures of you guys in old newsletters from the college you two attended. Apparently, you and Theo were active in the college community, even taking starring roles in one of the plays your theater group put on. I was Sandy, and he was Danny in Grease. Those were fun times. I bet they were. You with your blonde hair and deep blue eyes, and him with his dark hair and ice blue eyes, must have been a real match made in heaven. That's the name of the show, by the way, Matches Made in Heaven, a Sloan Brothers production. Have you heard of them? I shook my head. I hadn't heard of much in the reality television world. Are they big names in that particular genre of entertainment? Like the biggest. They like to put on the drama. Heavy on the intimacy too, if you know what I mean. I get what you're saying. Theo will be sleeping with many different women. Looking a little embarrassed, she said, well, who knows really? But if it happens, it happens. And your cameras will be right there to capture it, right? I was not interested in being a part of what I thought of as basically soft porn. Hope he has fun. Being with Theo had been off the charts amazing. He knew how to handle a woman. Well, he knew how to handle me anyway. I couldn't vouch for any other woman, because while I had been in school with him, he was only with me, and I was only with him. My body heated with the memory of our last night together. He had driven me over the edge that night. Even now, 13 years later, I could still smell our combined scents. I cried when I had to clean that scent away the next morning, before my roommate came back. Drawing in a deep breath to slow my racing heart, my skin tingled as well as my core. The idea of seeing Theo again, of being intimate with him again, made my heart ache. Your cheeks have turned red, Beverly, Jasmine informed me. I touched them. I hope your viewers are ready for what he's sure to give them. What we would really like to give them is you and Theo. I can tell you now that you are radiating yourself. And that's only from the memory of the man who obviously tooted your horn. That heat is a bit too much for television.
Chapter 3. Theo.
Day 1 of Matches Made in Heaven began with me standing in a line with 11 other men, just like me. Randy, along with his assistant, stood directly across from us. The man who had talked me into doing something I had never thought I would do, led the initial meeting. So good to see all you gentlemen again. I hope your flights to the island went well. I was not exactly cool with not being able to bring my own private plane and pilot with me, one of my fellow bachelors complained. Why is it that you people don't want anyone we know to know our exact whereabouts? Randy merely grinned. We want this experience to be completely secluded from anyone who is not a part of this experience. That means none of the participants can have anyone with them. Pilots included. I would have sent him right back home, Randy, the man argued. With a nod, Randy held his arm out, gesturing to the man who was already not happy with things. This is Montgomery Federline of the New Hampshire Federlines. His family has known wealth for 3 generations. Please excuse his rather pious attitude. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Hence why he's here today. Montgomery dipped his head full of blonde curls in a sheepish manner. Yes. My upbringing has left me a bit spoiled, I'm afraid. Not many ladies love a spoiled grown man. I had to laugh. So how's coming here supposed to help you? The man lifted his head to look at me with a slight glare. And you are? I'm Theo Decker. Real estate mogul. Well, Theo Decker, real estate mogul, Montgomery said with a sneer. Randy told me that there would be people here to help us make much needed changes in ourselves so that we will be able to find love and a suitable mate. My eyes moved to Randy's. I was not told about this. Yeah, Randy said swiftly as he pointed at me. So, this is Theodore Decker. He likes to be called Theo. He nodded at the man who stood next to me. Next to Theo is Trevor. The man next to me lifted his hand as if waving to the others. Trevor Jenkins. I'm from Kentucky. If you wear shoes, then you are one of the reasons I'm a billionaire. I invented shoe inserts, which are used in most shoes on the market today. Randy looked at the man next to Trevor. And next to Trevor, we have Bastian Langston. Care to tell them who you are, Bastian? I call London home, Bastian said with a British accent. All the girls are gonna love him based on his accent alone. Unfair advantage, I quipped with a grin. Bastian gave me a nod. Agreed, Theo. My accent has left many a young lady in a helplessly romantic state. But my gift is also my curse. Can't see how that is, Trevor said. That voice could melt even the hardest of hearts. Yes, but too much if it can turn women away. And I have trouble knowing when to shut up. My previous relationships ended for that same reason. Apparently, I don't know when to shut up and listen. So I will stop you right there, Bastian, Randy said, and introduce the man standing next to you. Gentlemen, this is Sylvester Smith. He likes to be called Sly. Sly waved at the rest of us. Sly is the name, and being sly is my game. I invented real-life spyware that any regular person on the street can use to spy on others. Pulling off his black horn-rimmed glasses, he held them up. These are no ordinary glasses. While wearing them, not only can I see people behind me, but I can hear them talking too. To date, I have sold more spying gadgets than I can count. Unfortunately, my spying nature has been proven to turn off the ladies. I could definitely see women not wanting to be with a man who was destined to spy on them. Maybe don't use your products on the women you date, Sly, I advised. Yeah, easier said than done, Theo. Randy merely laughed as he went on. So next to Sly is Zeke. Zeke is an oil billionaire. I inherited a piece of land from my late grandfather. One day, a man came to me, telling me he was from the land office and an oil company wanted to lease my land. I didn't have anything else going on with it, so I leased it to them. And within a year, I had made over $1 million. The next year took me into the billions. My problem with women is that I was not born rich. I did not work to get rich. So I'm like this redneck with money, and I attract all the wrong sorts of girls. I'm looking for a lady who can turn me into the wealthy gentleman I feel lingers somewhere deep inside of me. A man who is looking to be changed? I asked with surprise. A rare sight indeed. Everyone laughed as Zeke took a bow. As rare as they come. Archer, Randy said. Tell the boys about yourself. Archer Campbell. Zeke chuckled. Say no more. We all know the soup. Yes, that's me, Archer said with a nod. The man next to Archer quickly took over. I am Ramon Aguilar. My family hails from Mexico City, where we have made a name for ourselves with our tequila company. Tequila, everyone shouted. Laughing, Ramon added, although times are always good in the Aguilar household, finding the right woman for me has not gone so good. We hope to fix that for you, Ramon, Randy said. His eyes moved to the next man in line. This is Bach, everyone. The tall, slender man nodded as he looked at each one of us. I am Bach. He said nothing else and merely looked at the man standing next to him. Oh, okay, you're done, Bach, the man asked. Bach nodded, so the man went on, well, okay then. I'm Crane Matthews. Coding video games is how I made my billions. The man right next to him interrupted, man, we are gonna be best friends, Crane. I'm a gamer. And I'm also into investing in all sorts of things. I started with the $1 million my late great-grandmother left me. I love investing. It's so easy, and it gives me time to do what I really love, play video games. Oh, name's Dash, by the way. Richardson. Sorry, I get sort of mixed up on my speech sometimes. Dash Richardson, investor extraordinaire. And last but certainly not least, Randy said, we have Wyan Reeves. And no, before you ask, I do not have a speech impediment. It is Wyan with a W. My mom wanted to name me William, and my father wanted to name me Ryan, so the compromise was Wyan. I am in the lucrative business of vending machines. I've got them all over the United States, and we are soon to venture into Europe. For a lineup of billionaires, we certainly were diverse. It is an honor to meet you all, I said as I gave each of the other men a smile. I'm sure we will all end up the best of friends. Randy held up his hand. You might want to wait before you express your willingness to befriend any of these men. You all will be in direct competition with each other. Bros before hoes. Sly shouted. But none of the other men said a word. It seemed that everyone but me and Sly knew that we were about to become enemies. Damn, I muttered. Yes, Randy said. This is not some friend-making reality television show. You 12 men are here for a very important purpose, to seek a wife. And when a man looks at a woman he sees as his future wife, testosterone is sure to boil when another man encroaches on his territory. I was not sure how I felt about that. I hadn't thought about us becoming enemies. Spending the next few months with people I might end up hating sounded pretty much like hell to me. Randy took a step back, and the woman nearest to him stepped up, taking over. I'm Jasmine Winters. I've had the pleasure of booking onto the show the women who might become some of your future wives. I would like to settle the tension Randy started by telling you that you 12 men will start out sharing a 12-bedroom mansion built with billionaires in mind. You will have an all-male staff to tend to you. In this home, you men will become friends. You will learn a lot about each other. This will not make it easy to compete. After all, bros often do come before hoes, she said with a laugh. In this experiment, we will push the boundaries. I'm sure you all will be able to handle the pushes we give you with little to no struggles. Randy stepped up next to her. Or not. Some of you will flourish while some will break. Some will be victorious where others will fail. You know, this sounds like some sort of emotional torture, I said. Torture? Randy asked with a skeptical smile. Only if you make it that way, Theo. You, and only you, can decide the way you handle any situation that comes your way. You can argue. You can fight. You can get angry. Or you can accept things the way they are. It is entirely up to you, gentlemen, to decide what route you want to take with this thing. Bastien looked around at us all. I am sure we can remain gentlemen with each other. Most of us nodded, but a few had vacant expressions. Randy took advantage of the differences as he said, "No two men are exactly alike. And when attraction toward a female comes into play, you might find that the gentlemanly part of you takes a step back to let the primal part come out and play. This will be interesting, I have no doubt." "This might be dangerous," Ramon added. "Playing with the emotions of men could turn into something your audience might not want to witness. I know that I will fight for a woman if I feel love for her." "So will I," Zeke said as he eyed each of us. "Make no mistake. If I say a woman is mine, then you all should leave her alone." "Hey, it's been like 5 minutes since we met," I jumped in. "Let's settle down and see if we can find a way to leave the drama out of this thing." The way Jasmine and Randy busted out laughing had us all giving them our full attention. When they finally stopped, Jasmine said, "Drama will be abundant on this tropical island paradise. If none of you bring the drama, the women surely will. You were all chosen because you have more than one great quality. Not only are you wealthy, but you all are devastatingly handsome in one way or another. Let me tell you that the women I have brought to this island will fight tooth and nail for any of you. I so did not sign up for this."
Chapter 4. Beverly.
Someone sent you mail, Beverly. My business partner and best friend called out to me. Like real paper mail. It's in an envelope and everything. It's been forever since I've seen a letter. Coming out from the back where I had been doing inventory, I asked, "What's the name on the return address?" I hadn't been expecting anything like a genuine letter. It's been forever since I've seen a letter too. I don't know who would be writing to me. Handing me the envelope, she asked, "Who is Jasmine Winters?" Who? I looked at the writing on the plain white envelope for a moment, as I tried to think about who would write to me in such an archaic form. "Jasmine Winters," I muttered. "A mystery?" Delaney asked. "Maybe you shouldn't open it." I remember a few years back people were getting letters from people they didn't know, and when they opened the envelopes, there was some kind of dust that shot into their faces. It was something really poisonous too. "Anthrax," I said, recalling the same thing. But the name sounds familiar to me for some reason. Maybe it's an old client. I didn't have any bad feelings about it, so I took the chance and decided to open the letter. Here it goes. "Maybe I should get ready to call the ambulance just in case," she said with a grin. Slipping my finger along the long side of the envelope, I opened it, then pulled out a folded piece of paper. "What does it say?" Delaney asked, as she peered over my shoulder after I took a seat on the nearest bar stool. "Oh, I know who this is now. This woman came to see me a couple of months ago. She wanted me to be on this reality show." "A reality show?" Shaking her head, she asked, "Do you even watch that crap?" "No." I moved purposely, so that she wouldn't be able to read the letter. "It says that the invitation is still open. I guess they couldn't find anyone to be the plot twist for Theo." "Plot twist?" she asked. "Theo who?" Not wanting to hold it, I put the paper down. I didn't want anything to draw me back to the man. He's just an old friend. "How come you didn't tell me anything about being asked to go on a show where you would be meeting up with some old friend?" I was never going to do it, and just put it out of my mind, I guess. And I'm not going now either. I do not want to be involved in something like that. "And what is it exactly?" From what she said, they got some rich men to do this thing. And I think they are supposed to meet some eligible women on this island. "It's on an island?" She smiled, bumping her shoulder to mine. "What kind of island?" "A tropical paradise is what she said." "And you don't want to go to a tropical island paradise because—" "Obviously, I have more important things to do, Delaney. My son is the main one." You know your sister would jump at the chance to get to spend some real time with Dodge. Belinda would love to spend time with him, yes. But I am not about to be a part of this thing. It sounds like I would be some sort of interference in the man's goal of finding true love. And that's just cruel if you ask me. Delaney's eyes danced as she asked, "So you and this old friend you have never told me a thing about, were you two like," she banged her fists together, "hooking up?" "Stop it," I said as I took the letter and tossed it into the trash. What we had was a really long time ago. Ancient history, you know what I'm saying? So you and this Theo guy have history then? Well, yes. But I have no desire to rekindle anything with him. Did it end badly? It's not like that. It's just that we went our separate ways, and that's that. Plus, I am not into being used by the entertainment industry. Is there something you could win if you did this? She went and pulled the letter out of the trash, placing it in front of me before she took the bar stool next to mine. Don't be so quick to toss what might be an exciting time for you, Bev. I can't remember the last time you did anything simply for the hell of it. This might be your opportunity to go somewhere cool and get your groove back. And what makes you think that I have lost my groove? I pushed the letter back at her. I was not about to let anything, or anyone, talk me into doing something that could potentially ruin my life and possibly my son's too. I've got plenty of groove. Sure you do. She pushed the letter back in front of me. Can you tell me when you last went on a date? So what if I haven't been going out with anyone? She knew I hadn't dated anyone since we met while working together at Spago's years ago. I've got my son to consider. He is 12. He has his own thing going on. I don't think Dodge would mind if you dated. And I don't think he would care if you went away on vacation. It's a reality show, not a vacation. I'm sure it would be a nightmare. I was not going to go, and that was that. Sure, staying for free on a tropical island would be a nightmare. Her eyes rolled. Why will you not even think about doing it at least? Because this thing has life-ruining potential. I had kept this secret for 13 years, and I sure as hell was not about to bring it out now. There is simply no reason for me to do it. It would not be good for Theo or me. So why would I even think about doing it? How can you be so sure that it wouldn't be good for either of you? You have no idea how things would work out. Her dark brows shot up. Wait. Are you afraid that you'll catch feelings for him, but he won't catch them for you? Not even a little. What Theo and I had was a rare thing. Our chemistry was so strong that I knew we would hit it off right from the start. And that's exactly what kept me from going on the show. Let me put it like this. He was part of my past. I do not live in the past. I live in the now. Dredging up the past is not healthy. And you know how I am about being healthy. It's like your number one thing in life. But we're not talking about the way you eat. We are talking about a person who you shared something with. Why would you not want to see him again? Because I don't think I can lie right to his face. I just don't. I was done with the conversation. Hey, do we have any of that veggie pasta left over from yesterday's catering event? Changing the subject will not work with me, and you know it, Bev. But we do have one container left in our personal fridge. Getting off the stool, I went to go get it. Delaney, it's not just important to eat healthy, but you have to live a healthy lifestyle too. Putting unnecessary drama into your life is unhealthy. Mental health is every bit as important as physical health. I see what you're saying, but there's this vibe about you that's giving me the idea that you're afraid to see this Theo guy again. Why would you be afraid of seeing him? I don't know, maybe because he could wreck my whole world. I don't know why you think I'm afraid. I'm not. I just don't want to deal with drama. You know how these reality shows work. They're nothing but drama. I want no part of it. Count me out. So there's no way you're going to accept this generous offer? She asked, taking the letter and reading it. Are you serious? I knew what the letter said and snatched it from her before she could read more. None of that matters. It's all just a way to get me to go there. Yeah, she said with a smile. You would be flown by a private helicopter to the island. Before leaving, you would be given a $5,000 gift card to buy clothes, shoes, and anything else you felt you would need on the island. An appointment with the David Lindell, hair and makeup stylist to the stars. You are crazy if you do not do this, Beverly. Completely nuts. I am not. I can't do this. First of all, it doesn't say how long I would have to be gone from home. So there's that. I would need a timeline. And who would help run this place with me gone? My cousin would love to help out while you're away. He begged for a chance to get some real experience. He would probably even do it for free. I would never let anyone work for free, and you know that. We could pay him then. We will not need him, because I'm not going anywhere. Dodge needs me. He'll be fine. Belinda's only an hour away from Los Angeles. With no kids and her hubby always working out of the country, I know she would be up for coming to stay with Dodge. You really have no reason not to go. I had so many reasons not to go. I could not see Theo again. Not ever. If he knew what I had done, he would hate me. And he would have every right to. Dodge would be upset with me too. And if he found out that his father was a billionaire, that would make him even more upset. My son and I had our fair share of struggles over the years. Times had not always been as good as they were now. I had him while I was still in college. After graduating with my bachelor's degree in business, I headed straight for culinary school. Money had been tight for years. I wasn't sure I could face my son if he found out that I had never even tried to contact his father. He had asked me a few times about his father. I always said that I had no way of finding him. We had been in college together at UCLA. But he had been from somewhere else, not California. I had said that it was just impossible for me to track him down. And that had been a blatant lie. Probably the worst lie I could have ever told my son to. Every parent lies to their kids to some degree. Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy were lies most parents told their kids. My lie was not quite as easy to explain away. I had made my choice 13 years ago, and I could not go back on it now. All the money in the world meant nothing if I lost my son's trust. New clothes, new hair, new makeup, all of that meant nothing to me. I could not lose my son over such trivial things. And I would lose my son if Theo found out what I'd been hiding all these years. The man was a billionaire, for God's sake. He could whisk my son away from me with no trouble at all. And most would even say he was right to do it. And maybe he would be. I'd had all this time with my son, and he hadn't had any. Karmically, it made sense that Theo got his time with our son too. Our son. First time I have even thought of him that way.
Chapter 5. Theo.
After leaving us bachelors alone for the first night, they sprang the women on us the next morning at breakfast. There was a brief knock at the door, then Jasmine threw the door open. The ladies are here. We had been sitting at the breakfast bar, and we all stood as the women began flowing through the double doors. Blondes, brunettes, redheads, and some with non-natural hair colors too. But all were very attractive. I had never seen so many gorgeous females at the same time. Wow. Right? Trevor whispered. Where did they find all these beautiful women? Just as quickly as they had entered, they were gone, and we were all left wondering what the hell had just happened. Randy came in through the still-open double doors. Hello, gentlemen. Hey, Randy, we said in unison. Those were your prospective wives. Bastian said, there are so many of them and so few of us. What will happen to the ones we don't pick? With a shrug, Randy said, who knows? Anyway, what did you think about the beauties? Murmurs came from each man, saying what he thought. I was the only one who stood quiet, not sure how I felt about things. But as the chatter ebbed, I said, that was odd. Randy merely shook his head. Nothing was odd about that, Theo. Yes, it was odd that you had them sweep in then right back out without saying a thing. I'm not sure I liked the way the women were treated. It was as if they were being handled. Sort of like cattle. These women agreed to everything. Don't let your mind get in the way of you finding a woman, Theo. Now that you all have seen what's in store for you, did any of you hone in on any one of the women? How could I hone in on any of them? Crane asked. They came and went way too fast. When can we spend time with them? Later today. There's going to be a pool party after lunch. We have to give the ladies time to primp and dress to impress. Randy turned and left us alone without saying another word. I did not feel great about any of this. I'm not sure I want to continue participating. Look, Archer said, he's right. Don't let your mind get in your way. There's a lot of potential that just walked through this room. Give this place a chance, Theo. Looking at him, I knew that he and I could end up fighting over one of the women who had just come through. And if you and I decide we want the same woman. He laughed, then walked away as if that was a preposterous scenario. Which it was not. Already, this whole thing felt wrong. This is not for me. Hey. Dash shouted from upstairs. You guys gotta see this. I couldn't help myself, and ran along with the others to go up and see what he was talking about. What I saw made no sense. Where are they going? The women were headed straight for the thick grove of trees. You know what? I haven't seen any other house on this island. You don't think they're making those women sleep in tents, do you? Ramon wiggled his thick dark brows. If they are, I'm cool with sharing my bedroom with as many as can fit in my bed. Do you think that's one of their games? I asked. You know, make us feel sorry for the women and invite them to stay with us? Maybe, Montgomery said. You never know what emotional manipulation they'll use on us. But I'm not going to share my room with anyone until I get to know them. It's not right to put the ladies in harsh conditions, I said as I watched the last of them disappear into the trees. It's like 80 degrees out there, Bach said. They will be fine if they are staying in tents. But I have to say that I don't think they are. All of them had makeup on. If they were experiencing high heat, none of them would have any left. It would have melted off. Wyan patted me on the back. No need to worry, Theo. I'm sure the ladies are being well cared for. They sure as hell better be. I don't care whether I find a woman to my liking here, but I sure as hell will not put up with any of them being treated badly. I was fired up, even if the others were not. Bastian called out from the third floor, found their homes. We all ran up the next flight of stairs to find Bastian standing by a window. Way over on the other side of the island, there are bungalows. Big ones too. The trail of women emerged from the trees on that side, and began going into the bungalows. Well, that's good. I felt relieved. I think I will do a quick workout if anyone wants to join me, Zeke said. For my first meeting with these girls, I want to make sure my abs are on point. Me too, Crane said, following Zeke to the exercise room. It wasn't like I had anything better to do, so I tagged along, as did every other man. But there was still something inside me that warned me this experience would not be the right thing for me. A few hours later, Randy showed back up at our place, wearing swimming trunks, a slick of white sunscreen down his nose, and a floppy hat. Cowbunga, dudes. It is time to meet the ladies. Some of the guys almost ran out of the house to get to the women. Some moved at a tentative pace, seemingly worried about what the women would think of them. I moved at my own pace, neither fast nor slow, just moving forward with things the way I had signed up for. If I hate it, I can just leave and go back home. I had to hand it to the camera crew. They were not in the way, trying to get each person's shot as they met for the first time. They had multiple cameras, capturing pretty much every angle possible. They were in the trees, on the roof of the pool house, and one guy was even hanging in a sling attached to a zip line, capable of being pulled over the entire swimming area to catch the action. Sunshine glistened off all different skin tones as the women sat in various types of patio chairs. My eyes were drawn to a large brimmed white hat that covered the face of the woman wearing it. Intrigued, I went over to her, held out my hand to offer a handshake, and said, "I'm Theo. It's nice to meet you." Angling her head to look up at me, the first thing I saw were dark black sunglasses, the glamorous kind that made any woman who wore them look sophisticated. Tiny diamond-like studs sparkled along the earpieces. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Theo." She took my extended hand, giving it a gentle shake. My name's Miranda. Mind if I sit down? I asked, checking to make sure my company was something she wanted. Sweeping the hat off her head, she shook out long, thick waves of gold that hung to her waist. Please do. Pulling off her glasses, her baby blue eyes looked right into mine. I see we share the same eye color. That we do. Leaning back in the reclining chair, I let my abdominal muscles do the talking for a moment. She scanned my body with an appreciative expression. I do like a man who does a bit more than just keep his body in shape. She was not in bad shape herself. I also appreciate that in a person. I hope you've come to this island with good intentions, Theo. I was worried that there would only be men who sought to bed every woman they could. Right to the point then. I had to admit that I like that about her. No worries with me, Miranda. I didn't come here for coitus reasons. I heard a soft sigh coming from beside me. Looking that way, I saw another woman sitting in a chair near us. I was afraid of that too, she said. I am Gia. I hope you don't mind if I join you too. This is a bit overwhelming for me. She scooted in closer to us. Not at all, I said. I think the point of this thing is to get to know as many people as we can, right? Miranda looked away, scanning the crowd. That is the premise of this show. At least for now, it is. And then we are expected to pair off. Gia sighed again. Only 12 of us will end up doing that. And right now there are 3 times that amount. 3 women for every man, I said. And then another feminine voice came my way. I'm Ariel. Long red hair flashed as she passed us, then turned and took a lounge chair. Long legs, pearly white, glistened in the sun as she crossed them. I've already met Miranda and Gia, but you are? Theo, Miranda said with an icy tone. It was obvious that I had honed in on Miranda and was not even noticing the others. But I was there to explore my options, not find Mrs. right off the bat. Theo Decker, I added. Gia ran her hand through her short dark bob. She was on the shorter side, and seemed less confident than the other 2 women in our group. So Theo, I'm a kindergarten teacher. What's your stance on children? Get right to it, Gia, Ariel snarled. Can we not talk about mating on our first day? I had to laugh. I agree. This should be fun, right? The 3 of them had on 2-piece bathing suits, full makeup, and their hair fixed to perfection. So I thought it might be nice to see the real them. Who's up for a swim? I tried not to laugh as Gia jumped up, and the other 2 looked at each other with rather tight jaws. I will swim. I'm a great swimmer. Want to have a diving contest? Miranda rolled her eyes, then put her sunglasses back on. I am not diving. Ariel stood, taking long strides to the edge of the pool. My mother didn't name me Ariel purely because of my red hair. I'm an experienced diver with trophies to prove it. She dove into the water with one long, graceful glide. Wow, she's got great form, doesn't she? I remarked. Gia laughed. I can do a pretty mean cannonball. Jumping up, she grabbed her knees and splashed into the water. Just before I was about to jump in to join them, I felt a hand move along my shoulders. Okay, I will play along with you, Theo. But how about you pick me up and jump in with me? I can't very well wreck my hair and makeup on my own now, can I? I had to admit that I liked all 3 of them. Picking her up, I shouted, up, up and away. When we came up from under the water, Miranda no longer looked like something out of a fashion magazine. Black mascara ran down her cheeks, her hair clung to her face, and she gasped, "Am I still pretty?" Gia laughed, Ariel rolled her eyes, and I said, "Pretty as a picture." Frolicking in the pool, I made sure not to give any one of them too much attention, preferring to keep it fun and playful with all 3 of them. The girls each had things about them that made it easy for me to like them. I couldn't have chosen just 1 or even 2 of them yet. The music that had been playing suddenly stopped, and Jasmine walked out on a stage at the far end of the pool. Can I have everyone's attention? She waited for things to settle before going on. I can see that everyone is having a good time. That is awesome, just what we thought would happen. You've all had some time to get to know each other. In 3 hours, dinner will be served. As we speak, the chefs and their staff are preparing a feast fit for kings and queens. This feast will be served in the bachelor's mansion. There is one thing though. Each billionaire bachelor can only invite one woman to dine with him. Everyone groaned with disappointment. Seemed like I wasn't the only man who wanted to keep more than one girl company that night. While some protested loudly about the injustice, I stayed quiet, watching the ladies I had been enjoying spending time with, wondering how they would handle this bleak news. Miranda was the first to speak, gathering us all into a circle. Okay, I have a lot of dietary issues to consider. So I will respectfully bow out of this date. Well, don't count yourself out so quickly, I said, not wanting to make a hasty decision. Shaking her head, she went on, Ariel, I know you have been up since 2 this morning. My anxiety was through the roof, Ariel admitted. I found that funny, because she had not looked the least bit anxious to me. Wow, you hit it really well, Ariel. Smiling, she splashed me. You don't make me anxious, Theo. I like you. It was all the rest of these guys that had me feeling that way. But Miranda is right. I've been up for so long that if I drink 1 glass of wine, I will pass out. We do not want that to happen on national television. Gia nodded. I've got this one, girls. I will do this date. Their teamwork was confusing, to say the least. Wow. I have got to hand it to you girls. You really are acting like Team Theo over here. Miranda smiled at me. You are real. Like one of the only real men here, Theo. You are not here to get laid. You are here to find love. That is admirable. Suddenly, I didn't feel like I should be admired by them at all. Okay, let me clear this up for you 3. I am not here to find love. Ariel's brow furrowed. Then why are you here? Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure. But I doubt that I'll end up choosing anyone to move in with toward the end of this thing. And there's not a chance in hell that I will ask anyone to marry me. So while you like that I'm not here to sleep with anyone, you might not like the fact that I'm not about to marry anyone either. They traded wary glances, then Miranda seemed to speak for all 3 of them. I think we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. Any of us, Theo. No one knows what might happen here on this island. Let's not say what we are not going to do. Let's just leave it all up to chance and see what comes of this little experiment. I had to admit that I was genuinely confused by the 3 of them. I don't want to play games with any of you. Then don't, Ariel said. And we won't play games with you. Gia nodded. Yeah, Theo, let's just all be super real with each other. Okay. I could do that. And if any of you decide to hang out with any of the other guys, there won't be any hard feelings. I can't ask anyone to hang out with me when they know there's no future with me. And there he goes again, Miranda said as she came toward me. We aren't going to let you cop out right off the bat, Theodore Decker. And then they all ganged up on me and pushed my head underwater. I emerged laughing and then reached out, somehow managing to grasp them all, and pulled them into my arms. You 3 are crazy. But the good kind of crazy. I'm in. No copping out, at least not yet. While the 4 of us continued to play around, we watched as other women left the pool, crying. It was obvious that they had hurt feelings when they didn't get picked for the first date night. And I did not like that at all. Neither did my 3 girls, by the sad looks on their faces. Miranda put one arm around Gia, and the other around Ariel. Hey, that is not us. We are not going to get our feelings hurt when he picks one of us. Let's make a pact right now that we will stay adults about this, and wish only good things for whoever ends up with Theo in the end. Hey, I hissed at them as I moved in close. I am not going to pick one of you. Gia pursed her lips as she eyed me. Well, you sure as hell ain't picking some other girl, Theo. For a moment, I felt a little like the 3 of them had reeled me in like some fish they had been baiting. I'm not picking anyone, Gia. No one. I am not leaving this island a married man. I'm not even gonna shack up with anyone. No one. Miranda looked at me for a long moment before telling the other 2 girls, okay, so we agree, right? Only wish well for the one or ones he ends up picking. Gia looked at me with a gleam in her brown eyes. I agree. As long as Theo is happy, that's all that matters. Ariel nodded as she gazed into my eyes, her green eyes flaring. I'm in too. His happiness and the happiness of whoever ends up with him are all that matters to me as well. Miranda's smile told me she was sure that I would end up with one of them. That's all I want too. Theo's happiness is what matters the most here. We all know that these men have experienced hardship where love is concerned. We are here to help, not hurt. What kind of women are these?
Chapter 6. Beverly.
Dodge, you have baseball practice after school. I started the car, knowing already that our morning commute to school and then work would be delayed by my sometimes forgetful son. I don't see the bag with your baseball gear in it. It's Thursday already? He asked with a whiny voice. Dang. I'll be right back. In an effort to begin teaching my 12-year-old some responsibility, I had decided to leave his sports stuff for him to deal with. Keeping his things together in their own bags was now his chore, not mine anymore. So I knew that he was going to have to search his room for the things that belonged in his baseball bag. Knowing that this could take up to a half hour, I called Delaney to let her know that I would be running late. Savaro, she answered the business phone. This is Delaney. How can I help you this fine morning? Guess you didn't look at the caller ID to see that it's me who's calling. Flipping the cap off my tube of lipstick, I ran the pink color across my lips, then smacked them a few times to help it blend in. I've put Dodge in charge of keeping up with his own sports gear. He seems to have forgotten that today is Thursday, which is baseball practice day. So he's up in his room trying to find all his crap. Wouldn't it be easier for you to keep up with that stuff, Bev? No. I mean, it would be quicker, sure. But he's got to learn how to do these things for himself. I'm not going to be his personal assistant forever now, am I? I get it. So, what you're saying is that you are going to be late. That's right. Probably about a half hour or so. Think you can get along without me for a bit? I suppose I can manage. I'm working on the mini quiche Florentines at the moment. The order says we need to make 200 of them. Is that right? You took this order. Yeah, that's right. They're for some meeting at the Conoco building. And the time for delivery is no later than 10 this morning. How far along are you? I have 50 more mini pie shells to fill, then they're going into the oven, which is already preheated. We'll beat that deadline, no problem at all. As a matter of fact, since I'm making all of them, you can do the delivery and set up. Sounds fair? Extremely. My eyes caught movement as Dodge came out of the side door to the garage where I was parked. I saw no baseball bat poking up from the bag he carried on his back. Rolling down the window, I asked, "Forgot something, sport?" "No," he said as he opened the back door to the car. "The baseball bat." With a loud and aggravated sigh, he turned around and went back into the house, mumbling grumpily, "Why do I have to be in charge of this stuff anyway?" "Because I'm raising a responsible young man is why. Love you, son." He didn't say a thing, just slipped back into the house, shoulders drooping as he walked until he was out of sight. "Slave driver," Delaney joked. I know, right? Make a kid take care of his own crap, and it's like I'm ruining his entire world. You big meanie. I'll get back to work and see you in an hour or so. With the call over, I put my cell on the passenger seat, twirling a chunk of my hair as I tried to stay patient while waiting for my son to get back to the car with the bat. Finally, he stomped back to the car, then got into the back seat. "Can we go now?" Putting the car in reverse, I pushed the button on the visor to open the garage. While that opened, I pushed another button on the visor to lock the house. "Are you sure you got everything, Dodge?" I asked, just to be certain. "Well, if I did forget anything, you can just grab it and bring it when you come, right?" For a moment, I thought about going through his bag myself, to make sure I wouldn't have to stop back at the house before going to the baseball field to watch him practice. But then I made a parental decision, saying, "If you forget anything, I won't stop by to pick it up and bring it to you. You'll just have to deal with the circumstances." "But why not?" he whined. I've got a lot on my mind. As if I don't. Want to hear my list of things I have to get done today? Not really. Yeah, didn't think so. You're going into junior high next year. Don't you want to take care of your own things? Not really. Well, you're going to have to do it anyway. I am raising. With a nod, he interrupted, a responsible young man. Yeah, I get it. Do I like it? Not even a little. But you know that this is a necessary thing, I said. Don't you? Not really. You're always gonna be my mom. But that doesn't mean I need to do everything for you, Dodge. Okay, Mom. I get it. You want me to grow up already. Dang. I didn't want that at all. Honey, that's not it. I just want you to be capable of taking care of some things on your own, that's all. It's really for your own good, you know. I kind of hate that saying, Mom. Most kids do. Just as I pulled up to the school to drop him off, my cell rang. Pushing the button on the steering wheel to answer on my hands-free device, I said, "This is Beverly Shanklin here, please hold." Okay, I heard a female voice say. Thanks, I said, watching Dodge exit the car. I love you, son. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you at baseball practice this afternoon. Love you, Mom. Pulling out of the school parking lot, I went back to the phone call. What can I help you with this morning? This is Jasmine Winters. We spoke about 3 months ago. Do you remember? My blood ran cold as I realized who she was and why she was calling. You don't give up, do you? Never, she admitted. So here's the thing. Theo has had many women in his recent past. None feel like they would enhance this series, though. All of those relationships were on the shallow side. Were they? I didn't know why I'd asked that. Not that I care. Are you sure that you don't care for him at all? She asked with hesitation in her voice. Well, it's not that I don't care about him. He and I had a very good thing. But I don't care about any of his other relationships. But I did find it interesting that he had only shallow relationships following ours. Anyway, sorry you can't find someone to do the show. But I'm not doing it. That's too bad. See, Theo has made some pretty strong ties with 3 of the women here. He has to narrow it down to 2 of them, and it is pretty tough for him. You see, he has some real potential of finding true love here with one of these women. These are good women too. They are. I had to admit that some jealousy began seeping in at that moment. Finding out that Theo had not even come close to finding what we had found together was like a feather in my cap. But finding out that he had made strong ties with 3 good women made my pride stand up and take notice. Yes, they're all good women. The thing is that if we don't have a woman from his past show up to put a spin on things, once he's narrowed it down to just one of the women here on the island, then we have to boot him off. Well, that's not so bad. If what he and the woman have is real, then they can move on from there. Out of the limelight, I replied. But as the words left my mouth, they left a bitter taste behind. You know, Beverly, your voice sounds shaky. Are you sure that you're okay with Theo moving on? I mean, his dating history since you has not been the best. Maybe you and he are the ones who are meant to be together forever. What do you think about that? He and I shared more than he knew. And maybe it would be wrong of me not to let him in on that before he went and married another woman. Maybe I didn't want him to marry another woman. Taking my own mind out of the equation, I made a swift decision. If he narrows it down to one woman, then I will come to the island. You will, she squealed with delight. I will email you the forms. Can I have the email address? Gosh, I hope this is the right thing to do.
Chapter 7. Theo.
Brushing her red hair off her face, I let Ariel down as easily as I could. You really are great. Don't think for a moment that you're not. But you don't want me, she said quietly. I don't want to hurt you, Ariel. But I can't see myself spending the rest of my life with you. Or anyone, really. Her green eyes peered into mine. You still think you won't pick any of us to be your wife, Theo? I'm still not ready for marriage with anyone. But this thing has to play out. I know you'll do just fine without me. You're a strong woman with lots to offer any man. Just make sure that he's good enough for you. Blinking back tears, she said, You make sure that whoever you do ask to marry you deserves you, Theo. You're a good man. I know about your bad boy past. But that isn't you. Not really. You have shown all three of us that you are a respectable man who knows how to put women first. You are the real deal. Whoever ends up becoming your wife will be the luckiest woman in the world. That is very nice of you to say. I'm not so sure you're right about me, though. I mean, I'll probably go back to my old ways when I leave this island. Don't do that, she said, caressing my cheek. You're too good to be living life that way. You deserve a good woman. You deserve a happy life. But do I really? I had walked away from the one woman I ever really loved. And I had never looked back. I could have found her if I had tried even a little. But I hadn't done that. So do you, Ariel. I left a kiss on her cheek. Goodbye, my dear. I wish you only the best. Me too, Theo. Really. Only the best. Watching her walk away, pale pink dress flowing along behind her as if leaving a trail of pixie dust, I knew there was something very wrong with me. Ariel was a lovely woman with a good heart and a great head on her shoulders. Any man would have loved to have her as his wife. But not me, for some odd reason. Maybe it was because there were still 2 more women for me to date more, and see if we could find some mutual connection that couldn't be broken by anything in the world. Turning to leave, I kicked the sand, wishing that I hadn't had to send Ariel away. But this was a reality television show, and it was all about the drama. Miranda came out from behind a tall palm tree, a frown curving her lips. How did Ariel take the news? She's going to be fine, I said, wrapping my arm around Miranda's shoulders. Come on, let's go get something to drink. I could use something strong. That was harder than I thought it would be. Her hand pressed against my chest as she leaned her head on my shoulder. Because you're a good man who doesn't like to hurt women, Theo. That's what we all love about you. Love is a rather strong word, Miranda. I didn't like to toss that word around lightly. It meant a lot to me, the word love. But if I mean it, then what? She moved in front of me, stopping me in my tracks. Her hands moved down to take mine. Theo, I think I'm falling in love with you. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't going to tell her something that wasn't true. But I felt that I owed her something. I needed to say something to her. Am I interrupting? Gia's voice came from behind me. Miranda stepped away from me, breaking our connection. No, Gia, you're not interrupting anything. Theo wants to get something strong to drink after having to let Ariel go. Let's all go to the cantina together. I had to hand it to Miranda. She had class and style and a hell of a lot of patience with me too. Grabbing both of their hands, I pulled them close to me. You girls are amazing. I mean that. I can't believe I found 3 women who are so giving and caring. All I have to say is that I feel like the luckiest man alive. Only one more thing would have made me feel even luckier than I already did. Beverly Shanklin. I wasn't sure how things were going to go on the show, but I was sure that I would not be asking either Gia or Miranda to marry me. But maybe, after the show, I needed to look Beverly up to see what might happen between us. She was still on my mind. And what I had done to her weighed heavily on me now. I had left her with a smile, but I don't think she really thought I would never try to contact her again. Life had kept me busy. So busy that I hadn't thought much about Beverly all this time. But with life slowing down for me, and love in the air, the memories I had of being with Beverly seemed to have taken root in my mind. And they did not seem to be going anywhere. I had no idea if Beverly would ever see this series or not. But I had to wonder how she would feel if she did watch me with these other women. She would hate it. Somewhere inside of me, I knew that Beverly would hate seeing me happy without her. Or that's what I wanted to think anyway. For all I knew, she was married with kids by now. For all I knew, Beverly had found happiness with someone else. Beverly was wife material. She was the kind of woman who only wanted one man. So, if she no longer wanted me, there had to be another man who had taken her heart. I had to move on. I had to let my past go. The 2 women I held hands with were great. And I had just sent another great woman home. Was I going to keep letting good women slip through my fingers? Only because my heart still belonged to Beverly, a woman I hadn't seen or spoken to in 13 years. Don't be ridiculous. So, who's up for ziplining? I asked as I pulled them both closer, enveloping them in my arms. Me, they both shouted as they giggled. Great. After a couple of shots, we'll get our zipline on. I loved how these women were up for anything. Ready to play hard, ready to speak their hearts. Ready to make me happy. That was when the reality of everything hit me very hard. They're just doing this to get me to ask them to marry me. Becoming wary, I let the girls go, taking a seat at the bar. 3 shots of Jose. Miranda wrinkled her nose for a brief moment before sitting on one side of me. Yeah, tequila. Her nose told me more than her words did. You can have whatever you want, Miranda. Don't drink it just because that's what I want. No, I like it too. She looked at the shot glass the bartender had already placed in front of her. No, you don't. I picked up the glass and took the shot. How about a glass of white wine? Gia took the shot she'd been given. Yeah, Miranda. If you don't like it, don't do it. Cupping her chin in my palm, I lifted her face to look at me. Don't be who you think I want you to be. I want you to be yourself. I'm not doing that, Miranda whispered. You are. Order whatever you want. Don't let me make all the decisions. Well, I want another shot of Jose, Gia said as she pushed her empty shot glass to the bartender. Fill her up, Buttercup. Red wine would be nice, Miranda said with a smile. Thanks, Theo. For what? I tossed back my shot. For recognizing what I was doing, even though I didn't see it. That's been my main problem. I do everything I think they want, and in the end, they don't want me. Now I can see why. It's much more attractive to be yourself. And I need to take my own advice and be myself a lot more too.
Chapter 8. Beverly.
A big part of me didn't want to go to the island at all. But I didn't want Theo to narrow it down to one woman either. I wanted him to go back to his home, wherever that was, and maybe think about me. Maybe he would look me up on social media. Maybe I should look him up on social media. I shook the thought off. I didn't want to screw things up for him. I had no idea if he had access to the internet or not. But putting me on his radar was not the right thing to do, especially now. He was dating other women at the moment, trying to see if there was the spark of true love with any of them. I needed to let him see if that would happen or not. He deserved that much from me. Sipping on some white wine, I sat in my backyard taking in the cool evening air. Dodge was out of town at a baseball tournament, so I was on my own for the night. His best friend was on the team too, and he was spending the night with him at his house after the tournament. My cell rang, and I saw it was my sister calling me back. I had left her a message earlier that day, asking if she might be able to come stay with Dodge for a week or maybe more. Hello, Belinda. Thanks for calling. Of course I will come stay with Dodge. But what in the world has you going out of town for a week or more? And why do you not know the exact amount of time you'll be gone? There's a reality television show that I got invited to go on. Well, only if someone from my past picks one woman who he might end up asking to marry him. Who is this person from your past? Theo Decker. My college boyfriend. Him. Yes, him. That guy has never tried to contact you in all these years, so why would you go on some stupid show for him? Well, I wish I knew the answer to that. I really do. I guess I'm just super curious. I don't understand, she said with a sigh. I mean, this sounds like you might be trying to rub salt in your wound. I'm hardly wounded, Belinda. I took a sip of the wine. You haven't had a real relationship since him, Beverly. You must be wounded. I had a child, Belinda. I've been busy raising him. There's not a lot of time to form relationships when you're a single mom. I took another sip of the wine, wishing it would make me feel a little less like a loser than I felt right now. What about Dodge's father? I had never told anyone who Dodge's father was. And I had taken a lot of opposition for that too. You know that I don't want to bother that man. If you and Theo end up getting back together, then I think you should let the father of your son know he has a kid. I mean, so far you haven't let another man into Dodge's life. But if you let Theo in, then that's not fair to the man who really shares DNA with your son. Don't you agree? No. I hated to get into this subject with anyone. Like I've said from the time I found out that I was pregnant, this is my business and no one else's. But that's not really true, Beverly. The father should know. I mean, he might not step up, but he might. You can't just act like you had that boy all on your own. You slept with a man. It has been years since we've talked about this. Maybe now you're ready to tell me the truth about things. This is still my business. I'm not saying another word about it. You know this is a real issue, right? Anyway, so what will your husband be doing? He's leaving next week to go to Peru. He thinks he'll be gone for about 4 weeks. So I'll be free to come down to LA whenever you need me to. And where will you be going? Some private tropical island. Sounds nice? I can't remember the last time you took a vacation. I mean, without Dodge. The last time has been never. I have never gone somewhere on my own. And I'm not sure this will even happen. If Theo doesn't pick someone at the end, then I'm not going to be brought on. Are you going to contact him to let him know about all this? I mean, once it's over. Maybe. I'm not sure about anything yet. Gulping more wine, I put the glass down, realizing I was trying to get drunk. I'm letting this get to me. I need to stop. Why would this not get to you, Beverly? You are possibly going to an island to break up something this old flame of yours might find. That is sort of evil, if you ask me. I wouldn't want to do that to any of my exes. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. Actually, I'm hoping that he doesn't pick anyone. So you still want him, she said knowingly. Well, you know, he and I had something special. And then he left and never looked back. That had to hurt. It wasn't like I had a lot of time to feel hurt after he left. I found out that I was pregnant not long after that. Then the pregnancy took over, leaving no room for hurt feelings. We made our choices back then. He had things he needed to do, and so did I. I've never been hurt or upset. But you did do things that were not like you, Beverly. I mean, sleeping with some random dude and ending up pregnant only days after you and Theo ended things. That was not like you at all. It was an odd time in my life. I admit that. So, what if something happens and you and Theo do end up getting back together? What about Dodge? I had no idea what I would do about that situation. And that was when it hit me that I couldn't do any of this. I would end up uprooting my son's life if I had anything to do with Theo. Dodge didn't deserve that. I need to go take a shower and go to bed. I have a hell of a day tomorrow. A wedding. Huge wedding. I'll let you know if I need you or not. Love you, sis. Good night. I ended the call before she could say anything else. Getting up, I headed inside and found my cell ringing again. It was Tammy, the mother of Dodge's best friend. Hi, Tammy. What's up? Your son ate some questionable hot dogs at the game, and his stomach hurts. He asked me to drop him at home. I wanted to be sure you're there before I do that, though. I'm here. Bring him home. Be there in 5. Going to the kitchen, I opened the fridge and got out a bottle of ginger ale, then went to meet him at the front door. He came in, his hand on his stomach. Hey, Mom. I don't feel so good. Handing him the drink, I took the heavy bag off his shoulder. Here, let me take this for you. Sip on this for a bit. Thanks, Mom. He went and splayed himself out on the sofa. We won. The whole tournament? I asked with surprise. Well, no. We won our first game, then lost the second one. But we won a game. It's our first win. Coach keeps on pushing me hard too. He's all, "You're part black, Dodge, come on, step up." I bit my lower lip. I felt terrible that anyone would put pressure on my son, for any reason at all. About that, you know I have never wanted you to feel different, right? And I don't. He took a sip of the drink. This is actually making my stomachache go away. How did you know this would work? My grandmother swore by ginger ale. Said it could cure most things. I'm glad it's working for you. His eyes closed for a moment and then he opened them, looking right into my eyes. Mom, I have blue eyes like you. Only mine are way lighter. Did my father have eyes like mine? Oh gosh, here we go. Taking a seat in the chair nearest him, I resolved myself to a conversation about a man I rarely talked about. Your father did have the exact same color eyes that you do. And like you, he was not exactly the best athlete. He was fit and liked to exercise, but he was more academic than sports-orientated. Mom, were you guys ever in love? His piercing stare reminded me so much of his father that it made me shiver. I wrapped my arms around myself. Of course we were. You know, when you really love someone, you let them go to become who they were meant to become. He didn't leave us. He didn't even know about you. I found out that I was having you after he had already gone. But you didn't want to tell him? You know, Dodge, it was a weird time in my life. I had 2 more years of college to go, and your father was moving on to his career. I didn't want to interfere. I felt like he needed to be able to go forward without any worries. What about you, though? He asked. You had to do more school. You had so much to do, Mom. And he could have helped you. He would have helped me. Your father was a good man. Some of the guys ask me about him. And I don't like that I don't have any answers. What would you like to know? I'd like to know what his name is. I shook my head. I knew I couldn't give him that. If you knew his name, then you could look him up, and that might not go the way you would hope it would. You said he was a good man, though. He was. But I don't know who he's become. And it's been so long now that him finding out about you might not go well. For you. For me. For any of us. I hope that you can understand. I promise you that once you're older, when you can make your own choices, then I will let you in on more. Yeah, but that's not really fair, Mom. Life is not always fair. But what about him? What about my father? Does he have other kids? Do I have brothers and sisters? I'm not sure about that. One day when you're older, we can try to find out more. I know you want me to be happy with that, but I'm not. It's not like I am doing this to hurt you, Dodge. It's for your protection. I want you to be able to make your own choices. At 12 you can't. Then when? 16? Maybe, I said, not really loving where this was going. Hey, maybe we can talk about this another time. For now, you should rest. Getting up, I grabbed the throw blanket off the back of the chair and draped it over him. He smiled as he looked up at me. Mom, I love you. Kissing his forehead, I said, I love you too, son. He blinked a few times before adding, I don't think he'll be mad at you. I'd never said a thing about that fear before. Okay. I know you think he's going to be mad that you didn't tell him about me. But I can just feel that he won't be mad. I don't want you to worry, Mom. Things are going to work out. From your lips to God's ears.
Chapter 9. Theo.
So Theo, who's it gonna be? Trevor asked me as we sat down to breakfast. Is it time to narrow it down to one already? I asked jokingly. I knew what today was. What about you, Trevor? Have you found someone who might be your future wife? Honestly. He took a big bite out of an apple, then shook his head. Crane cleared his throat. You'll be leaving our company then, Trevor? I'm not going to pick one woman just so I can stay on the island. Ramon leaned his elbow on the breakfast bar, eager to get in on the conversation. So, you have been keeping the lovely Lila on a string then, Trevor? Is that what you guys think? Trevor asked with wide eyes. I mean, I have been hanging on to her, sure. But I'm not stringing her along. She knows where my head is. And it's not on marriage. So, she's going to be free after today? Ramon asked. Zeke joined the group, gasping as he patted Ramon on the back. Dude, you have 2 women right now. Don't tell me that you've been sneaking peeks at Miss Lila too. She is spicy. Ramon shouted, throwing his hands up in the air. Tell me that you haven't noticed how spicy she is. Oh, I've noticed, Archer said as he took a seat at the breakfast bar. Then his eyes came to me. I've also noticed Miranda. Will you be letting her go today, Theo? Shocked at what I felt, I shook my head. Well, I hate to admit this, but what you just said has made me jealous. Maybe it's the little pixie Gia that you'll let go then, Montgomery said. I'll take care of her if that happens. My heart fluttered inside my chest. Only not because of jealousy. I don't know what's going on with me. He's got it for Miranda, Bastian said with his English accent that had indeed enthralled the girls. She is gorgeous. I love her gray eyes and long blonde hair. I think of her eyes as blue, I said. I see, Bastian said with a grin. So, you think of her often then? I guess. I wasn't even sure if I was going to pick one of them. I had thought about leaving the show instead of doing that. I like them both. But neither enough to marry. Yeah, but that's not what we have to decide on this week, is it? Dash asked. All we have to decide is if we want to spend the next week alone with one of the women we've been dating. A week, doing what married people do. Behind closed doors. Limited cameras on us. I know I have a girl picked out for that. I'm staying. And if she agrees, Bernadette is staying too. I was not about to admit it to the room full of men whose testosterone boiled inside them. You know, being married doesn't exactly mean you'll be mating nonstop. The honeymoon phase of it does, Wyan said with a naughty smile. Lots of spicy moments are good to me. But I wasn't sure that was what I wanted with Miranda or Gia. The one thing I did know was that I had felt jealousy over Miranda. And that was more than I'd felt over anyone in years. Does that mean something? I supposed I owed it to myself to give love a shot. What's the worst that can happen? I could end up asking Miranda to marry me. Or I could break her heart by not asking her to marry me. Both options were scary as hell. I had felt extremely guilty when I sent Ariel home. And I was sure to feel guilty about sending Gia home. But what I would feel if I sent Miranda home felt worse than anything else. Raymond's voice came from right beside my ear as he asked, So, are you going to keep Miranda to yourself for a week? I am keeping her, I said with determination, scanning the eyes of the other men. She's off the table. If she agrees, Archer said. If not, then she's free to choose from those of us who haven't found the one yet. She is beautiful. And she has great energy too. A real sweetheart. I had no worries about her accepting my offer. She is into me in every way. She's even admitted that she might be falling in love with me. Brows raised, Bach asked, and what about you, Theo? Are you falling in love with her? Well, I'm not sure. It's been so long since I felt that sort of thing. 13 years, as a matter of fact. I saw Beverly's pretty face in my mind. Her smile lit me up like nothing else could. He has that look, Archer said. Ramon agreed. A man in love. I'm not sure about that yet, I said as I chuckled at the thought. It's obvious that you feel love, Wyan said. I was thinking about someone else. Not Miranda. I shook my head. I like Miranda. I really do. She has a lot going for herself too. But there was once a young woman who I loved with everything I had in me. So what happened? Ramon asked. Life. I graduated from college and moved forward with my career. She had 2 more years to go. We let each other go. It was best for both of us. It was the right thing to do. Sly came up behind me. Well, you have your life together now. What stopped you from looking her up? I shrugged. I honestly didn't know. Not sure really. Life just kept on going and I lost track of time. But I'm sure she is married with kids by now. I don't want to disrupt her life. If she's no longer an option, then why not give Miranda a fighting chance, Theo? Crane asked. Yeah, why not give her a shot? I could not be the only one who wasn't quite ready for marriage. What about the rest of you? Ramon, are you ready to pick one woman? I actually already have. Deidre is who I will ask to stay with me. And if sparks fly, then I will ask her to marry me. Wow. I felt a little bit shocked that he was ready for something so serious. Anyone else as ready as Ramon is? Dash raised his hand, then Crane, then Montgomery, then more and more of them raised their hands. At that moment, I realized I was being overly cautious. Well, I'm in too. If we have substantial chemistry and similar things we want in the future, then maybe I will ask Miranda to be my wife. I felt many hands slapping my back as the other guys congratulated me. It seemed like I was on the road to becoming something I hadn't really thought about being. Someone's husband. Reeling with shock, I went to my room to contemplate the future. Flopping down on the bed, I stared at the ceiling. Things were moving fast. Maybe too fast. But that's how life went sometimes. When I hit the ground running with my real estate business, I didn't worry about things happening too fast. So why was I worried now? Maybe because I'm still in love with Beverly. I had to stop thinking about her. She was not a viable option anymore. Or so I thought anyway. If Beverly wanted to find me, she could have by now. But what about me? I could have found her too, if I had wanted. Perhaps I was just making excuses to keep me from going down the rabbit hole of love and marriage. Maybe I was afraid of falling in love again. Maybe I was living a much more stagnant life than I had ever realized. If I was going to really try and make a lasting marriage with Miranda, I had to do things the right way. However, I wasn't sure what the right way was. It wasn't like I had ever put any thought into getting married before. But that had to wait. I had to let Gia down first. And it would be better to do it sooner rather than later. Getting up, I shoved my hands into my pockets, then headed out to find Gia. Luckily, I found her alone, sitting on the sandy beach, staring out at the rolling waves. I took a seat beside her. Hey you. I leaned my shoulder against hers. You look like you're thinking about something. Her eyes stayed on the ocean. How can I not be thinking? Yeah, I get it. Turning her head, she looked at me. Have you made a decision, Theo? I didn't want to just blurt it out. Gia, you are awesome. You are sweet. You're so cool too. Blinking back tears, she said, but I'm not Miranda. I've seen the way you run your fingers through her long blonde hair. The way you gaze into her eyes. It's like you knew her already. It's like you felt more for her right from the beginning. Miranda and Beverly did have similar features. The hair, the eyes, and even their height was about the same. Maybe she reminded me of someone I used to know. And love? Gia asked. Nodding, I whispered the word, loved. Obviously, that was in the past. But how can you know if what you feel for Miranda is real, and not just you remembering the love you had with some other woman years ago? She had a good point. You might be right. So, what are you going to do about that? She looked at me with a wary expression. I'm only mentioning this because I care deeply for you, Theo. I know you're a good man. A good person. Miranda is also a good person. I don't want to see her hurt. I don't want to see anyone get hurt. But that's how this thing works, Gia. It's all about drama. People get hurt when drama is drawn in. I can't stop it from happening. I can't help that I have more feelings for one of you than I do the other. So, you think that your feelings for Miranda are real? Her jaw tightened. You have just admitted that she reminds you of someone you used to love. And I don't remind you of anyone. Right? Yeah, that's right. I wasn't going to argue. She was right on point. And you like me. Right? I do like you. I like you a lot. You are an amazing woman. I do mean that. And I really did mean it. What you feel for me is real. Like 100% real. It's just you and me, Theo. No ghost from the past. Everything we feel for each other is real. But you can't be sure about that where Miranda is concerned. I didn't know what to say. She wasn't wrong about anything she had said. I should tell you that the guys and I were talking about the decisions we all have to make today. One of them said something about wanting Miranda if I was going to let her go. And jealousy came up in me. I haven't felt that in such a long time that it was foreign to me. And no one said anything about wanting me if you let me go, she asked with drooping eyes. I felt terrible for her. Kissing the top of her head, I held her close. Gia, of course some of them said they wanted you if I let you go, honey. And if that's something you want, you don't have to leave the island. You can give them a chance to pick you. If you want that. But you are picking Miranda, aren't you? I couldn't lie to her. I am choosing Miranda. And I hope it's not for the reasons you've brought up. But I have to take this time with her to make that decision for myself. And I hope you can understand that. All I want is what is best for you, Theo. I care about you more than you even know. And I care about you too, Gia. I truly do. But not in that way. Not in a romantic way. I am so sorry. Don't be. I'm glad you were honest with me. Thank you, Theo. You have been an amazing friend to me, and Ariel as well. I know Miranda will be good to you. She loves you, you know. I just pray it's her you love and not some woman from your past. Gosh, I hope so too.
Chapter 10. Beverly.
My heart stopped beating as my phone buzzed and Jasmine's name lit up the screen. So this is it then. I had kind of wished this moment would never come. Don't get me wrong. I had also wished it would come. It was a strange dichotomy that had been swirling in my mind ever since I was asked to do the reality show that would put me right smack dab in front of the man I had loved and let go. The man I had hidden such an important thing from. The man who could possibly change my entire world. Hello, Jasmine. You sound uneasy, Beverly. Yeah. Is it because you know the news that I have to tell you? Well, you wouldn't be calling me if Theo hadn't decided to spend a week with some woman, right? A woman he might end up asking to marry him? Jealousy tingled in my chest as I thought about Theo marrying some woman who was not me. Yes. He has narrowed it down to one woman, Jasmine said softly, caringly, as if she understood what I felt, knowing that the man I had once loved was considering marrying another woman. Did you and Theo ever discuss marriage? He and I were not in that frame of mind, so no. But I had thought briefly about marrying him once I found out that I was pregnant. I had a couple more years of college to go, and he had graduated and was moving away. Thinking of Theo asking someone to marry him did things to me that had never happened before. Jasmine, in a way, I was wishing no one would reach out to me about this. You know, just because he's spending the week with another woman does not mean he'll actually end up asking her to marry him. And if he doesn't ask her, then I'm not going to be brought in. That's right. She waited a beat before asking, do you think you'll try to get in touch with him if he doesn't end up proposing? Will I? There was so much at stake. I hadn't ever planned on contacting Theo. I had not planned on ever seeing the man again. But since I started thinking about Theo, all the plans I had now seemed to be changing. I might. You should. Well, there are some things that might still be problematic for us. So I would definitely have to think about it long and hard. Problematic? Jasmine questioned with the tone of a curious reporter. And I was not going to give her a scoop. Anyway, what do I do right now? It's still up in the air if I am going or not. What should I be doing? I will tell you what I've told the other exes. So there will be other exes like me there? That was a relief. More than one man has asked a woman to stay the week with him. Oh yes. Of course there's more than one man who has found a woman who suits him. So this woman suits Theo? I asked, feeling a bit remorseful for even contemplating coming between Theo and what might be his true love. Very much. They complement each other in many ways. He seems very comfortable with her, like he has known her for a long time. She must have sensed my feelings about that. But don't let that make you think that she has anything over you, Beverly. You were his girl first. You were his girl longer. The love you shared was deeper than anything he has for her right now. But should I get in the way of him finding happiness? I really didn't want to cause Theo any pain. That was the main reason I had kept my secret from him all these years. I didn't want to get in the way of him achieving success or happiness. I didn't want him to stay with me just because he and I had made a baby together. What if it is you who makes him the happiest? She might have been right. But she didn't know that I could make him happy and then cause him pain with what I would have to tell him. I can't do this. If I had one soul who I could talk to about the secret I had kept from Theo for 13 years, then I would have most definitely been talking to that person since this whole thing began. But I had kept the secret so tightly secured to myself that not even one person knew the true identity of my son's father. Telling anyone now would be jumping the gun. If Theo had found his true love in this other woman, then there would be no relationship between us, and that meant there would be no reason to tell him about our son. Why would I tell him that he was a father if he was about to marry another woman? If I had kept the secret so that he didn't have to worry or feel pressured to be with me, or put his career on hold so that he could care for our child, then why would I change things when he was on the brink of making a happy marriage with another woman? I couldn't do that to him. I would simply wish him well, then leave without ruining anything between him and the other woman. Beverly? Jasmine asked since I had gone silent. What if I'm not the one for him? What if he rejects me? The words left my mouth without my mind coming up with them. Am I simply afraid of rejection? Had I been making excuses all these years, merely because I'd been afraid that Theo would reject me and our baby? Was everything I had told myself all this time only lies? Did I have it in me to face the real reasons why I'd hidden the fact that Theo was Dodge's father? Have you never fought for your man before, Beverly? She asked, as if she thought every woman had fought to keep her man at some time in her life. That was not me, though. No. You know, maybe your unwillingness to fight for your man was the reason you two have never gotten back into contact all these years. Maybe if you had tried to get in touch with him, then you two would have already gotten married, settled down, and started a family. We were ahead in the starting a family department. Not that anyone but me knew that. You might be right about that, Jasmine. Look, this is new territory for me. I'm not sure how to feel or what to think right now. Everything is up in the air, anyway. I might not even get the opportunity to fight for my man. He might not ask that woman to marry him. I hope he doesn't. But if he does, will you come to this island and fight for the man you once loved? Will I? Did I have it in me to fight for Theo? I wasn't sure about anything. But I knew one thing. I was not some coward. I had raised my son all by myself. I hadn't even thought twice about how afraid some young women would be if presented with that daunting task. I just did it without ever thinking about the hardships that would come from being a single mother. Jasmine, you've made me think about things I've never thought about before. I'm not sure what will come of things. I'm not sure how I will deal with things if I come to the island. But I can promise you this much. If I see a spark in Theo's eyes, it will surely ignite that fire inside of me that has simmered all this time. Once that flame is lit, I doubt I'll be able to simply let it go out without trying everything I can to keep it lit. What I'm saying is that the ball is in Theo's court. If it comes to that. But if he hits that ball your way, then you will stop at nothing to hold on to him, right? I knew she only wanted great television, and was not interested in any of the participants personally. If he shows me any sign that I still mean something to him, I will fight for my man. Great. That's what I like to hear. No actual fistfights, I made myself clear. Not on this show, no. We will not tolerate violence. This show is all about dealing with things using your mental skills. Not to worry about anything getting physical. Well, that's not completely true. Our bachelors are more than welcome to get physical, speaking with their love interests. Has he done that with any of the women yet? I had no idea why I even asked that question, as I didn't want to know if Theo had done the deed with any other woman or not. Don't answer that. She interrupted, no. He hasn't been intimate with anyone yet. But that could change when he and Miranda are living together. Sleeping in the same bed? Doing daily life as a couple. Sleeping in the same bed? I was not keen on that at all. Don't you feel that puts a lot of pressure on both the men and women? It merely gives them the real feeling of being married. Most husbands and wives share a bed, Beverly. We want to make them feel as if they're living as a married couple. It's part of the process. But once the exes show up, I asked, then what? The couples only get to live together as a married couple for 1 week. After that, if the bachelor proposes and the woman accepts that proposal, they are split up. She will go back to her house on the island, and he'll go back to his. And then the exes will be brought onto the island. Where will we stay? I ran my hand over my arm as goosebumps popped up. With our exes? No, she said, leaving me a bit disappointed. The exes will stay in the dorm rooms. No roommates, though. That way, if your ex wants to come to you, then you two will have privacy. And of course, he could invite you to his place. But what about his new fiancée? I had to ask. Won't she be angry? Probably. None of them know about the exes coming to put a spin on things. Every participant has signed contracts that state that the engagements are probationary for a matter of 2 weeks. During that time, either party can bow out without any repercussions. What if Theo ends up not wanting to marry either of us? I had to know all that could possibly happen if I went to the island. That could happen. I guess you'll have to come and see for yourself what will happen, Beverly. I sighed deeply. I knew I had to do this. I had to face the fear I hadn't even realized I had. So what do I do now? Maybe start shopping for the clothes you'll bring with you to the island. Leave the tags on, so that you can take them back to the stores to get your money back if you want. Or simply add them to your wardrobe. You might take a vacation to a tropical island paradise someday. She was right. I would need to look freaking amazing if I were to see Theo again, and steal him away from his new fiancée. This is so not like me. So bikinis and strappy sandals then? I'll send some pics of what the ladies have been wearing, so you can fit in when you arrive. Maybe get your hair and nails done too. You want to look your very best. This will air not only nationally, but eventually even globally. I gulped. I was damn glad I'd been putting money away in savings for a rainy day. And this looked as if it would be a monsoon. Glam up. Glam up. And get ready to have some fun too, Beverly. This is dramatic, but it can be fun too. There are lots of exciting things to do here on the island. If Theo asks you to go on a date, you'll want to be prepared for that. There's some gear here, in case he wants to take you scuba diving or something like that. Scuba? Theo and I hadn't done anything like that before. It sounded fun too. Thanks for talking me into this, Jasmine. I've been on the fence about coming. But you've made me see that I need to face the fear of being rejected, or I'll never find happiness with a man and fall in love again. Glad I could help. I'll be in touch as soon as we know if Theo proposes or not. You need to be ready to leave by Saturday. That's when we will bring in all the exes. Until then, Beverly. Until then, Jasmine. Am I really going to do this?
Chapter 11. Theo. One bed.
There's no other bedroom, Theo, Miranda said as she walked past me to go into the bedroom. Just this one. Just the one bed. The whole idea is to live this week like a real man and wife. It makes sense. Turning, she cocked her head as one hand drifted to rest on her jutted hip. Don't you think? You're probably right. It's just that I hadn't thought it would be like this. I thought we would each get a room. I thought that we would get the opportunity to decide if we want to sleep together or not. So you don't want to be with me? She plopped onto the bed, pouty lips in place, hair tossed to one side. She does look cute. It's not that, Miranda. It's just that you and I are on the verge of something special. If we end up getting married, we'll have kids, and those kids will see this someday. Her eyes glazed over. Kids, she said quietly. You and I might have children together. Moving her eyes to mine, she asked, wouldn't that be amazing, Theo? Little versions of you and me, all mixed up together, running around a sprawling mansion. It sounds wonderful to me. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I wasn't ready to start talking about kids just yet. For now, can we just go to the kitchen, make a pot of coffee, and discuss how we each want to live our lives? We need to know what we both expect in a marriage before we do anything else. Like intercourse, she asked as she stood. Yes, like that. Taking her hand, I pulled her along with me. Tell me what you expect to be like as a wife. Would you take care of our children? You know, be a hands-on mother? Or would you want to hire a live-in nanny? No nanny would be living in our home, Theo. You are much too handsome to trust another woman in our home. Caressing my cheeks, she smiled, looking into my eyes. Did I ever tell you that I have a jealous streak in me? I can see that you do. Kissing her on the forehead, I realized I didn't hate that about her. I'll try hard not to give you reasons to be jealous. See that you do, she teased, pressing her nails into my shoulders before trailing them softly down my arms. What about you? Do you also have a jealous streak? Sort of. What does that mean? I haven't been in many situations where jealousy came up. But to be honest, when the other guys and I were talking, one of them asked if I would be setting you free, and that got under my skin. It's sort of the reason why I picked you for this experiment. I had a reaction to you. Pressing her body against mine, she murmured, I have lots of reactions to you, Theo. I could feel the pulsing that was going on inside her. Looking over my shoulder at the almost entirely hidden camera, I leaned in so that my voice wouldn't be heard. Remember that our future children will be seeing this. Letting my hand go, she huffed. Fine. Moving quickly, she went to the coffee maker that sat on the counter. I hope you like your coffee strong, dear. Actually, no. I mean, make it as strong as you like it. I'll be adding more cream than coffee, so it won't matter at all to me. Filling the pot with water from the tap, she looked over her shoulder at me as I took a seat at the table. I like my coffee strong and black. With a chuckle, I said, just like you like your men, huh? Nodding, she went back to pour the water into the back of the coffee maker. And you like your coffee with lots of cream in it. And I am rather creamy, aren't I? I hadn't ever put the two together, but I guess you're right. Not only was Miranda creamy, but Beverly was too. I supposed I did have a type. The thought had me wondering if Beverly had found another man like me, with whom to spend her life. Not that I said anything about that out loud. You make me see myself in ways I never have, Miranda. Good. Pressing the button, she started the coffee before grabbing a couple of cups from the cupboard above. I think it's important for a husband and wife to make each other see things about themselves they never saw before. So, what have I brought you to see? Nothing so far. Well, we have a week to see if that can change. There were so many things to find out about each other, and I saw no reason to wait to ask the important questions. So, let's get to the nitty-gritty. How many kids do you want? More than 2, less than 5. So 3 or 4 then. I thought it was kind of funny how she had phrased it. And you? She pulled open the fridge and pulled out a bottle of creamer, placing it on the counter near the coffee cups. Doesn't matter to me. 1 to 100 will be just fine. Kicking back, I leaned back in the chair, put my hands behind my head, and tried to put my mind to what I wanted out of a marriage. 100, she asked with wide eyes. Not really. It's just that I've never even thought about being married. Never. The look she gave me told me she thought that to be crazy. Not to anyone. Not to anyone. There had been moments way back when I had been with Beverly that the thought of marriage had crossed my mind, although briefly. But we were just kids, so any thoughts I did have were juvenile in nature. Turning her back to me, she filled the cups with coffee, mine mostly cream, then brought them to the table, placing mine in front of me. Well, let's get down to business then. I want an equal marriage. I don't want to sit at home and make raising the children the only thing I do. I want my husband to do just as much as I do with the kids. And what about my work schedule? There were times I had little to nothing to do. But when a big sale was at hand, I worked nearly around the clock. I didn't make the money I have by sitting around and doing nothing. Well, how many hours do you typically work in a week? She blew the steam off her coffee before taking a tiny sip, her eyes on mine. It's not like that. When there's nothing going on, I'm free as a bird. I thought about what I typically did with my time in those free times. But when I'm working on a deal, then I'm super busy. I might be home, but I'm on the computer or the phone. Sometimes both at the same time. She looked down, thinking about what I had said. Theo, it sounds as if you will be unable to tend to our children on a regular basis. That is what I am saying. I can do as much as I can when I'm free. But the rest will be up to you. Lifting her head, she looked at me with narrowed eyes. And you believe that to be fair? Not really. Life isn't fair, Miranda. And what about you? Since I have more than enough money, you won't have to take a job. You'll have ample time to look after the kids. What makes you think that I will quit my job if we get married? What is it that you do? I hadn't even asked her that before. It made the most sense that the woman I married would just not work. Why would she if she were sharing my money with me? I'm a kindergarten teacher. And what town is that in? Baltimore, she said. And I know that you don't live there, but since you're so wealthy, I thought you and I could buy a home there. Like I said, a sprawling mansion. And I could keep my job. It's a career really, not just a job. I adore my kids. Don't you get new ones every year? I asked. I mean, I know that you do. So, how can you say that you love your kids when you have to send them on their way at the end of each school year? You know what I mean. I love kids. I love teaching them. It's what I do. I wouldn't ask you to stop doing what you do. Tapping her chin, she asked, what is it that you do anyway? I'm in real estate. And I have multiple investments. I'm diversified. Sometimes there's a lot going on. But you said that you have free time too. What do you do with that? Travel. Hang out with friends. Do fun stuff. Well, you couldn't possibly keep doing that if we married. You could move to Baltimore, and you and I could spend your free time together. Not that we could venture off on trips often. I do get 2 months off in the summer though. And all the school holidays too. But mostly, you and I would be hanging out in our new home when you have nothing else to do. Well, that sounds boring as hell. This little low-paying job of yours sounds like it's going to hamper our lifestyle. Maybe it will hamper yours a bit. Not mine though. Being married means settling down, Theo. Baltimore is a wonderful place to settle down and raise a family. There's more to a marriage than just raising kids, Miranda. Picking up the cup, I gulped down half the coffee. Smiling seductively at me, she nodded. I agree. There's a lot more to it than just that part. Like connecting in ways that only married people can. Learning each other's bodies. Memorizing the muscles on your back. Finding out what makes the other person tick, squirm, and scream. Lots of things to do besides raising children. And those things are often done first, before the kids come along. You sort of keep going back to mating. Honestly, I've never thought about marrying anyone before. I haven't thought about having kids with anyone. You would be the mother of my children. I think you should be treated like a queen, really. I only want to be respectful to you. I don't want anything ugly to go on between us. I want to keep this marriage pristine. That's impossible. She put her cup down hard enough to make a noise with it. We will argue. I would rather not. It will happen. I'm not into conflict. No one is into it, Theo. But it happens. And married couples work it out. They figure it out. They compromise. Like you buying us a home in Baltimore instead of asking me to move away, where I would have to search for a new job. Or not work at all, I reminded her. And do what? Sit around getting fat, eating bonbons all day, gossiping with the girls at the country club. That is not me. And living in Baltimore, doing nothing but sitting on a couch, holding your hand in my free time is for me. I shook my head. I knew I would hate that. Maybe marriage is not for me. Her hand moved over mine, her fingers softly stroking my skin. Theo, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's talk about other aspects of marriage. Are you religious? I am spiritual. And what does that mean? You believe in ghosts? Well, I do believe in ghosts. But that's not what it means. It means I believe we are transitional beings who move through life and on to the next level. That there are other souls with us who help us on both sides. That everything has the spark of life. The trees, the ocean, the moon, everything. I'm Baptist. So my preacher will marry us. We'll get married in the church I attend in Baltimore. How many of your friends and family will you be inviting? I haven't asked you to marry me yet. I wasn't going to play this silly game with her. If you had, then how many people would you want to invite to the wedding? As I already told you, I've never even contemplated a marriage before. But to be honest, I think I would rather get married under a tree in some gorgeous forest. Only the two of us. No guests to get in the way of us giving ourselves to one another. And who would officiate the ceremony? Her blank stare told me she had no interest in what I was describing. I don't know. An elf or fairy or something, I joked. You do realize that you are kidding around about something that is very important, don't you? Marriage is nothing to joke around about. It's serious. And it should be witnessed by friends and family. With a shrug, I said, I suppose women think more about the ceremony than men do. We could do things your way if it comes to that. I think we should agree on something like a wedding. So, I'll agree with whatever you want to do. I was not going to argue over a mythical wedding that might never even happen. You would? Her smile told me she liked that idea better than anything I had said before. Sure. I'm glad to see that we can come to a compromise rather quickly. We're on the same page here. Yes, you're a little different than I am, religiously speaking. But that can be changed. Once you attend a few Sunday services, do some Bible study with the adult men's group, speak at length with the preacher, then you'll come to love the church as much as I do. You think so? I doubted it with every fiber in my being. I do think so. She moved her hand under the table and looked deeply into my eyes. We could make a good couple. I think we should see if we make each other happy in more ways, Theo. Intimacy is an important aspect of a healthy marriage. And if we end up having one, we shall make sure to add that to our relationship. It was time I was honest with her. Taking both her hands in mine, I looked into her eyes. Miranda, I have been a bit of a player. I've had more than my fair share of intimate moments. So forgive me if I want to give my wife something I've never given any other woman before. I want to give you the respect you deserve. So, I think it's of the utmost importance that we keep intimacy off the table until we both say I do. Wait until our wedding night? She asked with wide eyes, as if the notion was ridiculous. Yes? And if you don't end up asking me to marry you? Laughing, I answered, then we'll never sleep together. It's pretty simple. Theo, you just told me that you have been with lots of women. What if I don't have it in me to please you? We should find that out before getting married. You will be able to please me, Miranda. I can sense that you're a giving woman. Slowly she nodded before whispering, Your touch tells me that you will fulfill me. I am well equipped to do just that, my dearest. Theo, Do you honestly think that we might have a chance at turning this thing between us into something real? A real marriage? I wouldn't have asked you to spend this week with me if I didn't think we had a shot. That makes me feel better. I just want to be with you. In all ways. I wish you wanted the same thing with me, though. I knew I was hurting her ego by sticking to my guns about no intimacy. Getting up, I pulled her chair out, lifted her up, holding her like the bride she so desperately wanted to be, and I kissed her soft lips. You are much too special to be treated like some common woman. If you're to become my wife, I want our children to know that I put you on a pedestal right from the start. You know that I can't be kept on a pedestal for the rest of our lives, right? I know that. But for our brief engagement, I can treat you the way a lady deserves to be treated. Leaning her forehead against mine, she said, "This whole thing has been nothing but rushed. Maybe you're right. I'm glad you have come to agree with me. Holding her this way feels kind of right. Maybe she will become Mrs. Theodore Decker by the end of this thing."
Chapter 12. Beverly.
With only 2 more days to go, I had bought all the clothes I would need for the trip, and was trying them on while standing in front of my mirror, trying to judge if each outfit was too naughty or just naughty enough. A knock came on my bedroom door. "Mom, can I order pizza for dinner?" We had already had pizza twice that week. I felt like a bad mom and tugged off the clothes. "No, I'll cook. Give me 5 minutes and I'll be out." "It's okay, Mom. I know you're excited about your trip. I'll order some salad with it if you're afraid I'm not eating enough vegetables." Dodge was a good kid. It might have been a little rough, but I had raised a good boy. "No, really. I want to make you something to eat for dinner. I'll be right out." "Okay then. You want me to turn on the oven for you or something?" "Set it on 400. Thanks, sweetie. You want me to pull a bottle of wine out of the fridge for you too?" "No, thank you," I laughed as I put the clothes back on a hanger, then put back on the shorts and t-shirt I had on before trying on my new clothes. Not long after, I headed out to make my son a good meal. "I'm thinking cabbage rolls." "I'm thinking hot dogs," Dodge said with a grin. "I bet you know what I'm thinking, don't you?" I went to the fridge to get things out to make the cabbage rolls. "You're thinking that I'm gonna eat some cabbage rolls? You must be a mind reader." "I know, right?" Laughing, he sat on a bar stool, watching me cook like he had since he was little. "So, are you getting excited about your trip?" "I'm trying not to. You know, just in case they don't need me to go." I had told him some about what I was asked to do, but not all. "But you'll know by Saturday?" That's what the lady told me. "And why would they need you to go on a television show?" He had tried hard to ask the right questions to get me to tell him more, but I was not about to spill the beans. "Dodge, some things are just not meant for kids to know. This is grown-up stuff." "So, are you finally gonna go find a boyfriend then?" He grinned, amused with himself. "I don't want you to even think about things like that. I might go and I might not. In any case, I won't be gone any longer than 2 weeks. And then I'll be back here with you." "But what if something happens on this show that you're going to be on? Like, what if they want you to make more appearances or something like that? Are you gonna be leaving a lot now?" "Nope." I looked around for the ketchup and couldn't find it. "By any chance, do you know where the ketchup is?" "Oh yeah." He jumped up, ran out of the kitchen, then came back with the half-empty bottle of ketchup. "Me and Teddy had fries this afternoon. He brought them over. So I got the ketchup out. Try to remember to put things back where you found them once you're done using them, sweetie." Pouring the ketchup over the cabbage rolls, I tried not to do my traditional sigh after reminding Dodge of a simple rule that had been in place his entire life. "You'll help Aunt Belinda keep up with the house while I'm gone, right?" She's used to cleaning, Mom. She likes it." "Yes, be that as it may, I would like you to help out as much as you can. It's nice of her to come stay with you. We don't want to take advantage of her in any way." "Sure, Mom. So, about this show that you're gonna be on. My friends are all asking when they will get to see it. It's not a show for children, Dodge. Is it on regular television? I'm not really sure. I wasn't told what network it would be on. But I do know that it's not for kids. Also, there's no need to tell everyone you know about what I might be doing. It hasn't been decided yet if I'm even going or not. You should know that this won't stay a secret once it comes out. People know you, Mom. They will talk. Kids will hear. You should just be upfront with everyone about what this show is about. Well, since I'm not sure whether I'm going to be on it yet, I will just keep that tidbit of information to myself, thank you very much. Putting the pan into the oven, I went to grab a couple of potatoes to make mashed potatoes. How would you like to peel these potatoes for me? Sure, Mom. Getting up, he came and took the spuds from me, moving them to the sink to peel them. My friend Cammie's mom said she saw you walking down Rodeo Drive with bags full of clothes. You know I went shopping, Dodge. With milk in hand, I filled half a pot with it, stirring it constantly so it wouldn't stick to the bottom and get scorched. Yes, I did know that. But Cammie's mom said that you were coming out of a store that sold skimpy clothes. He looked right at me. Mom, are those clothes for that show? Never mind. I hated nosy people. Mom, you shouldn't wear skimpy clothes, you know that. Dodge, last time I looked, I was still the mom, and you were still the kid. I'm not going to do anything that will embarrass myself. Don't worry. You know how television can be, Mom. I just don't want anyone to talk you into doing anything that you don't want to do. And now he's throwing my words back at me. Since I am the one who said those exact same words to you, son, I expect you know that I'm completely aware of that. No one will get me to do anything I don't want to do. Everything will be fine. And since it's not even for sure yet, I see no reason to talk about it this dang much. Are you about done with those potatoes yet? Here. He placed the peeled and washed potatoes on the chopping block. You want me to chop them up for you? I don't want you using knives, Dodge. Mom, I'm 12, he said with a sour tone to his sometimes squeaky voice. Yeah, 12. Maybe when you're 15 I will let you use my sharp knives. Until then, you can help in many other ways. Some people say you're overprotective of me. People are entitled to their opinions. And my opinion is that I am just the right amount of protective over you, my only child. You know, kids who have younger brothers and sisters usually don't have as many rules as I do. They even have to do things like cut up apples for their younger siblings. I suppose you're very lucky that you don't have to do that for anyone then. Shaking his head, he said, Mom, I would actually love to have brothers and sisters. You are 12, son. I don't think you would like having screaming babies around at all. They don't come out able to take care of themselves, you know. It's not that. It's just that I'm like, all alone. Once you're gone, I won't have anyone. I'd never thought about that, and did not want to. Look, I'm a long way from being gone. And you will be a grown man with a life of your own by the time I leave this earth. No need to worry about being alone. Plus, you have more friends than I have ever had. I mean blood relatives, Mom. Please don't worry about things like that, Dodge. I'm not worried, Mom. I'm just saying that I would like to have younger brothers and sisters. So, if this show you are going on, I interjected, might be going on. Yeah. Anyway, if this show is about you meeting some guy, then maybe give that guy a real chance, you know? I'm all for it. I just wanted you to know that before you left. It would be nice to have a whole family for once. Like most of my friends have. It would be nice. That's all. So any man will do. Not just any man. He has to be the right kind of man. He has to treat you nice. He has to be nice to me too. But you have to give him a chance to find out if he's that kind of guy or not. It was reassuring to know that Dodge would be willing to let a man into our lives. And if that happened, he would find his real father. But then, what would happen? Would they find it impossible to forgive me for what I had done to them both? Would they find it impossible to understand why I did what I did? Or would they just be happy they had found each other, and not even think about that at all? I had promised myself that I would stop being afraid of being rejected by Theo. But the idea of being rejected by my own son proved to be even more terrifying. Dodge, you do know that everything I have done was only what I thought best for you. Right? What does that mean, Mom? I had to admit that I hadn't thought he would respond that way at all. I wasn't ready to explain to him exactly what I meant. Well, that's just something that parents say to their kids. You know, to let their kids know that maybe they have made some mistakes, but none of them were done to hurt their kids. Like, not intentionally. His wide eyes made him appear a bit like a young deer that had just emerged from the forest, stepped one hoof onto the hard asphalt of a road, then saw bright lights beaming at him and had no clue what was about to happen. Did you do something to hurt me? Yes. It's not that. Not really. It's just that I have been a single mother. He quickly interjected, Mom, you've been the best. Don't even think that you haven't been the best mom ever. All my friends are jealous of me because you are that great of a mom. It never hurt to be given praise for my motherly abilities. Thank you, son. I couldn't help myself and moved toward him, scooped him into my arms and gave him a great big hug. Oh my boy. You have no idea what you mean to me. I would walk through fire for you. I'm glad you don't have to do that, Mom. Letting him go, I took a step back to admire my son. He had taken half his looks from me and half from his father. He might soon learn that too. I'm glad I don't have to walk through actual fire for you two, Dodge. But that's not really what that means anyway. It is more like real-life situations. You know, like that time you waited until the last minute to do that art project and were going to get an F in that class, and I saved your butt by giving you that old wood carving I had done when I was 10 so you could turn that in. It's stuff like that. Everyday stuff. Like the things I don't buy for myself, so I can get you things that you like. It's more like that. His eyes turned upward, as if he were trying to think about a time he could add to the conversation. I've walked through fire for you too, Mom. Like that time you ran that stoplight, and the policeman pulled you over and you were like freaking out. So I thought that I might be able to help, and as soon as you rolled down your window so the policeman could talk to you, I told him that I had to poop really bad, and that's why you ran the light, and he let us go really quickly after I said that. That's like walking through fire, right? Yes, exactly. You had my back, didn't you? And I always have yours too. Even when you might think that I don't, I always do and always have. Sure, I know that, Mom. His smile told me that he did know that for sure. My heart often swelled when I looked at my son. He was my pride and joy. I had never even come close to knowing or understanding true love until I first laid my eyes on his sweet little face. The first time I saw the fuzzy image of him on a sonogram when I was pregnant ignited the spark of love for him. When he kicked my stomach the first time, later in the pregnancy, I fell a little more in love with him. But when he came into the world, screaming like crazy, then quieted as soon as I held him in my arms, I fell in love in a way I hadn't known was even possible. And that love only continued to grow by leaps and bounds as the years rolled by. Oh my. I have stolen that from Theo. By keeping Dodge a secret from his father, I had stolen the chance for Theo to fall in love with our son the way I had. And in my mind, that was unforgivable. Can Theo ever forgive me for what I've taken from him? Aunt Belinda said she'll take me wherever I want to go while you're away. But I haven't come up with anything yet. What should I go do while you're off finding the man of your dreams? Well, it's still up in the air if I'm going or not. If you get to go, he said with a huff, what should I do with Aunt Belinda? Well, you could do the touristy stuff Los Angeles has to offer. You two could take one of those tours where you see all the homes of the celebrities. Nope. That sounds boring. Well, what about Universal Studios? Been there. You were like 6. It would be a whole different experience now that you're older. Nah. Think of something else. Something really cool. I had to dig deep to think of something that might be cool to a 12-year-old boy. There are surfing lessons at Venice Beach. Aunt Belinda on a surfboard. Falling off the stool at the island bar, he laughed like a hyena. I forgot about her. No, that would not be fun for her at all. But you know what might be fun for both of you? What? He said as he got up off the floor where he had been rolling with laughter. Going to Catalina Island. You guys could take a helicopter ride out there and spend the day doing things like ziplining and lots of other stuff. You haven't been there. And I don't think Belinda has either. The idea had his eyes lighting up. Do you think she would do that, Mom? That would be amazing. A real helicopter ride. My friend Ray has been there. He said it was like paradise. I've heard that too. You should definitely talk to your aunt about the two of you doing that. I bet she would be all for it. I'm going to leave her with plenty of money for you too. It shouldn't be a problem at all for you guys to go do that. I bet she will say yes. That will be so much fun. I can't wait. Dodge, don't go getting your hopes up yet. It's not for sure. Yeah, I know. But if you do leave, then me and Aunt Belinda are going to have so much fun. It was nice to know that my son was going to be fine without me around, if it came to that. I'm sure you will. Are you ready to eat? It smells to me like the cabbage rolls are ready. All I have to do is whip the potatoes. In a flash, he was hugging me. Thanks, Mom. Genuinely confused, I asked, for what? For thinking of something fun for me to do while you're away. You are the best. Running my hand over his hair, I sighed. You can't tell me that too many times, son. I think you're the best too. Having a kid like you is a real blessing. I try to be. He went to get the plates out of the cabinet. He was the best helper I could have ever asked for. What do you say to getting some ice cream after dinner? I bought an ice cream maker last week that I haven't used yet. So, what do you say to helping me make some after dinner? Plating up the food, I winked at him. I have the ingredients for lavender ice cream. Lavender? He asked with a perplexed expression. I don't know what that flavor is. I was thinking about having chocolate with sprinkles, and probably gummy worms too. I can put those things on the lavender ice cream. Not to be mean about your idea, but that just sounds yucky. Purple ice cream is not a thing I have ever even seen. I don't think I would like it. Okay then. Chocolate it is. I happen to have the ingredients for that too. But you should try more things, Dodge. A well-rounded palate is a good thing to have. A what? I dumbed it down for him. Eating a lot of different foods makes you a more adventurous eater. I like to stick to what I know. Even this cabbage roll thingy is not looking very yummy to me. But I know you, and I know that you're going to make me try it anyway. Good to know that you know me, and are done arguing with me about trying new things. This stuff ain't new, Mom. You've made it at least 3 times this year. And we are only in the 6th month, so that's a lot of times if you ask me. And it hasn't taken off for me yet. I'm still gonna want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich after I take the 3 bites you make me take. You never know when it will grow on you. Tonight might be the night. Bet it's not. I bet you're right too. But it's sure nice to get to sit down and eat a meal with my son. I wonder if Theo would be happy just to get to sit and eat a meal with our son.
Chapter 13. Theo.
Surfing through the channels on the television in the living room, I noticed movement out of the corner of one eye and turned my head to find Miranda standing in the doorway of the bedroom, wearing nothing but a white bath towel. Licking her red lips, she winked. You should come and join me in the bedroom. I had no idea why she would say a thing like that. Not after all the conversations we'd had all week long about not being intimate, until we had made the decision to get married. Which I had not done. Miranda, what are you doing? Did you take a bottle of wine with you to your bath or what? I might have. Her hand moved to the top of the towel, teasingly pricking it with her fingers as if she were about to drop the thing. Come on. You know you want at least a peek. It's our last night here, Theo. I mean, it will be our last night here if you don't pop the question. There are more hours left in this day. I wasn't going to be rushed into a marriage. You should think about what you're doing. There are cameras everywhere, and if you drop that towel, they'll catch everything. Her lips formed a pout as she asked, "Are you not in need of intimacy? We've been on this island for weeks now. Aren't you itching for some?" No. I had changed my mindset since coming here. If I were going to actually ask a woman to marry me, I did not want intimacy to be a factor in my decision. Miranda, I've explained this to you already. But apparently you need me to say this again. I won't let intercourse make me enter a marriage. I had never thought about being married until about a week ago. And since then, that's really all I've been thinking about. To me, a marriage is something sort of sacred. It's not to be entered into lightly. It's forever. Or at least both parties should enter into it with those things heavily on their minds. I know things that are deal breakers can happen, but we both need to be sure that marriage is the right thing for us. Arching her brows, she said, "I'm sure that you're the man for me, Theodore Decker. Can you say the same about me?" I didn't want to say words that I couldn't take back. It's not the right time. It's not the right time for you to tell me that I'm the one for you? Then when will that time come? After midnight tonight, when the time period is over for you to make your decision. Her face went red as if she were embarrassed. Why not tell me that you don't want to marry me right now? Why wait? Why leave me hanging like this? Don't you think what you're doing is cruel? If you feel that me waiting to be absolutely sure that you're the one I should be married to for the rest of my life is cruel, then maybe we're not right for each other. I think you're just afraid to make a commitment. And I will say that you're right about that. I was afraid to make a lifelong commitment to a woman I had not known for long at all. What person would be ready to jump into a marriage with nearly a complete stranger? We're not strangers, Theo. I know more about you than I have known about anyone I've ever dated. And you know more about me than anyone ever has. I have divulged more information about myself to you than ever before. Want to know why I've done that? Yes? Because I trust you. Well, you shouldn't just trust me, Miranda. I've never had a steady girl in my life. That wasn't entirely true, though. There had been Beverly. In my mind, Beverly and I had just been a couple of kids who had no idea what adult love was about. Sure, we loved each other. But not in the way two adults love each other. Our love was too much. Our chemistry was too sizzling. It was a love only young people could have. What we had was not anything like a marriage. And frankly, I had no idea what sort of love a marriage required. I wasn't even sure that I was capable of feeling it. You think that you're not ready for marriage, but you are. Holding the towel tightly around her now, she went on. The fact that you're thinking so hard about what is right and wrong in a marriage, and even in the relationship leading up to one, tells me that you're ready. You are more than ready. You actually know what you want in this relationship that we share. The only thing you're forgetting about is me and what I want. What I need. You might be okay with marrying someone you've never been with, but I'm not sure that I'm okay with that. What if there's something about me that just doesn't do it for you? Or vice versa. You do it for me, okay? And I know that I do it for you, Miranda. You are standing there in nothing more than a towel. And you want to drop that towel to entice me into doing something that I am against doing at this time. Normally, I would be all over you. Eager to show you what I can do for you. But you're more important than that. I know you want to respect me. No. I will respect you. If you become my wife and the mother of my children, I want. No regrets, she finished my sentence. See, I know you. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're going to say most of the time. And I know that you think that we can enter into a marriage without knowing what kind of physical chemistry we'll have. But I have this fear burning deep inside of me that you won't ask me to marry you. You might not even want us to keep seeing each other once this show is over. I have to be honest with you, Theo. That thought scares the shit out of me. Then you're getting a hint of what I am feeling. Will you hate the way my breath smells in the morning? Will you hate the way I leave the toilet seat up? I have been living alone all my life. I've never had to put it down. I'm sure to leave it up, even if I'm trying not to. Are you serious? She asked with drooping eyes. Theo, we will have to learn to live together. We will have so many things to learn about each other. By the way, we've lived here together for a week, and I have woken up to your breath each morning. I have no complaints. 3 times I have gone into the bathroom and found the toilet seat up. I never got angry, not even one of those times. We can do this, baby. We can make a life together. But it's all up to you, isn't it? I'm not allowed to ask you to marry me. For which I was thankful, for she surely would have asked already. You're in the honeymoon stage. Or something like that. You think I'm pretty much perfect right now. Her laughter pealing through the air startled me. Oh, how wrong you are, Theo. Perfect? You. No. Let me point out the things that you do that make you as imperfect as I am. Please do. I had to hear this. No one had ever said that I was anything less than perfect. That was the beauty of very short relationships. I am all ears. Yes, let me start with your ears. Thanks for bringing them up. They're uneven. The left sits lower than the right. And they're pointy too. You know, like an elf. Which you are not. But still, it's not anything I have ever liked in a man at all. But on you, those lopsided pointy ears work for some strange reason. I've come to like them. So my ugly ears have become something you like, I said. Imagine that. Oh, I'm not done. I haven't come to like all the negative aspects of you, my dear. You don't air out the bathroom adequately after you do your business. You could spray something, or open a window, or turn on the fan in the ceiling that's made for just that sort of thing. But no, you leave your odor there for me to walk in on. And boy, you better believe that it hits me right in the nose each and every time. It's all that sugar that you consume. I'm sure of that. You're the one who makes coffee each morning, and you know that I put a lot of creamer in it. What do you think happens after a cup of that? No one told you that you have to drink it. But you insinuate that I should join you in a cup. By saying what? You say, I made a pot of coffee. Would you like some? And you stand there poised to pour me a cup. Hell, you even have the creamer out and on the table before you ask. You know that has to make me feel as if I need to have a cup. And then the inevitable happens, and you're telling me that my smell offends you. I didn't say it offends me. I said that it makes you not perfect. And that's okay because no one is perfect, and I don't see you that way. You are as flawed as any other person. So am I. It had become clear now. Aha. And what is that about? She asked. You know my flaws, but not all of them. You want to see what my flaws are in the bedroom. That's just not cool, Miranda. That's not why I want to be with you, Theo. She retreated to the bedroom, looking defeated. I didn't like the way she had looked at me, and gave her time to dress before I followed into the bedroom. Hey, I didn't mean. Dressed in a silky kimono type of dress, she held up her hand. Look, you just don't get it. I want to feel your body on top of mine. I want to know what it feels like to be one with you. Theo, I love you. Her eyes shimmered with tears that begged to be unleashed. Slowly, I sat on the end of the bed next to her. You love me. I do. How can you know that already? My heart tells me that I adore and love you, and I listen to my heart. What does your heart tell you? Closing my eyes, I waited and listened for my heart to say something to me. I needed my heart to actually speak to me. I knew the voice would be mine and it would ring in my head, but nothing came. Nothing came at all. When I opened my eyes, I saw Miranda's tears streaming down her face, and my heart finally spoke to me. It's telling me that I'm hurting you. I didn't want to hurt her at all. So I took her into my arms, leaving a kiss on the top of her head as she buried her face in my chest. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I never meant to hurt you or anyone. But your uncertainty is driving me crazy, Theo. This is just such a big and important decision to make, Miranda. I know you understand that. Pulling her head back, she looked into my eyes. Tell me what you feel for me. Please. Just let me know. Even if it's going to destroy me. Please just tell me what you feel. I had to be honest. It was time for that. We were running out of time. Miranda, you are familiar to me. I see you, and I see something real. I see hope. I see a future. Her lower lip quivered with emotion. I see a future with you too, baby. Her hands moved to embrace my face. We could be something great. In a way, I thought she was right. But in another way, I wasn't sure of that yet. Maybe in a year. Her head dropped. So that's it then? We're done. No marriage. Tomorrow we will leave the island. And then what? She jerked her head up to glare at me. Am I supposed to wait for you to call? Or should I move on? Should I stay on the island to see if another man here wants me? You tell me, Theo. I really want to know. Because what I know right now is that I want you. I love you. I want to marry you. Stroking her cheek with my thumb, I had to admit something to her. No one has ever told me the things you are telling me. It's doing something to my heart that nothing ever has. Baby, I would walk through fire for you. She smiled at me with such emotion in her blue eyes that I felt it coming through to me. My heart sped up, then missed a beat. And when I leaned in to kiss her, sparklers went off inside my head. This has to be it. This has to be real adult love. Fireworks were something that only the young experience. Adults saw things much more clearly. Sparklers were great. Sparklers were safe. And you wanted safety in a marriage. The sparklers were a great sign. I had faith in that now. The fireworks I had with Beverly were adolescent. They had to have been. She was 19 and I was 21 when we had our last night together. And what a night it was. The fireworks had gone off more than ever that night. That was not the kind of love that made marriages work and last forever, though. It couldn't have been, or we wouldn't have been able to leave each other the way we did. No strings. Nothing holding us back from our budding careers and full lives. Man, that still feels so real. My one love. My one sure thing. But it wasn't a lifetime of being together. Not at all. The words Miranda had just said to me were real. They were words you could build a future on. She had to be the one I was meant to spend the rest of my life with. She would stay with me through thick and thin. She would deal with my not-so-great habits and traits. She would take me as I am. And what was I exactly? A man with lots of money. A man with lots of experience and expertise. A man with what else, though? Our lips parted, and she looked at me with shining eyes. Theo, tell me what you're thinking. I'm thinking that you are so much better than I am. Don't think that way. Moving my hands down her arms, I took her hands in mine, holding them between us. Miranda, other than money, what else do I have to offer a woman like you? Oh, my dear, dear man, she said in a whisper. You think that a marriage is built on such a shabby foundation as money and intimacy. No, no, no. But you want to sleep with me. Only because I sense that you won't be asking me to marry you. I yearn to feel you. You have no idea how much I want that. I want to have your children, Theo. I want it all. But marriage is knowing that money can come and go. A couple has to be able to stay together when they have it all, and when they have nothing. As with money, intimacy will come and go. A married couple has to be able to go without intimacy. Especially after having a baby. A woman can't have any for something like 6 weeks after giving birth. And sometimes complications while pregnant mean the couple can't have intimacy. And then there's getting old, and that can present problems too. You can't base a marriage on money or intimacy. I hadn't ever thought about the things she was saying. So, you're telling me that you will marry me, knowing that I could lose all my money and my ability to have intimacy? I would. I sat there, looking into her eyes. Looking for any lies that might be in them. And then I asked, if I asked you to sign a prenuptial agreement saying that you get nothing if we divorce, then what would you say? I'm not marrying you for money. I'll sign anything you want me to. What if one day after our wedding, I have some crazy accident? Would you still marry me? I would. I love you. I would stay with you no matter what. It was easy for a person to say those things. But to actually do them was another story entirely. Still, what she had said so far was so much more than anyone had ever told me before. Not that I had ever been talking about marriage with anyone before. This was uncharted territory for me. So, it wasn't easy to make a decision. Still, one had to be made. I'm not going to sleep with you tonight. Her chest heaved as she sighed heavily. I will have to accept that. Good. And there's more. What more is there? I'm pretty sure that I love you too. But you should know that I won't be saying that on the daily until I'm positive about it. I think I can deal with that. Good. There's still more. Okay. I had to steady myself for this last part. Can you go without mating for 2 more weeks? Her cheeks went pink as she nodded. I can do that if you need me to. That was it. I made my move, going to the closet, then pulling down the bag I had brought with me. Unzipping the outer pocket, I retrieved the box with the princess-cut diamond engagement ring I had brought with me, just in case I found a woman I wanted to propose to. I had not put much thought into the ring when I purchased it. To be honest, I had thought I would be taking it back to the jewelers to get my money back when I left the island, still a bachelor. It was not easy to breathe as I went back to Miranda, who sat at the end of the bed. Getting on one knee, I opened the box. The overhead light caught the diamond's edges, making it sparkle. Will you be my wife? Her hands flew to cover her gaping mouth, and her head moved in a nod. Oh my. I'm engaged.
Chapter 14. Beverly.
Friday at 4 in the afternoon, I stood at the counter frosting a cake. My hands trembled as my nerves shot up. Waiting, wondering if the call telling me that Theo had proposed would come, had taken its toll on me. Hey, Delaney called out as she came into the kitchen, flocked on both sides by people I didn't know. What are you still doing here, Beverly? I thought you would be home preparing to leave in the morning. No one has called me. Putting down the cake spatula, I wiped my hands on my apron, more than willing to let anyone else take over the cake. I'm guessing you two are here to take over if I ever leave. Hi, I am Val and this is Nadine, one of the girls said. We're in the culinary program at UCLA. Delaney was nice enough to give us the chance to get some hands-on experience. But only if you're leaving. Delaney filled us in on what is going on with you. So, you know that I'm supposed to go on a reality show, but only if my ex asks another woman to marry him. I felt a little bit ashamed of the part one was to play in this thing. And before you ask, yes, I am a little uneasy with being the person who is brought in to rock the boat. Yeah, I was gonna say that you showing up just after your ex proposed to another woman would be a little bad, Nadine said. And you do not seem like a bad person. She's not, Delaney said with a grin. But she should do this anyway. Beverly hasn't dated anyone seriously in years. Like 13 of them. 13 years? Val asked, her jaw hanging open. Well, I've dated a bit throughout the years. Mostly blind dates that my friends and family have made me go on. No one has really caught my attention though. But I'm a single mother to a son, so I don't want to bring just anyone around him. He's 12 now. And he has let me know that I have his blessing to bring a man around. As long as he's really special and really nice to me. Sounds like a sweet kid, Nadine said, taking the cake spatula and preparing to frost the rest of the cake. You sound like a good mom too. I do try to be. My cell buzzed inside my apron pocket, jarring me. Shit. All eyes turned to me, and Delaney asked, "You gonna see who's calling?" I had a feeling deep down in the pit of my stomach that this would be the call. The call that could potentially change my life and my son's too. Slowly I pulled the phone out of my pocket, not daring to take even one breath. Seeing Jasmine's name on the screen made me shiver as chill bumps peppered my flesh. It's her. Oh my. This is it. Looking at the others in the room, I saw wide eyes, no smiles, and the tension was thick as Delaney said, "Go on, answer the call. You don't have to do this if you don't want to. Remember that." Nodding, I knew I could just say no if I really wanted to. Swiping the screen, the words barely escaped my mouth in a breathy whisper. Did he do it? He did. Just a few minutes ago. Me and some of the other crew members watched the whole thing play out on the monitors. It was, well, let me put it this way, it was interesting that he ended up proposing to Miranda. They were actually having an argument, and somehow it all turned around and he asked her to marry him. He gave her an engagement ring and everything. The pit of my stomach burned and nodded with the news. He asked a woman he was arguing with to marry him? That was not the man I had known. Theo was always very easy to get along with. Well, Miranda has been frustrated with him this entire week. Why is that? Because Theo didn't want them to be intimate until they got married, if they got married. Which is not really his normal way of doing things with women. I know you don't know this about him, but he is quite the womanizer. No way. I just could not believe that about him. He was never like that back in college. Well, he has been that way for many years. And now with Miranda, he's changed. He's looking at a future with her, and wants it to be about as close to perfect as it can get. Which might be a problem. No one can be perfect. No relationship can be perfect. But apparently Miranda wants to give it a go anyway. Personally, I don't see it lasting, but that's just me. I was not sure how to respond. It seemed to me that Theo had evolved in a very different way than I had thought he would have. From what Jasmine had said, he had gone from being a playboy to being a man who wanted the perfect wife and marriage. Which was a bit of a dramatic switch. But that's what the show wanted, lots of drama. Do I really want to be a part of this thing? I was not into drama. Never had been. And if Theo was looking to make a perfect marriage with someone, then who was I to step in and mess it all up? He deserved love, happiness, and the wife of his dreams. If she was the woman of his dreams. So, how do they get along, Jasmine? Good, except for the no mating part. Miranda wants it, but Theo refuses to give in. It's caused them several spats. Only Theo has made that line in the sand, and seems set on not stepping over it at all. Much to Miranda's disappointment. And why would she not be disappointed that he won't let her get close to him in that way? He's a magnificent man. Built like a rock. As good-looking as a man can get. Easy to get along with, too. He is the complete package. So anyway, I hope you are packed and ready to roll in the morning. We have the other exes coming to Los Angeles as we speak. In the morning, cars will be sent to pick you all up and drive you to LAX. From there, our private jet will bring you to the Big Island, and you'll each get your own personal helicopter ride to the island we're filming on. So, I'm showing up in a helicopter? That sounded very dramatic and loud too. Yes, you are. All the exes are. See, we're going to have all the newly engaged couples on the beach having dinner dates. The helicopters will come in right at sunset, making it hard for anyone to really see who is getting off the choppers. Only silhouettes will be seen, moving toward the shoreline where our couples will be sitting at bistro tables, wondering what the Hades is going on. It will be so gorgeous and filled with intense drama and suspense. My stomach is already hurting, I let her know. Nerves are good. You would not be normal if you didn't have them, Beverly. What happens if I throw up when I'm walking out? There was a very real risk that something like that would happen. I feel like I'm about to puke right now. We would quickly cut away from you to focus on anything else if that happened. We have had some vomiting women already, so our camera people have become quite adept at moving quickly to get off that nasty scene. Women have been puking already? I found that to be bothersome. Most of them did so after drinking too much. Yeah, I can see why they would overindulge in the alcohol. I feel like I need a drink right now. Jasmine, I'm not sure that I can do this. I have to be honest with you. I'm not sure I will get into the car you send in the morning. Nothing but silence came through the line for a good while. And then she said, "It would be a shame if you backed out now, Beverly." Not only for our show but for Theo. I'm not supposed to put my opinion out there. It's against our rules. That's why I fell quiet. I left the room so that no one else would hear what I'm going to say to you. My ears pricked with anticipation. What do you want to tell me, Jasmine? I am not convinced that Theo is in love with Miranda. First of all, he has not told her that he loves her. Not really. He said that he thinks he might love her. Hang on a second. I couldn't believe Theo had asked a woman to marry him when he wasn't even sure he loved her yet. He hasn't told her that he loves her? Like I said, not really. What I'm saying is that there's a chance that you coming here will change his mind about marrying Miranda. Is that what I want to do? Torn, I felt conflict swirling throughout my entire body. On the one hand, Theo did deserve to be happy. He deserved to get married and have the life he seemed to be ready for now. But what was not sitting well with me was the fact that he had not told this woman that he loved her. I can't sit by and let him marry a woman he doesn't love now, can I? If nothing else, someone who really knew Theo needed to step in and ask him the tough questions. Like, why get married to someone you're not 100% sure that you love? For the damn reality television show? No way was it okay for anyone I had once loved to marry only for the sake of ratings of a damn show. So I had to go, didn't I? Send the car for me in the morning. 6 sharp, she said. And you're making the right decision, Beverly. I think he needs you right now. I sensed that too. But what I didn't know was how he would feel about seeing me again when I told him that he had been a father for 12 years without knowing it. It will be nice to finally meet you, Jasmine. It will be nice to meet you too, Beverly. See you tomorrow evening. Sunset will never be a thing you look at the same way after tomorrow. I bet you're right about that. Bye now. The 3 faces looking at me told me I had gone and done something dramatic. Delaney asked, "You sure about this?" I have to go and see him. I think he might be making a mistake. If he doesn't love this Miranda woman, then he shouldn't marry her. Of course, that didn't mean that he needed to marry me either. We didn't even know each other anymore. That would be just as wrong as him marrying the other woman who he wasn't sure he was in love with. The bottom line is that Theo and I were once very close to each other, and I think he just needs a friend right now who he can really talk to. This whole time you seem tentative about going, Delaney pointed out. Now that you know he might do something that he'll end up regretting, you seem set on going. Maybe I needed a real reason to go to the island to butt into his love life. Maybe I just needed a push to help me make up my mind. But the thing was that my mind was made up. I was going to the island. I had to get to Theo. I had to remind him that real love existed, and that he should not marry someone if he didn't know he loved her with all of his heart and soul without a shadow of a doubt. I loved him once upon a time, Delaney. I can't let him marry a woman he doesn't love. He might not want me, and that would be fine. I just can't let him make such a huge mistake. Whatever he has been doing all these years with women is not my business. But what he is doing with this particular woman now must be my business, or I wouldn't have been brought into this thing. Maybe that's the reason behind bringing in the exes for all those bachelors. I thought it was to make dramatic twists, Delaney reminded me. Nothing nearly as noble as exes coming back into their old beau's life to help him see he's about to make a serious mistake. All I'm saying is that you should go into this thing knowing that it's all about drawing out the most emotions in the people you will be dealing with. And now that Theo has a fiancée, you will be dealing with her as well. How do you feel about that, Bev? You have never been into dealing with conflict. And you can bet that this guy's new fiancé will become extremely defensive when you show up. I can't let that detour me, can I? I was not going to let fear of conflict with anyone get in my way of making sure Theo didn't do anything that would mess up his life. What if he marries this woman, they have a baby right away, then he figures out that they're not compatible and the marriage ends in divorce? What about that poor kid? You're a single mom, Bev, Delaney said. I'm sure that woman can become one too. There's no reason for you to worry about something that hasn't even happened yet, and may not ever happen. I'm going, Delaney. I found it funny that she now seemed to be trying to discourage me from going. At first, she had encouraged me to go. Aha. Aha what? She asked. Reverse psychology. I see right through you, Delaney. Took you long enough, didn't it? She said with a smug laugh. Go on. Get the hell out of here and go pack your things. I have plenty of help here while you're gone. Plus, you have to get your sister on the phone and get her down here to LA. You have a lot to take care of, Beverly. And good luck with your man. He's not my man. Well, make him your man. Now get out of here. Time is wasting while you stand around gabbing. Taking off my apron, I grabbed my purse and headed out the door. My mind was all over the place as I climbed into my car. Calling my sister was the first thing on my list of things to do before I jetted off to Hawaii. Belinda, they called. You're going? She cried out. I'm going. Can you be here before 6 in the morning? That's when a car is being sent to pick me up. I felt my heart as it began to pound inside my chest. I have to calm down. If I stay this amped up until I get to him, it will surely destroy me. I'll be there later tonight. Don't worry about me getting there before you go. I won't let you down. Dodge is excited about you coming too. He has some pretty great plans for you guys. A burst of adrenaline shot through me as it began to really sink in that I was about to be face to face with the only man I had ever loved. Oh my, am I really gonna do this, Belinda? It seems like you are, Beverly. Do not overthink it. Just go with the flow. I know this is all supposed to be dramatic for the show, but you don't have to let it upset you in any way. Make it a good time. It will be fun to catch up with your old friend, right? You and Theo had a great friendship apart from the romantic relationship you two shared. Go to your old friend and see what else comes up. Well, my old friend has asked a woman to marry him. And he's not sure if he loves her or not. So I feel that he needs to be reminded that there is true love out there, and not to settle. I hope you can get through to him. I have been married for 10 years, and believe me, it takes real love to make a marriage work. If it's not built on mutual love and understanding, then it's doomed from the start. And who knows, maybe you entering with a noble mission will pull at Theo's heartstrings in a much better way than if you were there purely to break up the happy new couple. I can see this working in your favor, Beverly. It's not for me, Belinda. I'm doing this for Theo. That's all. But wouldn't it be nice if Theo and I found the love we set aside 13 years ago?
Chapter 15. Theo.
Back in the bachelor pad, it felt great to get to be with just the guys again. It's good to be back at my home away from home, I said as I stretched my arms way over my head. My body and mind must have felt much more confined during the week with Miranda than I had noticed. Wyan had beat the rest of us back to the house. He stood behind the island bar in the kitchen. So you did it, huh? Taking the large bottle of orange juice from the fridge, he chugged it. Yeah, I did it. And since you're here, you must have done it too. Moving in next to him, I stared into the fridge, looking for what? I did not know. Then a can of soda caught my eye and I grabbed it, popping the top. Soda. Miranda does not like us having much sugar or caffeine. I wasn't even allowed to go to the fridge alone, Trevor said as he came into the kitchen. So get the hell out of the way so that I can just stand there, staring at all the crap inside. I don't care if I pick anything or not. I just want to be able to stand there with the damn door open. Stepping back, Wyan and I gave Trevor the room to do what he had been denied. I patted him on the back as I drained the remaining delicious bubbly liquid from the can, then pulled it away from my lips. You're gonna marry that girl, Trevor. Maybe you should stand up to her about this. Are you shitting me, man? His eyes glazed over as he simply stared into the abyss of the filled fridge. It is way too soon to be making a stand on anything. Sly walked in, took a seat at the island bar, and said, Please bring me something, anything. I don't care what it is. Just please bring me something. I have been waiting on that woman hand and foot for 7 long days. She said I had been spoiled my whole life since I was born into privilege. She thinks it's important that I show her I can take care of myself and her if we're going to get married and have kids. Well, you must have asked her to marry you, or you wouldn't be here, I said as I took a slice of pecan pie to the poor guy. So it must not have been that bad. Picking up the pie, he ignored the fork I had also brought and took a huge bite. It was that bad. But she was that good, he stopped talking to chew the food, then went on in the sack. Crane had come in during Sly's rant and sat next to him, bumping his shoulder against his. Surely a good-looking billionaire like yourself has had plenty of great nights. That's no reason to marry a woman. My fiancé and I are on the same page about everything. You know, how to live life together. We have discussed everything that's important to both of us. And we left the intimacy out of it too. Bach walked in, hearing only the last part of what Crane had said. Are you serious? I was not going to let them berate Crane when I had done the same thing. Hey, hang on. Before you begin teasing the man, you all should know that I came to that same decision. No intimacy. Not until after we're married. That woman is going to be my wife, the mother of my children. Everything we have done on this island has been recorded. Our kids could very well end up seeing this show, and then they would know that I had not completely respected their mother. That's not something I want. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and turned to see Dash shaking his head as he looked at me with pity. Dude, you are setting yourself up for failure. Or at least you are setting your future wife up for that. It's like you want this marriage to be perfect, but it can't be perfect. Not at all. I know the marriage can't be perfect, I defended my actions. But the relationship leading up to it can be. Back in the day, people waited for their wedding night to take that final step. And that's what I want. I looked up at the corner of the ceiling, barely able to spot the camera hidden there. My kids are going to see this. I want to set a good example. It's actually sort of surprising to me that out of all of us, only 2 have made the decision to wait until after the marriage to take it to that level. Archer's brows raised as he had come in on the end of the conversation. You would marry a woman who you've never been with? That's just crazy, Theo. What if you two aren't good together in that way? What if it's really bad, and you end up getting frustrated with each other? I don't think that's going to be the way it works, Archer. There's a spark there. Crane nodded, understanding me. Yeah, me and my girl got a spark too. But it is much more important that we want similar things in life. And we do. Starting our marriage on the right foot is important to us both. We know it can't be perfect. But we can try to make it as good as it can get. Abstaining will only make it better, you know. You guys should try it. The weddings aren't for 2 more weeks, so you should all wait for your wedding night. It will make everything so much sweeter. At least there was one man in our midst who thought the same way I did. Thanks, Crane. I feel like they just don't get it. Hey there, billionaire fiancés, the producer Randy said as he came into the room. Out of the 12 men who came here, 8 are left. That's a better number than we had anticipated. Of course, you all have 2 weeks to go until the weddings happen. Anything can happen in that time. Right? I looked around at the other guys. I hadn't thought about anything happening to end our engagements. Like what? I asked. Who knows? Randy replied. During these next 2 weeks, you and your fiancés will be making wedding plans. You will be tasting cakes, making invitation lists, checking out bands for the reception, so many things to do. And damn little time to do it in. Pressure will mount on all of your shoulders. Every woman has an idea of what her wedding day will be like. And your fiancés will expect you all to make their dreams come true. Dash asked, what if we just want something small? Like, just me and her and no one but a person who can marry us? Randy smiled knowingly at Dash. Oh, do you think that's what Kelly wants, Dash? We haven't talked about it, but I think she might want that. She likes it being just me and her. She's very touchy-feely. His sly smile told us all what he was really saying. Randy could see it as well. Your wedding day has nothing to do with the wild nights most of you have been experiencing. His eyes moved to mine. So, what about you, Theo? He looked at Crane next. And you, Crane? What about us? Crane asked, coming to stand next to me. We have a right to not sleep with our fiancés, don't we? Of course you do, Randy assured us. But you must know that the girls are back in their house, talking about how great it was to be with the men they're going to marry. All of them except Miranda and Josie. I hadn't really thought about that happening to Miranda. And it did make me wonder what she was thinking. But I was sure she wouldn't let the others make her feel down. Miranda knows how solid we are. I'm sure she will be just fine. Jutting out his lower lip, he shrugged. That's your call, Theo. Miranda is a lovely woman. Any man would be proud to call her his wife. It would be a shame to lose her. I will not lose her. One wink told me he thought I might be in some hot water. You also haven't told her that you love her. A collective hush fell over the room. I knew that wasn't good at all. I want to say it only when I truly mean it. Randy pointed out, she told you that she loves you. Yes, she has. But it's not fair to her if I only say it, but don't mean it. With all eyes on me, even Crane's, I felt a bit overwhelmed. Crane said, I told Josie that I love her. That's like a given if you're going to ask a woman to marry you. I can't just say it. I wasn't going to say something that I didn't mean. So why did I ask her to marry me in the first place? Was I really going to marry a woman who I didn't love? I asked her to marry me, so there has to be love here in my heart for her. Right? I asked as I looked at everyone. By the time the wedding happens, I'll know for sure. If I can't tell her those 3 little words, then I won't go through with the marriage. Wow, Randy said with wide eyes. You would keep Miranda hanging for 2 long weeks and then dump her at the altar. Shaking his head, he said exactly what he thought. That is cold, Theo. I didn't take you for such a selfish man. Selfish? I didn't feel selfish. Look, I don't want to get into all my reasons for doing things the way I do them. Miranda understands me. She said yes to my proposal. She must believe that I will tell her the words she needs to hear before we get married. Randy's expression still showed he had little faith in me. Anyway, tonight you will all have dinner with your fiancés on the beach. Little tables for 2 will be set up, and waitstaff will deliver your meals of lobster with all the trimmings. He looked at me again. Sunset on the beach might be a great time to tell Miranda those 3 little words that will help you 2 get through the next 2 weeks. Noted. I was not going to let anyone push me into saying something I didn't mean with all my heart. So you guys do what you do, rest, exercise, whatever, Randy said. Now that you're engaged, you will be expected to pick up your ladies at their home on the other side of the island. Take them to the beach and enjoy the night. You all are free to keep your fiancé with you in your bedroom, or go to theirs. You're all going to be married in a couple of weeks anyway. How you do things is all up to you from now on. I couldn't help but feel the pressure that Miranda was sure to put on me once she knew I could bring her here or stay with her. Just great. The damn reality show was pushing me in ways I did not like at all. But I should have known that would happen anyway. When I looked at everyone else, I saw the same disappointment in the eyes of the other men. As soon as Randy left, Wyan said, I can't believe that they're going to do this to us. We have 2 weeks of freedom left, and they're trying to ruin it. At least I wasn't alone in not wanting the women around all the time. We're going to have to spend a lot of time with them, doing the boring wedding plans thing, I whined. I couldn't remember the last time my voice had sounded like that. Why would they do this to us? To put us through the grinder, Bach said. The first time one of us tells Our Lady that we want to spend the night alone, there will be a fight. You all know that there will be a fight. And every night we want to spend a night alone, there will be more and more fights. Sly threw his hands in the air. For God's sake, we're about to live with these women for the rest of our lives if we do our marriages the right way. The last 7 days were good, great even. But my God, I needed a break. I needed to get to do the things I wanted to do. If Gwen knows we can share our nights, she's going to practically demand it. Smiling, I found myself having a bit more wiggle room than most of them did. Miranda knew that intimacy was not going to happen. Making my way to my bedroom, I couldn't stop smiling. The no mating rule seemed to be working for me. I knew it had been the right decision. Listening to the others grumbling to themselves, I tried not to smile. I didn't want to rub it in that I most likely would not be facing the shit they were about to. Not that it was easy, since so many of them had felt free to tell me how I had screwed up. Later I showered, dressed for our date, and went to pick up Miranda. When I emerged, I found myself dressed much more casually than the rest of the guys. A loose-fitting button-down, some khaki shorts, and no shoes. I wanted to feel comfortable. The others didn't seem to be dressing for comfort, wearing suits and ties for some reason. Did I miss a memo? I asked. They all looked at me with gaping mouths as Wyan asked, "Don't you get it, Theo? This is our first date with our fiancés. It's special. I'm sure your girl will be dressed to the nines. And you are gonna wear that crap." "God, I'll change." Tossing my hands into the air, I could see that I was on a very different level than everyone else. And that was not good at all. As I changed from comfy clothes into a suit and shoes that were going to fill up with sand, as soon as I stepped foot on the sandy beach, I got the feeling that tonight was going to be the first night that would suck since I had been on the island. Thoughtfully, the other men had waited for me before we all began making our way, as a group, to the house across the island where the women were staying. None of us said a single word. The feeling was ominous. It was obvious that things were about to change, and not in a good way. Oddly, all the ladies were waiting outside when we emerged from the tropical jungle. My eyes scanned them, finding Miranda dressed in a silky white dress that flowed to her ankles. Matching white sandals adorned her small feet. Her blonde hair hung in long waves, flowing around her shoulders as the wind blew it gently. Beautiful. Holding out her hand, she waited for me to come to her and take it. I kissed the top of my fiancé's hand, smiling at her as I did. "You look gorgeous." "So do you, babe," she said, wrapping her arm through mine and taking her place at my side. Jasmine came and told us about dinner on the beach. And she told us more things too. Yes, we were told those things too by Randy. You do understand that it can't be something you and I do. I didn't phrase it as a question. I wanted her to know that we would not be spending our nights sleeping together. Am I supposed to simply know that, Theo? She hung on tightly to me. Today, I have thought a lot about things. The others had a lot to say about their week with their men, but I had little to say. So, we are going to argue already. Great. Can we just talk about other things this evening? I didn't want to begin our date with taking back everything we had laid out during the week. Let's not have a bad night just because we have decided to do things differently than most of the others. I'm sure you spoke with Josie. She and Crane are waiting until after they are married too. We're not the only ones. I saw her chest heave as she sighed. But he has told her that he loves her. I knew that would be brought up. I just didn't know it would be so soon. Just then, we stepped out of the jungle. Tables were set up along the beach, waves rolling in calmly. That's just beautiful, isn't it? It is beautiful, Miranda agreed. Let's eat. She seemed to understand that I was not going to talk about love at the moment, and she seemed to be okay with it. I liked that about her. She knew that I needed time, and she let me have it. Running my arm around her, I kissed her on the cheek. You are the best. You know that, right? Sure I do. She took the seat I pulled out for her. It is a lovely evening. Let's enjoy it. It's our first meal together as an engaged couple. It's an important night for you and me. The waitstaff began serving the meal as soon as we sat down. And for some reason, I felt a bit rushed. In the distance, on the horizon, I caught a glimpse of something flying through the air. Is that a helicopter?
Chapter 16. Beverly.
It was already 5:30 in the morning, half an hour away from getting into a car that would take me to a man I had never thought I would see again. But here I was, dressed in a blue dress that fit me like a glove. Blue. Theo loved me in blue. He had told me so many times. Although I kept telling myself that I wasn't going just so that I could win Theo back, there I was picking out clothes I knew he would like to see me wearing. I had even found a bottle of the perfume he had given me for our last Christmas together. Beyoncé's Heat for Women, stored neatly in my suitcase, a travel-size bottle inside the zippered pocket of my purse, ready to be spritzed behind both ears, both wrists, the bend of my elbows, and one prick on my neck. I was prepared. It seemed that my subconscious had been preparing for my meeting with Theo, while the forefront of my mind was lying to me, telling me that I was only going to Theo for noble reasons. My sister had made it to my home to stay with Dodge while I would be away. She slept soundly in my bed, unaware of the transformation I had made since she had seen me last night in my jammies, face covered in cream, hair in a turban to hold in the hot oil treatment for my hair. Now I felt illuminated, ready for anything. An eerie calm had settled inside me. I was pretty sure it would fade as I got closer to seeing Theo again. But for now, I was okay. Sneaking into Dodge's bedroom, I nearly tripped over his sneakers, which he had kicked off before going to bed. Damn it, I hissed. Why can't he put up his crap? The room was still dark, and all I could make out was a lump under the blanket. I figured his head would be on the pillow, and moved the blanket back to expose his smelly feet. Moving to the other end of the bed, I lifted the blanket and found him lying face up. His eyes closed and mouth barely parted, he slept soundly. I took in the sight of my sleeping son. My heart filled with love for him as I kissed him on the forehead. Goodbye, my sweet boy. I will be home as soon as I can. It was not easy to leave my son. Not when I knew what it was that I was going to do. The next time I saw him, I might be telling him something that I hadn't ever thought about telling him. Our world will change when I come back home. Or maybe it wouldn't. Maybe I would decide not to tell Theo about our son. Maybe he would be such a different person that I would think he wouldn't be a good influence in Dodge's life. Maybe he would stick with the plan to marry that other woman. If he did that, I wasn't sure I would want him to know about Dodge and possibly seek custody. There were too many variables to be able to tell what would really come of our meeting. For now, all I knew was that I needed to get to Theo. I needed to see if he truly loved that woman or not. There was a lot to find out about Theo himself, too. For all I knew, he had other children. He might not even want to try to take custody of our son. He might be totally cool with just seeing him now and then. Not that him doing something like that would be cool with me. If Theo wanted to be in Dodge's life, then he had to be all in. One of the reasons I had left him out in the first place was because I knew Theo would not have had the time a child required. Theo had always had big plans. And apparently he had reached his goals and then some. He was presently on an island, doing a reality show. But I had my doubts that he had much free time. It was my opinion that people who made lots of money worked many hours for that money. Not that I knew anyone who had made it to billionaire status. But I had catered for some millionaires, and those people were always rushing. The future for us was up in the air right now. But I had to move into that future, whatever it would become. I had left my luggage by the front door, wanting to be ready to go as soon as my ride arrived. When my phone dinged with a text message telling me that my ride was just outside my door, I stopped dead in my tracks. It's time to go. The high heels I had on seemed to be glued to the floor as I tried to make my way to the door. I was afraid. I was nervous. I was slowly falling into an alternate reality, and I wasn't sure if that was a place I wanted to be in or not. But then my subconscious butted in, taking over, and I found myself moving toward the door, grabbing the handle and pulling it open. What I found startled me. Oh, I did not expect cameras. One man held a camera right in my face, and another man waited at the car with a camera in his hands. Neither spoke to me, which was something I knew I would have to get used to. The driver of the car stood next to the cameraman. I will get your bags, Beverly. Thank you. I went to the car, a long black Lincoln, and got into the back seat as the door had been left open for me. The cameraman there moved right in with me, so I scooted over. He held up a phone, and then I saw a woman on the screen smiling at me. Hi, Beverly. It's me, Jasmine. I must say that you look gorgeous. And it's so early in the morning, too. The camera loves you. Thanks. Running my hand through my hair, I was glad I had spent a lot of time on my appearance. I am trying. It shows, she said. So, you're going to be taken to the airport where you will meet up with 8 more exes. 8? I asked with surprise. That many of the men asked nearly complete strangers to marry them? I found that nearly impossible to believe. And the women all said yes. That's right. You will find that when in paradise, love comes a little easier than it does in your everyday life. I look forward to meeting you in person, Beverly. Relax and try to enjoy the ride. See you soon. With the call over, the camera guy exited the back seat, leaving me alone, thankfully. The driver took off, and we made our way to LAX. Even at 6 in the morning, the traffic at the airport was nuts. Luckily, we only had to get through the traffic but not wait in any lines inside. A sleek black plane waited for us, and as I followed the cameraman who walked backward in front of me, I found myself in lavish surroundings with a few other women who were already seated. I'm Beverly, I introduced myself. Naomi, one of them said. She waved me over to sit next to her. There were 2 seats on each side of the narrow plane, so I took the seat next to her. It's nice to meet you, Naomi. You too, Beverly. She looked at the cameraman who stood right beside us, then smiled at me. This is not going to be super easy for me, with them around all the time. With her words, the man left, going back out of the plane. One of the women in front of us turned to look around the seat at us. I'm Chloe. If you look around, you will see tiny red lights on the ceiling. It seems to me that we will be filmed even when we're not looking at someone who is sticking their camera in our faces. It's weird. I'm not sure that I like it. But if this is what I have to do to get to Archer to make him see that he's making a huge mistake, then so be it. It was good to know that there was at least one person who thought the same as me. I can't believe the man who was once the love of my life has asked someone to marry him after such a short time. I am with you, Chloe. Theo needs a wake-up call. Naomi said, I just want my man back. It was me who gave him up. Bach didn't even want to end things. But knowing that he has asked someone else to marry him has made me realize that I still love him. I can't let him marry someone else. I will fight for my man. The woman sitting with Chloe turned around to join the conversation. My name's Shiloh. I was once engaged to Dash. But we ended things 2 years ago, when he said he didn't want to have kids. I wanted kids. But if he's going to marry someone he barely knows, then I want him back. We can figure the other things out later. I just don't want him to be with anyone else. While I felt that there was a fair amount of selfish behavior going on with the exes, I had to admit that we all knew the men with whom we had been in serious relationships. I just can't imagine why Theo came on this show in the first place. I feel the same, Chloe said. I have to find out what brought him to do something like this. One by one, the others arrived, each having their own reasons why they were there. By far, most were there to fight for the men they still considered to be theirs. And some were like me. It seemed like most of the women were being honest about their past relationships, and then there was me, who was hiding the fact that I had kept a child a secret all this time. One of the exes, a small, rather fragile-looking woman, didn't say much at all. Until the plane took off, and we were drinking mimosas. The alcohol loosened her up enough for her to say, I'm Kathy. Sylvester and I have a 4-year-old daughter together. I have to be honest, this is destroying me. He and I have this awesome relationship. We have spent at least 3 days out of each week together, trying to make a family for Katerina. He's a busy man. So, I was understanding of him having to be out of town for business. But when he told me that he would be out of town for a pretty long time, and would come to see me and our daughter whenever he got back, I felt like something was off with him. And then I got the call that he was on this island, trying to find a wife. Yeah, that was shocking, Chloe said. Kathy looked like she had been having it rough. He should have talked to me. He shouldn't have left without us having a meaningful conversation about what he wanted. I hadn't wanted to pressure him into marriage, or even a regular romantic relationship. I was just so happy that he was a good father and would spend about half the week with us. But I love Sylvester. I wanted more. If he had just told me what he wanted, I could have told him that I was more than willing to take that next step. I would do anything for that man and our family. And I can't let him marry someone else. But I'm not a fighter. I'm not that person who deals with conflict well at all. So, if he has picked some feisty woman to marry, I don't know if I will be able to stand up to her. Hey, that's your man, Kathy, Naomi told her. That's your daughter's father, too. You might not feel like you can stand up for yourself, but I bet you can find that protective energy when you think about him as your daughter's father. Why bring some stepmom into something when you love this man? That's exactly what I am going to try and do. I just hope I find that courage when I need it the most. I'm glad they brought us together like this, I said as I looked around at the women who I had something in common with. I've been feeling alone in this whole thing. With you all around, I feel like I belong to a team of sorts. The women on the island have surely formed bonds, and I would bet the men have too. At least we have each other. The screen at the front of the cabin came to life, and Jasmine was there. Hi all. Glad to see you. I just wanted to have this short video chat, to let you know how things are going to go once you're on the island. So all of you will have rooms in one house. Private rooms. We have given the couples here the go-ahead to have sleepovers, either at the men's bedrooms or the women's bedrooms. We don't want you to be left out. So you can bring your man back to your room if you want, or you can join him in his if he invites you to his. Chloe asked, some of us aren't great at dealing with conflict. How can we be sure the other woman in our man's life will not barge in on us and cause trouble? All homes are locked. And each bedroom has a lock on it. If, for some reason you end up getting barged in on, it might be something your man has allowed to happen. We do not promote violence here. And we do not condone it. You all signed contracts stating that you would not participate in violent acts while on this island. Now, once you leave the island, we have no control over what happens out there in the world. That is precisely why we ask that you make no threats to the other woman. Make no enemies, and you are not likely to have to deal with anyone once you leave the island. I spoke up. I don't have anything against the woman Theo has asked to marry him. At this point anyway. If she hassles me or him, then I will not like that one bit. You must understand that these women feel like their fiancé is theirs. It's human nature. You're all exes in their eyes. You're all people the man in their life has left behind, and they will expect you all to stay where you belong in the past. Naomi added, so we will have to be very careful how we talk to these women. We will have to make them feel our emotional pain. We will have to work with them in ways, I suppose. That way, we won't make enemies. That's right. Plus, you don't want to make an enemy out of the man you used to love. Some of us still love our men, one of the women chimed in. Some of us didn't get the chance to let them know how much we love them. Then this is your chance. These men are 2 weeks away from getting married. None of them have to go through with it. And if they want to marry you, then they can even marry you in 2 weeks here on the island. If that's something both of you want. This can have happy endings for all of you, depending on how you go about dealing with their new situation. The whole thing was going to be harder than I had ever anticipated. I would have to dance circles around Theo and his fiancée if I wanted to achieve things without pissing either of them off. And frankly, I thought it might well be an impossible task. A wonderful lunch will be waiting for you ladies when you arrive at the airport in Hawaii. You will have several hours to gather your thoughts on how you want to approach your men when you arrive on the island at sunset. Enjoy the company of each other and the hospitality you will be provided while you wait. Relax and try to come up with your game plans without getting angry about any of this. I know it isn't easy to keep your anger at bay. But really, there's no need for it. You have a chance. If it doesn't happen, then that's something you will have to deal with. You can leave the island at any time. All you have to do is say the word, and we will bring in a helicopter to take you back to Hawaii and have a private plane take you back to the city you came from. At least I could go home if things didn't work out for us. I wouldn't have to stay and witness Theo make a mistake by marrying someone he doesn't love. Or I wouldn't have to stay and watch him marry someone he did love. Either way, I didn't want to watch him marry anyone. Not even me. I couldn't go home to my son and tell him that not only did I bring his father with me, but I had married him as well. That would be far too much for Dodge to deal with. Baby steps. I had to do this thing in baby steps. And that would be a rather delicate thing to accomplish. If it was even possible. Luckily for all of us, the show had thought ahead by making many plans to help make sure we were calm when we arrived at the island. When we landed in Hawaii, we were met by the ladies who did the hula while draping leis around our necks. Then we were led into a room with a spread that was beyond remarkable. Hell, I'm a caterer, and I am astonished by all this. I took out my phone to take pictures of the setup when someone came up behind me. No photos, a man said. I will be taking your phones now. You will get them back when you leave Hawaii. I was not about to give him my phone. I might need to be contacted by my family. I can't give you my phone. It was written in the contract. And now I really wished that I had read the entire contract. I'm sorry. I did not see that part. He took a small tablet from his pocket, tapped the screen, then turned it to show me the paper I had signed. There were my initials right next to the line that said my phone would be taken in Hawaii and given back to me when I got back to Hawaii. Sure you did. These are your initials. What happens if there's an emergency at home? I couldn't leave no way for my sister to contact me. If you must give a number to your family, then give them Jasmine's and she will let you know if any emergencies arise. Quickly, I texted Belinda to let her know I would not have my cell and gave her Jasmine's number. And I prayed no emergencies would occur. I waited for her to send back a text, telling me she understood before giving the man my phone. Here you go. I guess that will teach me to read contracts a lot more thoroughly. After a few drinks, getting massages, then freshening up, we were taken outside the airport. 8 black helicopters were lined up in a row. My stomach was the first to feel the nerves in the form of butterflies. So this is it. It's time to go. We each had someone lead us to our personal helicopter, where the pilot gave us instructions on how to get ourselves all snug in the backseat. And then we were off. Nothing but water, as we cruised close enough for me to make out the definition of each wave moving beneath us. On and on we went, until the sun began to hang low in the sky. Only then did I see the outline of what must be an island. The island where Theo was. And he had no idea how close I was. He had no idea I was about to become a plot twist in his little love story. Looking back, it was only then that I realized I was in the very first helicopter. It would be me who set foot on sand first. And that made me want to throw up. I think I'm going to be sick. The pilot looked back at me, then pointed at a brown bag on the seat in front of me. I did not want to barf in a bag, so I swallowed hard, then told myself to straighten up and do this thing. So what if I was going to be first? It didn't matter. I came to do something, and I was going to do it. Nothing could stop me. We landed on the sand, and the blades stopped moving before I got out of the helicopter. To my relief, the others were not far behind. The sound of the blades cutting through the air was deafening. I had to hold my hand over my eyes as I moved forward, but when I pulled my hand away, I saw a familiar face coming my way. Theo.
Chapter 17. Theo.
The sound of the helicopters I had watched move closer and closer to the island became loud, causing the wind to whip around and the women to run from the beach, seeking shelter from the horde of choppers that seemed to be circling the island. Randy and Jasmine ran out to us, Jasmine waving at the women to get them to follow her, and Randy waving at the men, getting us to gather around him. It wasn't clear whether they had any idea why the helicopters had begun circling our little private island. But Randy was rather calm as he said, "Hey, let's hang out here and see what this is all about. Okay, guys?" Trevor looked over his shoulder at the women who had already disappeared. Did they go back to their place? Yeah, Randy confirmed. Jasmine told them to get back to their house and to stay put with the security system on until we know what's going on. So, you don't know what these choppers are doing here? I asked, not fully understanding why we were still on the beach when there could be some real danger. He didn't answer me as the first helicopter landed. Let's go see if this is something to be worried about or not. He led the way, and we all followed. As we made our way to where the first helicopter had landed, more of them seemed to be searching for spots to land as well. I do not like this, Archer said. Bach had his hand lying across his forehead to shield his eyes from the sun. All I can see is the silhouette of the thing. I'm with you, Archer. I do not like this. Watching as one of the choppers moved to an area where I could see more, I noticed the outline of figures inside. There are only 2 people in that one, I pointed out. Hey, someone got out of that first one, Wyan called out. Looks like a girl. What the hell? Maybe this was all part of the producer's plan. Maybe they brought back some of the women we had been interested in before, but had sent home. But for what? We were all engaged now. There was no way I was going to break Miranda's heart to pick somebody I had already sent home. And I doubted that any of the other guys would do anything like that to their fiancés, either. So whatever this was, it was highly doubtful whether it would work in creating more drama for the show. I smell a rat, I said to Sly, who was right next to me. Looks to me like they are about to throw some crap at us. Why would they do that? He asked. We barely got engaged. That would be some low-down dirty pool if they did something to try to break us up. Angry as hell about what the producers were doing, I made my way to the front, eager to get to the woman they had brought to the island. Whoever she was, I was going to let her know that this stunt was not going to work. We had made our decisions, and we were not going to back out of them now. The sun setting behind her only showed her shapely figure in a silhouette, but as I got closer, growing angrier, I began to see more of the woman. Her face came into focus, and a bright smile told me that whoever she was happy to be here. Moving my eyes up to take in more of her face, I saw blue eyes, blonde hair pulled back away from her face, and my heart stopped. Theo, she shouted with glee in her voice. Holy shit, it's Beverly Shanklin. It's me, Beverly from college. I could not believe it. She was here in the flesh. Bevy. I grabbed her, hugging her as tightly as I could. Baby, my gosh. I can't believe this. She smelled just like I remembered. Nuzzling her neck, I fell right back into that time when she and I were everything to each other. Her body felt right in my arms, and her warm breath flowing against my neck made chills rush through me. Is this real? Is she really here? I had to hold her back and look at her again to be sure this wasn't some dream. Tears ran down her cheeks. Theo, I can't believe this is really happening. I thought I was prepared, but I'm just not. My gosh, I have missed you. She wrapped her arms around me, then her lips found mine, and I got lost in her. So lost that I scooped her up and began carrying her away. I wasn't sure where I was taking her, but she was coming with me, no arguments from anyone. I made it to the house, then to my bedroom, before I even took time to breathe. You look amazing, Bevy. Her hands moved along my neck, then she cradled my face. You do too, Theo. I can't believe I am here with you. After all these years. She dropped her head to my chest. Oh, that heartbeat is still the same. I fell asleep with my ear on your chest, your heartbeat putting me to sleep for so many nights. Pulling the elastic band out of her hair, I let it loose and ran my hands through it. She moved her hands to my biceps. Oh yeah, even bigger and harder. Her eyes glistened as she looked at the buttons on my shirt. Is it wrong that I just want to undress you right now? I'm wanting to do the same to you, so there's no way it's wrong. Wait. I'm engaged. I can't. I shouldn't. And there were cameras everywhere. Cameras that would film us and put us on television doing things that I was not supposed to be doing. Like holding her like this, kissing her like this, and talking to her like this. She looked up at the corner of the room, following my eyes. Oh yeah, the cameras. I nodded. Yeah. Wiggling to get off my lap, she said, "I probably should not be all over you like this." I wasn't about to let her go just yet. "I want you here. Right here. On my lap. Your lips near enough that I can catch them whenever I want. Your scent flowing into my nose with every breath I take." She smiled intimately. "I found some Beyoncé heat. Remember, you gave that to me on our last Christmas together. I completely remember every moment we spent together, Bevy. I have never forgotten a single thing about you. My gosh, I loved you back then. My heart nearly destroyed me when I had to leave. It was so pissed at me, it threatened to stop working. Mine did too. I kept telling myself that it was what was best for both of us. But it didn't care about that, and kept aching for what seemed like forever. I didn't want to ever let her go again. I've made something out of myself now. I hope you found your career too. Because I'm not letting you go again." For one brief moment, a line formed along her forehead, but then it disappeared. "Me too, T-Man. No one has ever called me that since you." She had started saying it as a joke. Like He-Man, but using the T in my name to make it T-Man. I had liked it back then. But when I had to let her go, I let that go too. Good. You were my T-Man. I didn't want you to be that to anyone else anyway. As if anyone could ever have replaced you. I kissed her again, loving the way it felt, adoring how easy it was to pick right back up where we had left off. She still reacted to me in the best way. Giving herself freely to me, with no inhibitions. The kiss grew quickly, and before I knew it she was on her back, lying on my bed. But then the cameras came back to mind, and I pulled my mouth off hers. Is this moving too fast?" Her breathing was already ragged, and she shook her head. "But this will be on television, and my family might see this, is what I am saying." "Oh yeah, I was not thinking about that. I wasn't thinking about anything other than her." Moving off her, then getting off the bed, I reached out and she took my hands so that I could help her up. "I kinda messed you up a bit. Hair a little wonky, dress a little wrinkled, lipstick completely gone." She ran a finger over her lips, plumped up by our kisses. "How bad do I look?" "You don't look bad at all. You look," I leaned in close, whispering in her ear so that the microphones could not pick up my words, "completely good, baby." Her hand landed on my chest as she blushed. "Damn, I missed you. What you do to me is unlike anything in the world." "So you've been waiting for me all these years." I did some quick math in my head, then said, "Damn, 13 years, baby." "I saw no reason to try to top you, Theo. I suppose you broke me for other men." A sly grin emerged as I recalled something else about my old girlfriend. "Beverly, you were a maiden when we met. Are you telling me that you haven't?" She cut in, "It's only been you, T-Man." "Nah." I held her back, holding onto her shoulders. "Really? Really?" "No way," I hissed as I looked deeply into her eyes. "You never reached out to me. But you have been waiting for me." "Well, not really waiting for you. I honestly didn't think we would ever cross paths again. But then this show called me." "How did they know about me and you?" "I think Jasmine said something about her boss being some sort of super researcher. It was pictures of us in some of the college publications or the yearbooks or something like that. I can't remember all of it. You have kind of put my mind into a state of euphoria. But they found me. And I wasn't going to come. I really wasn't. That did not sit well with me at all. They told you that you were going to come and see me on this island, but you said no at first." "Yeah. At first. But they kept calling, and eventually I said yes. And you have no idea how glad I am that I said yes. No idea. None. I'm over the moon that I came to see you, Theo. This is not what I had thought would happen at all. I honestly thought it would be awkward and that we would not have any spark, or way less of one. But it's like our spark has grown in the time we've been apart. At least, it feels that way to me. How does it feel to you?" "Amazing. Greater than anything I've ever experienced. But I'm still confused. You haven't been with anyone else other than me. And yet, you still didn't want to come see me at first. You're not with anyone? No. She laughed. I'm single. I was just worried that it wouldn't be the same. You left me with the best memories. I didn't want to see you again and be left with memories that weren't as stellar as the ones I had. I get that. Enveloping her in my arms, I swayed with her, resting my forehead against hers. I sort of felt the same way. I thought about you a lot. I mean a whole lot. But I was afraid that you would be involved with some man, and that would infuriate me. I wanted to keep thinking of you as hopelessly in love with me as you had been when I left. And it seems that you were. Well, anyone would have had a hard time living up to your high standards. But I wasn't pining away, waiting for you to call. I have made something of myself. I own a catering company with another woman. And it's in Los Angeles too. So you know we're doing well. Nice. You made that culinary degree work for you. I love what I do. I love my life. It's a full life. Lacking nothing really. Except love. Well, romantic love, she said. I have lots of love in my life. And lots of people I love too. My life isn't empty, not by any means. Now I felt jealous. I can't say the same thing. Furrowed brows followed by a frown told me she was not loving what I had said. Theo, have you been filling your life with work and not making room for others? Not entirely. I have friends. And you know I have my family. But my love life has been as desolate as yours has. She cocked her head at me with a knowing grin. Do not lie to me about your love life. Well, I have played around. But nothing serious. Nothing serious at all. Until now. And why now? Why did Beverly have to come along only one day, after I had already proposed to Miranda? Should I tell her about that? Knowing that I was an engaged man would most definitely put a strain on what Beverly and I had going on right now. Maybe she already knows about my engagement. The producers probably told her about what I had been doing on the island in the first place. Right. Or maybe not. Maybe they had told her something completely different to get her to come here. I didn't think that Beverly would come if she knew I had already promised to marry another woman. But then again, she had sort of waited for me all this time, so who really knew? I tell you what, Theo, she said, putting her index finger against my lips. The years we were apart are things we can't do a damn thing about. You did you and I did me. We were not together. We didn't have to answer to each other for the things we did. So why should we have to answer for them now? Let's just let those years go. Let's not let them determine our future. If we even have one. If. I hadn't thought about having a future with anyone. And suddenly, there I was thinking about a future with Miranda. And then Beverly came along, and now I knew I wanted a future with her. No one made me feel the way Beverly did. We had some sort of magical connection that defied time and space. Okay, I agree with you on that. I kissed her again softly, wanting nothing more than to keep her in my arms forever. Glad you agree, she said after our kiss ended. We need a clean start, the same way we gave each other a clean break. I agree. All these years, all I had were good memories of us, thanks to that clean break. I don't want to screw that up. I don't want anything to mess up those amazing memories. She sighed. You know, if we go on, it's inevitable that we will argue. While our college romance will remain perfect, our future just can't be that way. Adult life is not the same as young adult life. Back then, we had no real responsibilities to get in our way. That's just no longer the case. I didn't want to think about adult stuff. I wanted to take her away from this island, back to my mansion where I could be with her alone. The only thing wrong with that was that Beverly was not mine. She had her own business to take care of. And I had a few things going on too. The fiancé being one of the biggest things to consider. You came to me, I said as I tried to think things through. I did. We still have it for each other, I stated. Yeah, it seems like we do. You are right about things. There are some loose ends to tie up. And some decisions have to be made. I didn't know where to begin with things. Well, no decisions have to be made right now. They said we have 2 weeks. And if we're not ready to make a decision by then, we still have time. I mean, you and I don't have to make any permanent decisions that soon. This show doesn't define or rule over us. If that were true, then why had she been brought to me this way? Something was up, and I wasn't sure what it was at all. The only thing I knew was that Beverly could not end up being hurt. Then there was Miranda to consider. She didn't deserve to be hurt either. But I did not love her the way I loved Beverly. An unsatisfying marriage was not fair to Miranda, nor to myself. Why did this have to happen all at the same time?
Chapter 18. Beverly.
Theo's expression became distant. He looked over my shoulder, as if he were looking at someone else. Someone who had entered the sanctity of his private bedroom. I turned to see who he was staring at, not even blinking an eye, and found no one there at all. Waving my hand in his face, I asked, "You doing okay?" His chest rose and fell as his brilliant ice blue eyes met mine once again. Me? Yeah? I thought someone had come in. You were looking so hard. You must have been thinking about something. Tell me what it was. I was just, well, this is amazing. He pulled me close, nuzzling my hair. It's like something out of a dream. I had to agree. It is like a dream. I'm almost afraid that I'll hear my alarm going off and wake up to find we're not here at all. Shivering with a chill that had passed through me, it occurred to me that Theo had not mentioned his new fiancée at all. Seems he's keeping secrets too. Of course, my secret was much bigger than some fiancé. Mine was so big that it could ruin us. And that made my stomach begin to ache. His hand grazed my chin, catching it in his large hand. Hey, you okay? Am I? Gulping, I nodded. Yes, I'm okay. It's just a lot to take in, isn't it? It is. His lips moved to form a broad smile. But I'm ready to take it all in. You are here, so you must be ready for that too. My skin pricked as his fingers glided up and down both my arms. His warm gaze made me feel like I could fly if I really put my mind to it. Theo had always made me feel that if he were in my corner, I could do anything. I should be honest with you, I said, then clamped my lips shut. Now is not the time for him to find out he has a 12-year-old son. Good. I want you to be completely honest with me. Tell me anything, baby. I promise you that you can't say a thing to push me away from you. I have never felt so complete. Not ever. And the funny thing is that I had no idea I was feeling sort of empty at all. And then I saw you, and something inside me bloomed, filling me up in a way that hasn't happened since you and I were in love back in college. That's how I feel too. I didn't know I was lacking inside. But then you touched me, and I felt something growing inside of me. I didn't know this was possible. I had no idea that the love I felt for you back then was only growing stronger inside me all these years. But it must have been doing that, because I feel it so completely. It's crystal clear to me that I am still in love with you, Theo. My gosh. I laughed giddily. I love you, Theo Decker. His voice, soft, warm, came from close to my ear. I love you too, Beverly Shanklin. I love you more than you can even understand. My body took control of things. Cupping my cheek, he pulled me to him. Our lips barely touched as he whispered, I have never stopped loving you, baby. I fell into him. Our kiss took me away from everything. It was much too easy to forget what was going on, where we were, and who watched what we did. But at that moment, I didn't care at all. I just wanted to feel the only man I had ever loved hold me. My mind was not on anything other than him. Our last night together was nothing compared to our reunion. And that one thought managed to trickle into my brain, reminding me that we had made our son that night, and if I wasn't careful, we might end up making another baby. Pulling myself together, I moved reluctantly away from him. A thin sheen of sweat covered his bare chest. He leaned up on his elbows, looking at me with lust in his gorgeous eyes. Baby, you don't have to be afraid. I shook my head. I had pulled away for more than one reason. I had to get my head straight. I had to remember why I'd come to him in the first place. It hadn't been to get him back. It hadn't been to tell him about our son. I was there to get him to see that he could not marry a woman he didn't love with all his heart. "Oh, we are going to be together." He shot me a look of determination, almost daring me to say the opposite. "I can't move away from Los Angeles." "What if that's an issue?" "It won't be. I can live anywhere I want. And I have just made the executive decision to buy myself a place in Los Angeles." "It's a bit quick to make such a huge decision, Theo." "Well, it's too late. I've already made it. I'm not losing you again, baby. It won't happen." He sounded so sure of himself. But he didn't know what I had kept from him all this time. Right now, he wanted me. He loved me. But once he found out that I had kept his son from him, he might not feel the same at all. "You know what, Theo? For now, we shouldn't be making any statements like that. It's way too soon. There's so much we need to talk about. And that will take time. They gave us 2 weeks for a reason. I don't care what anyone thinks, Beverly. I don't need 2 weeks to know that I want you and that I'm not about to let you go." But he didn't know everything about me. "Well, if you feel like that now, you will still feel that way in a couple of weeks." "We can leave right now," he said. "We should leave right now." I waited to see if he would say why that was. If he would tell me that he had asked another woman to marry him, and now he was itching to ditch her and the show, run away with me, and never look back. But that would not be the right thing to do. And if he ended up hating me for keeping his son from him, then he might end up missing out on something special with the woman he felt enough for that he had asked her to marry him. When he didn't elaborate, didn't say a word about the fiancé, I said, "I don't think that we should leave right now. For one thing, I've never taken a vacation like this in my life. We're on a private island where everything is paid for. That's like a dream come true. I want to see what this whole tropical paradise is all about. I can take you anywhere you want to go, anytime you want. Like right now. I can take you away from this place, and we can go literally anywhere in the entire world that you want to go. We can stay for as long as you want. We can find somewhere else to spend time together, to fully reconnect. Anywhere. Hell, I will buy you a private tropical island if you want. Let's just get the hell out of here." He was way too eager to get off the island. And that made me wonder if he was trying to run away from the feelings he had for his fiancée. If he couldn't face her, tell her that he was sorry but couldn't marry her, then I had a problem with that. "Theo, I'm not leaving. And that reminds me, Jasmine said there's a house for us, the exes here. Do you know where that is? I would like to unpack. I don't want the things I brought to get too wrinkled." "Baby, come on," he pleaded, taking my hands and swaying them playfully. "Don't unpack. We can get someone to bring your unpacked bags to the chopper I will hire to come and pick us up. I guess you can leave if you really want to. But I'm staying. I mean it. And you know that once I have made my decision, I don't sway on it at all." Damn. His frown told me he didn't want to deal with his fiancée. At least, not in front of me. "So, this house that we're supposed to stay in? Wait here." He walked away and left the room, making sure to close the door behind him. I had the idea he was trying to keep me hidden. I had the idea that all he really wanted to do was leave the island and not have to deal with any of the things that he'd come here for in the first place. If he had become a man who was quick to leave a sticky situation without even giving the other people involved a heads up, then he was not the kind of person I wanted in my life, nor in my son's life. I still had a kid to think about. Even if Theo was Dodge's father, that didn't mean that I had to bring him into Dodge's life if he was going to be the kind of person who just exited without saying a word. In the end, that would only hurt my son. And I was not going to let anyone hurt my son if I could help it. Not even his own father. Sitting down on the chair near the window, I looked out at the starry night sky. All the twinkling stars seemed to be happily shining down on the island. I hadn't seen this many stars before. The bright lights of LA made it difficult. I had never been on a vacation that didn't have something for kids to do. I had been devoted to Dodge from the day I knew he was growing inside me. My world revolved around him. I had been a mother for many years. I had been Theo's girlfriend for a couple of years. Maybe I didn't even know how to have a romantic relationship anymore. Between my catering company and my son, my life was full to the top. I didn't have room for Theo. How would I ever find time for him? Chiding myself internally, I knew that I had to wait, at the very least, the next 2 weeks before I made my decision about telling Theo that he was the father of my child. I could not rush something like that. It was much too important. Even though I knew that I couldn't rush telling him the truth, I knew that every moment I was with him without telling him what I needed to, it would make him question everything he thought and felt about me. It would give him more ammunition to use against me if he decided to try and get custody of our son. What a catch-22 this is. I had heard the term catch-22 before, but I had never thoroughly understood it before now. Right now, I understood that I had gotten myself in between a rock and a hard place and found it impossible to move in any direction. We needed to get our bond back if I was going to tell him about our son. If I told him before that, Theo would surely hate me and try to take Dodge away from me. Part of me wanted to believe that no judge in the world would let a man, even if he were the child's father, take a boy of only 12 away from the only parent he had ever known. But then there was the other part of me that worried that Theo would hire expensive lawyers who knew lots of judges, and he would end up walking away with my son, devastating both me and Dodge. This is just too risky. Gazing at the half-full moon, I wondered why I had agreed to come to the island in the first place. I knew I had made it up in my head that I was coming to save Theo, a man I had deeply cared for and even loved years ago. But saving Theo from making the mistake of marrying someone he didn't really love with all his heart was not really why I'd come at all. If Theo married anyone, he could easily get a divorce. It wouldn't mess his world up even a little. Saving him was just something I had made up in my head to give myself a good reason to do something so risky. Risking my son was not a thing I had ever considered doing. But I had come to the island anyway. There was something I had to be hiding from myself. I want all the secrets to go away. Now that I knew how great things could be between me and Theo, I wanted so much more than I had ever allowed myself to even consider. We could be a real family. No matter what, I felt the love that still flowed between me and Theo. We still had it bad for each other. And if he could manage not to hate me for what I had done, we could have a wonderful family. Our son deserved a happy family. Our son deserved to know his father. Our son deserved to have everything his father had to offer. But will Theo be able to forgive me? The door swung open, and his muscular form was silhouetted by the light in the hallway. I hadn't bothered to turn the bedroom light on, as it had gotten darker. He turned on the lights, illuminating the room. So the house is not a house on its own. It's the other half of this house. He pointed at the wall. Your room is on the other side of that wall. I couldn't quite understand why he looked so worried. What's the problem with that? He strode across the room and opened what I thought would be a closet door. But instead, I saw an entire bedroom on the other side of the door. The rooms are joined. I still didn't see why he was looking so freaked out. So, how am I going to be able to sleep in my bed knowing that you're right there in the next room? A room I can easily get into. You see what I am saying now, right? Oh, you are going to have a hard time not sneaking into my room for some midnight fun in the sack. Even as I laughed, I knew that I would experience the same trouble. Gosh, what are they trying to do to us here anyway? Torture us?
Chapter 19. Theo.
The urge to run away was strong. If we just left the island, then I wouldn't have to deal with seeing Miranda and breaking her heart. She hadn't done anything wrong. It wasn't her fault that Beverly had come back into my life and made my heart do flips inside my chest, telling me that what I felt for her was true love. Come on, baby. Let's just jet out of here. Getting up from the chair she had been sitting in, she shook her head. No. Do you want to come and help me unpack? Nodding, I followed her. I had to try. Bevy had no idea how dramatic things were about to become. And I had not gathered the courage to tell her about me having a fiancé, either. I wasn't even sure if I was going to tell her or not. If I broke things off with Miranda, then they would send her home, and Bevy and I could be alone on the island, reconnecting like a couple of rabbits. Maybe this will work out anyway. Following her into the next room, I tried to empty my mind. There was way too much about to happen for me to begin trying to envision it before it came true. And I was not looking forward to most of it. For now, with Bevy right here, I hadn't faced the tremendous guilt I was sure to feel over dumping Miranda. But that guilt had already begun seeping in, growing, making the pit of my stomach burn. Bevy's luggage lay on the bed. She went straight to it and opened the suitcase, pulling out her things. I spent a fortune on clothes. It's been years since I bought anything good for myself. Why's that? I asked, sitting on the bed. Her cheeks went red as she shook her head. Just busy with work. She looked a little agitated as she went to hang up the clothes. Anyway, I have pretty much a brand new wardrobe now. So that's a plus. You said you own a catering company, right? Yes, I do. With a partner. Well, if you own it, then why are you still working so hard? I mean, can't you hire people to do the actual work, and you just oversee things? I believed in working smarter, not harder. Coming back to get more things from the suitcase, she held her jaw tightly. I sensed that she wasn't telling me everything as she said, I like working. But if you have to work so hard that you have very little free time, then that's no kind of life. With a sigh, she grabbed more things before turning away from me. I have free time. It's just that the free time I have when I'm not at work is also pretty full. That made no sense at all. What the hell does that even mean, Bev? It means that I'm pretty busy most of the time. That's all it means. But I'm not complaining. I feel like it sounds that way, but I'm just stating a fact is all. And to be honest, I hadn't meant my comment to cause a total discussion. So let's talk about something else. Like you, for instance. Tell me about how you made all that money. Billionaire status is pretty damn crazy. I knew you would make it big because you were striving for success like a madman, but becoming a billionaire? Damn T-man, you sure did outdo yourself. The funny thing about making it as big as I have is that it all came pretty damn easy to me. I made investments and they paid off. Then I made more and more, and most of them paid off extremely well. Sure, there were losses, but not many. So you made good decisions is what you're saying? She asked with a smile. Like all that education paid off. I did make good decisions. Most of them were good anyway. But your love life must have suffered if you ended up coming on this show, right? It wasn't suffering. I did not want to talk about my love life with the only woman I'd ever really loved. But it was sort of empty. There were plenty of women, but none that made me feel the way you did. And do. You still make me feel like I'm whole. Like, how did I not notice that a part of me was missing until I saw you again? That is weird. I mean, it's really weird. Running her hand through her silky blonde waves, she nodded. Yeah, it is weird. I feel the same way. I had no idea that anything was missing inside of me until I felt your arms around me again. Maybe you and I were always meant to be with each other, or something like that. We had a special relationship. Anyone I've ever talked to about us and how our relationship was, told me that it was not like a normal thing. We gave each other the freedom to go and make something out of ourselves. We were never selfish with each other the way most couples are. Our love was true and deep, and each of us had faith in it. But then I went away, and time just slipped by before I knew what was happening. And you never reached out, so I thought you must have found someone else. And I knew I didn't want to see you with anyone else, or it would destroy me. But you didn't find anyone else, and that has me wondering if you really felt the same way I did. She came to me, put her hands on each side of my face, and stared deep into my eyes. Theo, I loved you then, and I realize that I still love you today. Neither of us can change the past. It's done and over with. I didn't reach out, you didn't reach out. Why do you think that is? I mean, let's really think about this for a while. Neither of us reached out, even though we still had love for each other. Why wouldn't one of us try to contact the other? What do you think that was about? Shrugging, she said, it doesn't matter. But I think it does matter. We never had a single argument. Maybe we were both afraid that if we got back together, we would have arguments. Maybe, she agreed as she took a seat next to me. I love the memories I have of us. I know we will argue. It's a given. Why is that a given? I asked, wanting to know why she thought we would argue. One of the best things about you and me is that we tried to see the other's perspective on things that we didn't agree on 100%. We made a way around arguing, but we still accomplished the end result of what an argument often does. We figured things out without throwing accusations at one another. I don't see why we wouldn't still solve problems the same way we did back then. It worked then, it can still work now and in the future. That would be amazing if we could still resolve conflicts that way. I hope it all works out as it used to. I really do. Leaning her head on my shoulder, she sighed. Just having you with me makes me calm. I had no idea how unsettled I was until I saw you again. You are the yin to my yang, Theo. You're mine too, baby. I'm just sorry it took 13 years for us to be put back together again. I was not sure why I came on this reality show, but now I see there was a purpose all along. I recalled how she had said that she wasn't going to come at first. I'm glad you decided to come. I suppose the universe was pushing us to where we needed to be. It is funny, huh? She laughed, tossed her hair back, then added, I was never going to look for you. I wasn't going to even try. And then, out of the blue, I get this phone call asking me to come on this reality television show. It's funny because I don't even watch reality television. I hate it, if I'm being honest. And I thought that I would never agree to come on this show. I honestly thought that I would not change my mind about this. How wrong I was. I'm glad you changed your mind. Moving in, I took her by the shoulders, pushed her back on the bed, then kissed her. Our situation was odd. But I was glad that we had a situation. The only thing left for me to do was end the situation I was in with Miranda. I'm sure you did mean something to at least a few of those women, Theo. Well, if I did, no one told me about it. I kept things loose and light, Bev. I was not in the market for a girlfriend, and everyone I ran with knew that. I partied like a rock star for a long time. And I'm honestly glad to put that kind of life behind me. I'm ready for something real. I'm ready to be the man a woman deserves. And the funny thing about that is that I did not feel that way when I came to this island. You thought you would get a lot of tail, then go home, she said with a grin. Yeah. But you haven't gotten any. At least, that's what I was told. Chills erupted all over my body, as I worried that she might have been told that I was an engaged man now. How much were you told, Bev? You and the other billionaire bachelors were brought here to find love. She must not have been told about my upcoming nuptials if she had come. And now I have, I said, kissing along the side of her neck. Her hand grazed my cheek. And so have I. If anyone had told me that I could fall right back into the guy that first was 13 years ago, I would have told them they were nuts. But I was that guy once again. I was hopelessly in love with Beverly Shanklin, and she seemed to be just as in love with me. This is too good to be true. Words my father had told me came running through my mind. He would say that when things seemed too good to be true, they often were. And this certainly felt too good to be true. How could someone come back into a person's life and things just magically go back 13 years? How could a love that I had walked away from 13 years ago have grown by what felt like leaps and bounds? How could this really be true? Bev, do you think this is real? Like really real? Because how can it be real? Turning to face me, she straddled me the same way I straddled her. Her arms hung around my waist, the same way mine hung around hers. Blue eyes, warm with what looked a hell of a lot like love, gazed into mine. I have no answers for you. A smile took place on my lips as I looked into those amazing eyes. Thanks for being honest, baby. You're welcome. I don't know why I even had that thought. What thought? She asked, head cocked to the side. That this is too good to be true. Oh. She looked down, seemingly uncertain about what to say to that. Lifting her by the chin, I said, "See, I don't know why I let that ridiculous thought come into my mind in the first place. I can simply look into your eyes and know that this is good, but not too good to be true. This is true. This is the truest thing in my life. It was before, and I have the impression that it always will be. The time that separated us only made our love stronger." How? I don't know, she said. But I think the same thing. Somehow, time made our bond stronger. I only wish I hadn't let so much time pass. I knew all along that I could have found you. And I knew you would have a hard time finding me. I stayed off social media on purpose. I found that shocking. You stayed off social media so that I wouldn't be able to contact you. That's way over the top. Don't you think so? I mean, we left each other on great terms. Nothing bad would have come from us finding each other again. But something tells me that you thought otherwise. Yet here you are. I was confused. So thoroughly confused that I didn't know how I even felt. Beverly, please explain to me why you would go to such extremes not to have me find you. For the briefest of moments, I thought I saw terror in her pretty blue eyes. But then it quickly turned to humor. Theo, come on, don't be dramatic. I simply wanted what we had to remain special. I wanted the memories I had to not be tainted by anything that was going on in the present. I was afraid, I guess. I mean, yes, I was afraid. I was afraid of what might happen if we met again. Pressing my forehead against hers, I couldn't help but smile. Me too, baby. What we had was as close to perfect as I believe it gets. I didn't think it would be the same if we met again. I never expected you to come here, to this island. I never expected to see you again. But I am glad you came. I'm glad you woke me up. I had to chuckle. Didn't even know I had been sort of sleeping, but I had. You woke me up. You made me see that I have been slipping through this life without making much out of it. You have made a mountain out of this life that you were given, Theo. Don't you dare cut yourself short. You made your dreams come true and then some. Her soft hands moved over my cheeks. I am so damn proud of you. I'm damn proud of you too, baby. Of course, you're going to have to cook for me, so that I can taste some of what Los Angeles has gotten from your catering business. I'm sure I will love everything you make. Her eyes lit up. Hey, think they'll let me cook? I would love to do that. Maybe I could make my famous crowd pleaser seafood boil starring lobster. While that sounds super yummy, I doubt whether all of us will want to spend any time together. You know, since the exes are here. I highly doubt many of the other guys like their exes. I purposely left out how angry the female fiancés would be with the presence of the exes. I met the other exes. It might surprise you to know that all of them still felt connections to the men they once loved. So it might not be as awkward as you think. Damn, she has no clue what's going to happen when our fiancés find out that our lost loves have come to the island to take back their men. Poor thing.
Chapter 20. Beverly.
When is he going to tell me that he's engaged? Besides, I don't think we can just ask the producers to pick up what you would need to make a feast for everyone on this island. It's not like there's some corner store where they can pop over and pick up anything. I'm fairly sure they had everything shipped in or flown in. So your idea, while generous, is out. You're probably right. I didn't think about where they would get the food from. Plus, I would need to have this enormous pot and burner too. I had to special order the one I use at Savaro. Ah, Savaro means tasty in French. Good choice in the title of your company. Am I to assume that the dishes you serve are primarily French in nature? You certainly are. My French culinary training, has been put to good use with our catering company. Delaney, that's my partner's name. She's a business graduate, and she takes care of all things business, but she has a heavy hand in the cooking too. But I'm in charge of recipes and do most of the cooking. Did you close the business while you're away? He asked, sliding his fingertips along my collarbone. No. Delaney let some culinary students at UCLA do extern work until I get back. I have a feeling that she'll want to keep some of them on, though. I'm down with that idea. We could use some prep cooks in our kitchen, that's for sure. If Theo was going to be part of my life, I would gladly hand over some of the work to others. But I wasn't going to count my chickens before they hatched. He had yet to tell me about his fiancée, and I hadn't built up the courage to tell him about our son. Those two things were bound to cause some serious conflict. I did feel a little bit bad about being the only one of the two of us that knew a storm was coming. Poor Theo had no clue. He would be hit out of the blue. Remember when you used me as a guinea pig while we were in college? Man, that was some good eating, baby. He smacked his lips hungrily. And then I would reward you with some steamy action. It was a fair trade, in my opinion. My body reacted to his memory, heating up all over again. We did have a lot of wild nights back then, didn't we? Seems like every day when I think back on it. Sometimes more than once a day, too. His eyes shimmered as he looked down at my chest. I must admit that I am chomping at the bit to get my mouth on those tasty lumps you got going on. Bigger than I remember. Yeah, a cup size bigger. They had grown with the pregnancy and stayed that size. And I'm eager for you to put your mouth on them, among other places. He had been eager to please me back then. I hoped he was still as giving as he had been back then. If we get to that part before the truth comes out and threatens everything. Although I knew that I had to confess everything to Theo, I just couldn't make myself end this special time and begin the difficult one we were sure to have. Thoughts of how things would go down had spun around in my mind. None of the scenarios had Theo smiling, saying that the news I had given him was great, and that we could just jump right into being a family and living happily ever after. My heart sped up as sweat beaded on my forehead. We have to stop talking like this. I'm only human, you know. Moving away from me, he crossed the room, then put his hand over the light switch. Maybe under the cover of darkness? The biggest part of me wanted him to shut the lights off and take me to heaven with him. It wasn't easy to tell him no, but somehow I had to do just that. Theo, you know I want to. And so do I. There was so much at stake now. I had never thought we would fall back into place so quickly and easily. But we had. Somehow we had fallen back in love with no problem whatsoever. A loud thumping sound came from his room, and we both looked in that direction. Sounds like you have a visitor, Theo. Chills shook me to my core, as I instinctively knew that this could not be good for us. His eyes, wide and filled with worry, told me that he felt the same way. Maybe whoever it is will just go away. Another round of knocks came, this time even more frantic than before, and a voice accompanied the knocks. Theo, it's Miranda. Let me in. Pretending not to know a thing about his fiancée, I cocked one brow as I looked at him in his now fear-filled eyes. Miranda? I'll be right back. He moved fast across my bedroom and closed the door that separated our rooms as he left me alone. Although I knew it was wrong of me to listen in on their private conversation, curiosity had me moving across the room and putting my ear to the door. But I heard nothing at all. Opening the door a little, I saw that the room was empty. He'd gone out of his bedroom to talk to her. And that made me feel super uncomfortable. Closing the door, I went and sat on the bed, wondering what he was saying to her and what she was saying to him. It was obvious that she wouldn't want to simply give up on their engagement just because I had come along. But Theo and I were in love. And those two were not in love. Those were the facts. Yeah, but you haven't told him the truth that you've been hiding for 13 years. I had no time to think, as he came walking back into my bedroom, looking grim. So there's something I have to tell you. It seemed like he was finally going to be honest with me. Okay. Sitting next to me, he took my hands in his. I came on this show with no intention at all of finding someone to marry. Okay. But the thing is, I have asked someone to marry me. Only a day before you came. If I had known that you were coming, I wouldn't have proposed to her. But I didn't know, and now I'm engaged. I'm glad you told me, Theo. I knew you were. I was just waiting for you to say it to me. Wide eyes met mine as he gasped, "You knew about my engagement? And you still came here. Why? Did you come to stop me from marrying another woman?" Well, to be honest, I came to make sure that you were in love with this woman before you went through with the wedding. Marriage is not some game. Running my hand over his cheek, I smiled. I only want the best for you, Theo. That's all I've ever wanted. Do you still want to marry her? No. Did you tell her that? Well. Did you tell her that you're not going to marry her? I thought it was a straightforward question that could be easily answered. No. My heart stopped beating. Why not? She was upset. One of the other women told her that our exes had shown up, and she couldn't wait to talk to me about it. So, what did you tell her? That a woman from my past has come to the island, and things are now complicated. Complicated? I thought things were pretty much cut and dry. You and I still have our connection. We still have love for each other. Nodding, he said, "We do. I know that for sure. But I just don't want to break Miranda's heart. She didn't do anything wrong." He was right about that. She hadn't lied to him. Well, as far as I knew, she hadn't lied to him. I know that. I see no reason for her to have hard feelings, though. You two barely know each other. It's been a relatively short amount of time. But we learned a lot about each other during this time. And we did spend a week alone together. And you didn't sleep with anyone, I pointed out. That doesn't bode well for a marriage. Looking surprised, he asked, "You know about that?" Jasmine filled me in. Funny that you didn't mention any of this until now. Getting up, he walked away from me, putting space between us before he turned around. Miranda wants us to start a family. Like a fist to the center of my stomach, I felt the blow move all through me. He had no idea that he and I already had a family. And now I knew that I had to tell him about our son. I couldn't let him go through with a marriage to someone he didn't even love, just so he could have a family. What about you, Theo? What do you want? Maybe it's this island? I don't know. But I've thought about things that have never crossed my mind before. Things like having a wife and kids. I know that sounds stupid. No, it doesn't. It sounds like you've done a lot of growing up recently, and there's nothing wrong with that. I had to gather the courage to tell him about our son. So far, that courage had evaded me. I'm glad that you can understand. You know, it makes me feel bad for Miranda. She and I made a commitment to each other. And starting a family as soon as we were married was part of our plan. I just feel bad that she was ready for all of that, and I'm about to pull the rug out from under her. Biting my tongue, I tried to make myself tell him the truth. Fear kept the words in a tight grip, though. Why would you want to have kids with a woman you don't love? Marriages haven't always been based on love, Beverly. In the old days, it was more like a business deal. Both parties knew their roles. Miranda is ready to be my wife and the mother of my children. I felt as if a fist had my heart clutched tightly. I could barely think, and the pain was unbearable. Theo, are you thinking about not ending your engagement? Please just be honest with me. I love you, Beverly Shanklin. He came back to me, taking me into his strong arms, rocking me gently back and forth. I just don't know how to let Miranda down without hurting her. I don't think that it's possible to end your engagement without hurting her. Like a bandage, you'll just have to rip it off quickly, knowing that there will be pain. But that pain will subside. She will be okay. Holding me back, he looked into my eyes. This sounds crazy, and I know that, but now that she and I have been talking about kids, talking about being a family, I really want all that. And I'm ready for it. Are you? I had no idea what to say. I already had a kid, and we were a family. I was more than ready for what he was talking about. Something bubbled deep inside me. My lips parted and words spilled from them. Theo, I need to tell you something. And I just want you to listen, not talk. I stopped for a moment, watching his expression turn to confusion. When you left, I didn't know it yet. That night, the night before you left, we made something special happen. I didn't want you to put your career on hold. I wanted you to have the freedom to grow and become what you were meant to become. And you did. I'm not sorry that I let you have that time. But I am sorry that I let it go on for so long. I should have found you. I should have told you. But my life was busy. So very busy. And time got away from me. Moving back, he looked at me with disbelief in his blue eyes. You're saying a lot but saying nothing at the same time. Just spit it out. Say what you have to say. You and I made a baby the night before you left. Your son is named Dodge and he is 12. There, I said it.
Chapter 21. Theo.
I ran as fast as I could. I had to get away from the woman who had hidden my own son from me his entire life. How could she do this to me? I had loved that woman with all my heart, and as soon as I saw her, that love flooded me once again, consuming me in every way imaginable. But she had kept my son from me. She had lied to me. She had hidden from me. Why she would have thought the things she had thought, I didn't know. But she could not have been more wrong. As if I couldn't have made something of myself while being a father. As if I was incapable of raising a child and being a husband, all while still making my career take off. I wasn't some idiot who couldn't do two things at the same time. I was smart. I was completely capable of doing so much. But she had denied me the chance to prove that to her. She had done it all alone, but she didn't have to do that. I would have been there with her, for her, supporting her through it all. The pregnancy. The birth. Raising our son. I would have been there every step of the way. She stole that from me. The waves crashed against the shore as I ran, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It was dark, with only the stars and moon to light the night. I didn't care though. I wanted to get away from everyone. Try to get my head right. Theo. I heard a woman shout from behind me. Stopping, I turned to face her, certain that it was Beverly come to beg me to forgive her. What? I shouted. Miranda looked at me with wide eyes. Why are you shouting? Why are you running? What's going on, sweetheart? I saw no reason not to tell her the truth. My ex just told me that we have a son. A 12-year-old son named Dodge. Her creamy skin went pale as she gasped, You have a son. I have a son. A son I never knew a thing about. A son who the woman I had once loved with everything in me kept hidden from me. And for the most insane reasons ever. So I could make something of myself without having to worry about a kid. Is that some shit or what? I mean, who does she think she is anyway? Theo, this is terrible for you, she said with a whimper. How could she do this to you? Why would she do something like this to you? You must hate her. I had no idea what I felt about Beverly Shanklin at that moment in time. She had done me so dirty that it was hard to decipher my feelings for her. I just feel like I've been hit by a speeding train. I don't know how to feel. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I am so completely lost. Suddenly, her arms were around me, holding me tightly. It's going to be okay, babe. You and I can handle this together, as man and wife. He will be our first child. The first of our happy brood. Staring at her, I couldn't believe that she thought she and I were still going to get married. Miranda, I have a child that I didn't know about. I know. Shaking my head, I knew that she was not deciphering this situation at all. We are not getting married. I just found out that I have a child with someone else. Someone I used to love. Someone I might still love. If I can get over her betrayal. Not that I know that for sure right now. But I can't marry you or anyone. You have 2 weeks to make your final decision, she said with worry-filled eyes. Please don't back out on me now. I don't know what I would do if you just walked away, Theo. I love you. I've made a commitment to you, which I plan to follow through with. You're just shell-shocked right now, that's all. In a few days, things will look brighter. People share custody of their kids all the time. It's no big deal, really. We can still get married and have that family we talked about. I can't be with anyone right now. How can you not understand that? I need time alone. I need time to think. And I can't do that with anyone around. I can give you the space you need, Theo. But what about this woman? Can she do the same? She has given me 13 years of space, so I'm certain that she can give me some more of the same. I just can't be expected to make any decisions right now, or even in 2 weeks. There's a lot to consider now. I don't even know my son. For now, he's the only one I can think about. I will give you time. She ducked her head, but I knew she was crying. Come see me when you want to talk. I'm here for you. I will always be here for you. I watched her walk away until she disappeared into the dark night. And then I let it all out, screaming at the top of my lungs in fury, desperation, and deep disappointment. Why did she do this to me?
Chapter 22. Beverly.
I didn't sleep a wink the entire night, waiting for Theo to come back to his room. But he never came. He hates me. I knew he needed time to process what I had told him. So I prepared myself to wait it out. Give him the time he needed, and be here when he was ready to talk. Ready to make plans together, whatever they were going to be. A knock came at my door, and I hurried to answer it, hoping it was Theo. Coming. Opening the door, I found a woman standing there. Blonde hair pulled back into a ponytail, her blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I'm Miranda. Theo's fiancée. And you must be the ex. He didn't tell you my name? No, he didn't. He's much too angry to say a lot about you. May I come in? Stepping back, I let her come inside my room, then closed the door. Not that it gave us any privacy, as everything was being filmed. Please be careful what you say. Our son might see this one day in the future. I don't want him to be hurt by anything. And my name is Beverly. What I have to say will be quick and to the point. Theo and I are going to be married. You have a choice to make. If you want Theo to be a father, it will mean that your son will also have a stepmother. We will want joint custody, of course. I have no idea where you live, but we will fly him to our home if necessary. I don't want my son's life changed that drastically. Theo and I will make the decisions about our son. Theo is about to be a married man. I will be a part of all decisions about his son. It will be me who takes care of him while he's with his father, you know. As a mother would do for her child. I don't want you to worry. I will take care of him as if he were my own. I can't do this. You said I had a choice to make, I said, my voice quivering as I was on the verge of breaking down. I had never had to hand my son off to anyone. I couldn't even begin to think about putting him on a plane to stay with people he didn't even know. Of course. She smiled as if everything was just peachy. You could just leave and forget that you ever saw Theo. Go back to your life. Don't screw with your son's mind. Forget about Theo the way you have forgotten about him this whole time. It should be easy. You've done it for many years. She had no idea that we still loved each other. It's not as easy as you think. Seeing each other again has raised some feelings. Some intense feelings. Did he tell you that? Pink stained her cheeks. All that was before. Now that he knows you're a liar, he wants nothing to do with you, understandably. You must see that. I could understand. But I knew he just needed time. It seemed to me that this woman was the only one not giving him the time he needed. I should talk to Theo. Do yourself a favor, and forego that conversation which is sure to hurt you terribly. Just pack up and leave. Do what is best for you and your son. Or don't do that, and we can get a lawyer to draw up custody papers. That's up to you. There was no way I could stay and wait to see if Theo was going to deal with me about what was best for our son, or if he was going to hand the reins over to the woman who would soon be his wife. There was too much at risk. I'll leave. I can't send my son off with people he doesn't know. Tell Theo that I'm sorry for everything. I managed to hold back the flood of tears until she left the room. Only then did I break down. My gosh, what have I done?
Chapter 23. Theo.
I sat on the beach until well after the sun had come up. I had thought and thought about things. Our son being the main thought. I wanted to meet him. I wanted to get to know him. I wanted us to bond, slowly but surely become father and son. Standing, I stretched and began making my way back to the house to talk to Beverly. We had a lot of decisions to make. Not all of them were going to be easy. I had to get a place to live in Los Angeles. I had to be right there close to my son. We could figure things out. I knew we could. Beverly was level-headed. We could work together to decide what was best for our son. Walking into my room, I saw the door between her room and mine was wide open. It seemed that she was open to talking to me. Which was good. "Hey baby," I called out. "I'm ready to talk." A figure moved into the doorway between the rooms. "Good. I'm ready to talk too, babe." It was Miranda, not Beverly. I stopped in my tracks. I hadn't expected her. "Miranda, what are you doing here?" "Well, I thought you might have calmed down by now, and I wanted to be here for you." With her arms outstretched, she wiggled her fingers. "Come here and let me hold you, my sweet man. I'm sure you need lots of tender loving care." "Where's Beverly?" I looked around her, wanting, hoping, to see Beverly in the room. She left. It's a gift, really. She knew she did you wrong, so she left. She will leave us alone. It's for the best. If not for you, then for the boy. It would be terrible for us to take him when he doesn't even know us. She thought the same way. Forget her. Forget what she told you. We can move on without any fear of her showing up one day. Her arms still open, she looked at me with a frown. "Come in for a hug, babe." "You don't seem to understand. I'm not going to marry you." Holding up her hand, she showed me the ring I had given to her only a couple of days ago. "Mine is the hand with the ring on it. I know you need some time, but you and I will be married in 2 weeks. You will come to your senses, realize you dodged a bullet, and we can have that happy life we talked about." "You are delusional. Keep the ring if you want. The engagement is off. You and I are nothing to each other anymore. I am very sorry that you got caught in the middle of this. But it is what it is." Shaking her head, she said, "It is what you make it." And I was handed some lemons. I am going to make lemonade, and I am going to serve it at our wedding. I will not let you walk away from something this real. I love you. That woman does not. If she did, she would not have kept your son from you all these years. Face it. She's not the one for you. I am. And we will have our own family. You'll see. It will be an amazing life. Don't walk away from what could be wonderful. Miranda, I already have a family. I have to go. Keep the ring. I won't be needing it anyway." Turning, I tried to walk away, but she ran to me, clinging to me, begging as she cried, "Please don't do this to us, Theo. We can be great. Just give us a chance. You can't ever have a life with that liar. And that boy is too old to accept you as his father. You're looking at tons of heartache and headaches. Please." She might be right about that.
Chapter 24. Beverly.
Lugging my things through the back door, I surprised my sister, who sat in the kitchen with her Kindle in her hand. "What the hell are you doing back already?" Things did not go well. I walked through the kitchen, going to my room to put my things away. She followed along behind me. "So, your ex is going to marry the other woman? I honestly don't know. So there were no fireworks between you and him anymore? Oh, there were plenty of them. But he didn't like some of the things I had to say. I didn't know how to explain things, since I had kept the identity of Dodge's father a secret from everyone. Maybe it's time to change all of that. Tossing my luggage on the bed, I turned to my sister. Where's Dodge? Still in bed. I let him sleep in. We stayed up late binge-watching Stranger Things. That show is so good. Creepy but good. Sit down. It was time to come clean. To everyone. Taking a seat, she looked at me with confusion. You look serious. Yeah, well, this is serious stuff. Theo, understandably, got angry with me when I told him about Dodge. Oh, he got mad that you had a kid. She sighed. What a jerk. You don't want a man who can't accept your son. No. You don't get it. I told Theo something I've been hiding. Oh. Her eyes got huge. Did you tell him who the father is? I have to tell you, that makes me so jealous. You haven't told anyone that little tidbit of information. Was it someone he didn't like? Someone from college? It was him, Belinda. Theo is Dodge's father. Her mouth hung open. Her eyes wide as dinner plates. He is. Nodding, I opened my suitcase. I told him, and he ran out of the room and never came back. His fiancée came to me early this morning to let me know that they are still getting married. And if I persist in wanting Theo to be a real father to Dodge, then that means he gets a stepmother too. And it means that he will have to spend half the time with them. Maybe even be flown across the country. I can't do that to him. So I left. I told her to tell Theo to forget about what I said. You look like hell. I feel like hell. Plopping down on the bed, I put my hands over my red, tear-swollen eyes that had begun to water once again. We still had it, Belinda. Our love was still right there. But I messed it all up. I should have never kept our son from him. And there's nothing I can do to make things right now. He's right to hate me. He's right to marry that other woman. She never lied to him. Suddenly, I felt her arms around me. Don't say that. I know you're hurting right now, but you need to talk to that man, not his fiancée. You and he share a child. If you still have feelings for him after all this time, and he has them for you too, then you two have a chance to make a real family. Your son deserves that. I know he does. Dodge is the best. And I want to give him a real family. But Theo didn't come to talk to me. He sent his fiancée to do that. I suppose he went to her after I told him about Dodge. He doesn't want me anymore. I have to accept the consequences of my actions. And Dodge is just supposed to accept that he doesn't get to have a father? That isn't fair at all. On the ride back home, I made the decision to tell Dodge who his father is. I'm done hiding things from people. From now on, I will tell the truth about everything. So, you're going to tell Dodge that Theo is his father, but he wants nothing to do with him. I think that would only hurt him. I just want him to know the man's name. I just want him to know that his father knows about him now, and I think it's only fair that he knows about his father too now. One day when he's older, if he wants to find his father, he will have the name of the man. That's the least I can do. You're right about that, she said. It's the very least you could do. You should do more than that. You should let him contact Theo and talk to him. No way. I couldn't hand my son over to people he would see as strangers. I will not screw my son up like that. You don't know how things will end up working out. But I do. That woman told me how they would work out. She really is not in charge of your kid, Bev. You and Theo are the ones who make decisions about your son. Only if you let him into your lives. She can't come between you guys. Well, she already has, Belinda. He went to her. Can't you see that? Theo got the news I had to give him, and he ran straight to her with it. He must love her in some way, or he wouldn't have done that. For all I know, they were together last night. I know that must hurt you. Yes, it does hurt. But I can't be mad at him if that's what he did. I hurt him. I hurt him in ways that I can't even begin to understand. So apologize. Did you get his phone number? No. Well, did he tell you where he lives? I still don't know how to get in contact with him. And I didn't think I should even try. Call that person who asked you to go to that island in the first place. Tell them that you need to speak to Theo, and that it's important. She seemed to think that he would want to talk to me. But I knew he didn't want to talk to me, or he wouldn't have sent Miranda to do the talking. You know what? I'm going to let sleeping dogs lie. I will tell my son his father's name. And I will try to let some of my guilt go. But I can't reach out to Theo. Not again. Not after what I did to him. His face said it all. I broke him in ways I didn't know that I could. He will never be able to forgive me for what I have done.
Chapter 25. Theo.
Landing at LAX, I felt butterflies begin to move around inside my stomach. The driver I had hired while flying to Los Angeles had parked the car on the tarmac. He held the back door open while my luggage was put into the trunk. I have the directions to Savaro Catering Company, just like you asked for. I also made a call and have an appointment scheduled with Beverly Shanklin. She thinks it's about hiring their company to cater an office party. Great. I climbed in back and tried to mentally prepare myself for seeing Beverly again. Even with heavy traffic, it seemed like we got there in no time at all. Shall I wait? Please. I had no idea how things would go. My heart pounded inside my chest as I walked up to the door. Opening it, I heard a bell tinkle, announcing my arrival. A woman walked out from a side room, wiping her hands on a white towel. Flour dusted her black apron. Hi. Welcome to Savaro. What can I help you with today? I have an appointment with Beverly. Oh yes. The office party. I can help you with that. She had to leave. An emergency with her son came up. My heart raced as worry consumed me. What happened? Skateboard accident. Something about a possibly broken finger. Nothing too serious. But she'll most likely be out for the rest of today. But I can help you. Well, this is a little awkward. She looked at the book laid out on the desk near the door. It shouldn't feel awkward to you, Mr. Rivers? She looked at me with a smile. That's what the name on the appointment says anyway. I'm Delaney. Co-owner. Extending my hand, she took it, and we shook as I said, It's nice to meet you, Delaney. Beverly has told me about you. Bewilderment etched her face. I'm sorry. You know her. Nodding, I said, I'm not Mr. Rivers. I'm Theo Decker. Her mouth flew open, then she covered it with her hands, her eyes wide and full of surprise. No. Yes? Her reaction told me that Beverly must have mentioned me before. You are him. The one. Oh my. You came. You came the very same day. She never thought she would see you again. But here you are. When I found out that she had left, I made arrangements to leave the island too. She sort of flew the coop before I got a chance to talk to her. I had to come. You see, I love her. And I want to be a father to my son. I want us to be a family. If she will have me. She thinks you're marrying that other woman. Miranda. Why would she think that? Because that's what Miranda came and told her this morning. After she told you about Dodge, you ran off and went to Miranda. Spent the night with her. I did not. Infuriated that Miranda would pull something so devious, I clenched my jaw. Miranda shouldn't have done that. I had no idea she even did that. No wonder Beverly left without saying a thing to me. You should know that Beverly told Dodge about you. She did. Yes. Just today. When she arrived back home. She told her sister. She told Dodge. She told me. She told everyone who means anything to her that you're Dodge's father. She said she's done hiding things and that she and the truth will become best friends. So he knows about me now? I asked with the oddest feeling in my heart. Do you know how he reacted? A smile moved over her lips. He was happy. She told him he has your eyes, and I have to agree. He sure does have your eyes. You know what? What? You should go to them. I know right where they are. She pulled out her phone, then showed it to me. Here, I have the location. They're still at the hospital near her place. Can you send that to me? Here's my number. I showed her my phone, and she typed the number into hers. And please don't tell her that I'm coming. I'll keep that a secret. Heading out to the waiting car, it felt as if I were walking on air. I'm about to see my son.
Chapter 26. Beverly.
Wrapping my arm around Dodge's shoulders, I was glad the injury hadn't turned out as badly as we'd feared. A sprain is much better than a break. Yeah, but it still hurts. Maybe some ice cream will help, he said with a smile. That shot the doctor gave you took all the pain away, you faker. But ice cream doesn't sound half bad. The sliding doors opened when we walked up to them, and out we went. The sun was already setting, leaving the parking lot a spectacular orange color. Although beautiful, it made it hard to see, and I put my hand up to shield my eyes. A large figure came into view, seemingly making a beeline right to us. I moved over, steering Dodge to move out of the person's way. But the person moved too, coming right up to us. Hey, a man said. Blinking, I looked at the shadowy figure until he got close enough. Suddenly, it became clear why he had come to us. Theo? Dodge gasped. Are you? Theo put his hands on Dodge's shoulders. I am. Dodge threw his arms around his father, and I began to cry as they hugged. Oh my. Not letting go of Dodge, Theo held out one arm, pulling me into their hug. Get in here, Mama. Our first ever family hug. Man, what a feeling. The feeling that overcame me was the purest thing I had ever felt in my life. All the holes were filled. All the gaps gone. Magically, we had come together. We had formed a family. The hug ended, but none of us wanted to let go of the other. My car is waiting right there. How about you guys come with me, and we can maybe go to your house, Bev? We can come back to pick your car up later. Yeah. Dodge shouted happily. Come home with us. Gulping, I nodded. That sounds really good to me. Great. He took us to his car. I hired a driver. Just give him your address. Dodge was eager to talk to the driver. Hi. I'm Dodge. Our address is 515 South 2nd Street. It's only like 5 minutes from here. Nothing felt real as we rode home. I had loads of questions to ask Theo that I wasn't going to ask him in front of our son. So you left the island? Nodding, he ran his hand over my knee. You know what that means, right? The engagement is off. Yep. He ran his hand over Dodge's hair. Got my hair, son. Glad you keep it short like this. It makes it look a lot less fuzzy. Mom always kept it short. He ran his hand over Theo's hair. And now I know why. I look a lot like you. You sure do. They both smiled, looking at each other, pointing out the resemblances. And I gazed at them. Love overflowed inside me. I had no idea how much I was capable of. My handsome men. Dodge looked at me. Mom, stop crying. Everything's going to be okay. I told you he would come. I knew he would come. I never had any doubt at all. Theo asked, You knew I would come? Dodge nodded. My mom is a great person. And you loved her once. She said you two fell in love again. I knew something wasn't right. I knew there had to be some kind of mistake. I knew you would come and find us. I knew that because my mother would only fall in love with a good man. And a good man doesn't walk away from his family. I was right. Theo looked at me. You sure raised a good boy. I'm proud of you both. You've done it on your own all this time. Now that I'm here, I'll help out too. You guys won't be on your own anymore. I'm not going anywhere. You guys are my family. And you're right, Dodge. Good men don't walk away from their family. Your mom sure is a great person. The best. I didn't have the faith our son did, I confessed. I thought I had lost you. Never. Theo kissed my forehead. You have my heart, baby. I can't live without it. I had to come and find you. I had to be whole again. And I'm more whole than I have ever been. Me too, Dodge said with a grin. Now, I have something to ask both of you. What is it? I asked as I held Theo's hand. Are you two going to get married and give me some brothers and sisters, or what? Theo laughed, then looked at me. I'm game if you are. It wasn't the best marriage proposal. But it sure made my heart sing. I'm game. And I'm ready whenever you are. How about tomorrow in Vegas? He looked at Dodge. It would be an honor if you would be my best man, Dodge. What? He laughed. Heck yeah. When we all walked into the house, laughing and smiling, my sister sat on the sofa reading a book. She looked up and a smile filled her face. Don't tell me. Theo. Right? The one and only, he said. This is Aunt Belinda, Dodge said. Mom's sister. She's cool. She certainly is, I agreed. And she's the only one I would ask to be my maid of honor. Her hands went to cover her mouth. You're what? They're getting married, Dodge said excitedly. In Vegas. Tomorrow. I'm gonna be my dad's best man. How cool is that? Totally cool, Belinda shrieked. And I'm going to be the maid of honor. What a freaking surprise this is. It was a surprise. I hadn't seen it coming. But now that it had come, I had never been happier. Lying in bed together later that night, Theo's arms around me, he kissed my lips softly. This feels right. It does feel right. I looked at him with shimmering eyes. Are you sure that you want to marry me, after I hid something so important from you all these years? I could hold it over your head. I could pout. I could be a jerk about it. But what good would come of any it? He asked, then kissed me again. I want only good to come from the things we do. I will never hold this against you. You did what you thought best. And you did a great job with our son too. I can put the past where it belongs so that we can enjoy the future. And what a future we will have too. Seems pretty promising to me. Is it possible that we've found our happily ever after?
Epilogue. Theo. 1 year later.
Sweat peppered my forehead. I sank to my knees, unsure if what was happening was real or not. Are you sure? The doctor who stood at the foot of the hospital bed on which Beverly lay unconscious merely nodded, as if this sort of thing happened all the time. I'm afraid that you're going to have to leave. We have to get your wife prepped for surgery now. I don't understand. She was fine only moments ago. A nurse grabbed me from underneath my arms, lifting me to stand. She was fine. And so was the baby. But now they're not fine, and we have to hurry. Wait outside with the rest of the family. Someone will be out to let you know how things are going. When? I asked as I was pushed toward the door. As soon as we know something, you will be informed. Don't leave the waiting room. We might have to bring you in to make a decision if it comes to it. A decision about what? I looked over my shoulder at Beverly, who looked peaceful for the first time since the hard labor had set in. About what to do if something happens to either of them. Now please get out of here so I can get back to helping your wife and baby. The nurse got me out the door and then I stood there, unmoving, unthinking, nearly unconscious. What happened? Dad? Dodge called out. What's going on? I shook it off. I had to stay strong for him. Well, they need to take your mom to another room. She's asleep. I didn't want to worry him. Is the baby here yet? I shook my head. I knew so little about what was happening to my wife and daughter. I don't think so. Why did they make you leave? Placing my hand on my son's shoulder, I could barely muster a whisper. I was just in the way, is all. Come on, let's sit with your aunt and Delaney. My parents will be here soon too. They already made it here. I was on my way to find Grandma a sugar-free soda when I saw you coming out of the room. Good. I needed my mom at that moment. I had no idea what was going on, and I needed some stability. Mom had always been my rock. As soon as we walked into the glass room where strangers could witness our acts, my mother stood. What's happened, Theodore? It took me 3 steps to get to her, and then I collapsed, falling to my knees in front of her. Her heart stopped beating. I managed to get out before the sobs racked my body. I felt all their hands on me as I cried, begging God to please let them live. Shouting at him in my mind that I needed them to stay with me. I could not lose them. Finally, I heard a voice that drew me out of my agony, Dad, whose heart stopped beating. You have to be strong for your son. Get it together, man. Somehow, I managed to suck it up. I stopped the tears and pulled myself up off the floor. First, it was your mother's, and then your sister stopped too. They didn't know why. Silence filled the room. There was nothing anyone could say to make things better. There was not one thing any of us could do to make things better. Hello, I'm Reverend Jackson, I heard a man say behind me. Turning around, I saw the man who had been sent to us. And I knew instinctively that his presence meant bad things for my wife and daughter. Why are you here? Placing a hand on my shoulder, he smiled. Hey, I'm not here to deliver bad news. I'm just here for you guys. This isn't an easy time for you all. This was supposed to be a joyous occasion, and it has turned into something else. I wanted to come and be with you all while you wait for the news. We should all take seats. I would love to hear more about Beverly. Mom is the best, Dodge said as he sat down between me and the Reverend. She was so happy when she found out she was having a baby. Like crazy happy. She began buying things for the baby right off the bat. But Beverly is more than a great mother, Delaney said. She's an amazing chef too. Our customers love her and the food she cooks. Plus, she's gotten into charity work. Every single Sunday for the last year, she has taken donated foods and turned them into works of culinary and art, using her monster-sized pot. She distributes the finished dishes to whoever wants some, at various parks around the city. I nodded, then added, she's been trying to make up for something she did a long time ago. She's trying to give back. Not that she needs to. I know she has been forgiven for what she did. She didn't do it with evil intentions. She did it for the good of me and our son. We have forgiven her, but she hasn't fully forgiven herself. The Reverend looked at me with wonder in his dark eyes. It sounds to me like there's a lot of love in this family. My mother put her hand on my shoulder, nodding. There is a tremendous amount of love in our family. Although there's not one of us who doesn't mourn the time we lost with each other, no one holds anyone accountable for that loss. It was just what happened.